specific target audience and attempts to create an image for the product. For example, Reebok targets a segment in retail advertising. This type of advertising is being used by retailers so as to encourage patronage by consumers and build store loyalty. Its goal is different from that of national advertising. The sale of any specific brand is not the aim of local advertising. It is done to build a store traffic. For example, a department store in a locality offers discounts from its own margins. Cooperative advertising. Manufacturers of consumer goods or specialty products often show special interest in their dealers' advertising. To help identify the dealers in different geographic markets, dealers put an ad in local media under their names. The manufacturer often provides the dealer with the material and the guidelines to develop ads what the manufacturer want to communicate. The manufacturer and the dealer usually shares the costs, and thus it is named as cooperative advertising. End product advertising. Here are certain products that are rarely purchased by the consumers. They are usually bought as part in other products. For example, Pentium, Intel Corporation. Advertising of these types of product is known as end product advertising or branded ingredient advertising. Successful end product advertising helps create demand for such ingredients that help in the sale of another product, such as Intel promotes its Pentium processors. Trade advertising. Trade advertising is used to promote products to resellers, encouraging them to stock the product. Unless the product is available with retailers, consumers will not have the opportunity to purchase it. The advertising is aimed at creating brand awareness among resellers, which is followed by salespeople or by offering some trade incentives. Industrial advertising. It is directed at small size target audience. The buyers are few and purchases are relatively large. The advertisements include industry publications, direct mail, telephone and trade fairs. Professional advertising. Professional advertising is aimed at people that are not final consumers. Many professionals such as architects, designers, engineers and consultants make final purchase decisions on behalf of their clients. This advertising is aimed at such type of people. Corporate or institutional advertising. Corporate advertising is aimed at building and maintaining image of a corporate or institution. Non-product advertising. Idea advertising. An environmental issue is an example of idea advertising. Advertising, being a powerful tool of communication, is used to influence certain groups. Service advertising. Services, being intangible, are difficult to promote. Service industries indulge in service advertising that promotes their product. Surrogate advertising. When law does not permit certain advertising, advertisers opt for surrogate advertising. For example, advertising of alcoholic drinks is not permitted in India. To bypass this, manufacturers advertise soda with the same name. Product life cycle. All products have certain in prenatal stage through the conception of the product. During its development and market penetration, its life begins with market introduction. Then it goes through the period in which it rapidly grows, reaches maturity and then gets saturated. After this, market decline and finally it comes to an end. Assumptions of product life cycle. Products have a limited life. Profits rise and fall at different stages of life. Special categories of PLC. Style. A style is a basic and distinctive mode of expression. A home may be stylish. Similarly, clothing may be stylish. Style can continue for generations and come and go in vogue. Fashion. A popular style that fashions that come quickly and adopted with great zeal by the public. They are mostly short-lived. The important stages of product life cycle are innovation, growth, maturity, saturation, decline, obsolescence. Advertising plays an important role during all these stages. The advertisers follow different advertising tools at all these points. Advertising is heavy at introduction stage and takes different forms and shapes as the product passes through these stages. When the product is first introduced, the sales take some time to pick up. The advertising is the foremost activity that is being undertaken. The organizations do not have enough resources to invest in advertising. Once the product gains, competitors enter the market, thus advertising now aims at countering competitors. Different advertising strategies are adopted at different stages of product life cycle. Now we will discuss different stages of product life cycle in detail. Introduction. It is the first stage of product life cycle. Heavy expenditure on advertisement is made to inform the consumers about its quality and characteristics and is made popular amongst its users through promotional activities. The quantum of profit is low, competitors are not there in the market. Growth. After the product is introduced in the market, the product enters the second stage, growth stage. Under this stage, the product gains popularity and recognition among consumers. The demand goes above due to advertising efforts. The profits start to attract competitors. Maturity. The next stage is maturity. Though the sale of the product increases, its speed is slow. The advertisement and the distribution cost increases. The profit begins to decline. The prices come down due to competition. Saturation. The competition is at its peak in this period. Due to the competition, advertising expenditure increases. Fresh efforts are made to revive the product. New markets are searched. Decline. The product starts declining. The profits reduce and advertisers try the level best to make innovations. Cost control becomes necessary to reduce the price in order to compete. Obsolescence. As new products are developed and introduced by competitors, the company's product defaults to other products. The concept of product life cycle is important from advertisers' point of view. Different policies, strategies can be adopted at different stages. So management can prepare different programs accordingly and may get success. Advertising at different stages of PLC. Introduction. At this stage, advertising builds product awareness among early adopters and dealers. Growth. Build awareness and interest in the mass market. Maturity. Stress brand differences and benefits. Decline. Reduce to level needed to retain hardcore loyal. Planning advertising campaign. Planning advertising campaign is as essential as setting advertising objectives. According to Dun and Bradburn, an advertising campaign is a series of ads placed in different medias that are designed to meet objectives and are based on an analysis of marketing and communication situations. An advertising campaign includes 7 essential steps. Appraisal of advertising opportunity. The marketer has to determine whether advertising is suitable in the current situation. There must be presence of positive primary demand. When there is enough consumer demand for product category, as it happens during growth stage, the advertiser is most likely to be successful. Another important condition for successful advertising is that the products have hidden or not readily noticeable qualities. If qualities are noticeable, there is nothing to be advertised. The presence of powerful emotional buying motives proves to be an important tool for successful advertising. Above all, is not possible if there are not sufficient funds. Market analysis. Knowing the target audience, lifestyle, motivation and behavior helps in deciding whom the advertiser wants to reach. Who buys the product? What do they really want to buy? When do they want to buy? How will they use the product? All these aspects are necessary to be considered before setting advertising objectives. Setting advertising objectives. Brand managers set objectives before preparing an ad. Setting budget and necessary control systems. Advertising budget is basically a plan to allocate financial resources to advertising and is reviewed constantly, keeping in view the different market situations. The budget controls all proposed expenditures by fixing the limit. There are different approaches of setting a budget, which we will be discussing later on. These types of decisions. Determining media and creative strategy. Media plans determine the best way to reach to the audience. It involves defining the target audience, media habits. Creative advertising is concerned with what the message to deliver to audience for accomplishing the objectives. Create advertisements, pre-test and release advertisements. Advertisers cannot afford to neglect pre-testing using different techniques. Evaluate final results. It is done at the end of a campaign to determine to what extent the campaign is successful. Let us quickly summarize what we have learned today. Advertising plays an important role in economy of the country. Also, we learnt several steps in preparing an advertising campaign. That is all for today. Hope you have understood the basics of advertising. See you all.
Hello dear students, welcome to today's episode. In this episode, we will discuss about job analysis. I am Dr. Nidhi Mathur, PhD in Public Administration Job Analysis. In the previous episode, you have got an understanding about human resource planning, its objectives, process and techniques. In this chapter, you will study job analysis. Before recruitment, the information related to the duties, responsibilities and necessary requirements for a typical job and the acceptable qualifications to do that job effectively needs to be determined. Job analysis is the process of collection and assessment of this information. Now let us discuss meaning of job analysis and its related terms. Job analysis is a combination of two terms, job and what is job? Series of work elements that are coordinated and aggregated to produce an output. For example, a unit of production is called task. The duties and responsibilities performed by an individual is called as position. A job is an aggregation of duties, responsibilities and conditions that are different from those for other work assignments. Job analysis is the process by which the duties, responsibilities, necessary skills, outcomes and work environment of a typical job in an organization is investigated. It provides information about the content of jobs, human resource requirements to perform those jobs and the context in which jobs are to be performed. In order to take the human resource planning further, that is assigning the right job to the right person at the right time to maintain a flow of operations, an organization has to analyze jobs. Let us discuss information that is required for job analysis in detail. Job content. It includes the activities that an employee performs in a particular job. Depending on the nature and title of a job, the job content varies. For example, the job content of a marketing executive will differ from that of a line worker. The information that job content can provide required. Number 3, additional tasks to be performed. Number 4, training required. Now let us discuss job context. It provides details regarding the conditions in which a particular job is performed by the employees. The information includes working conditions, risk and hazards involved, physical and mental potential, and reporting authority. Job requirement. Job requirement details specific requirements about the job holder, that is, the requirements for making an individual eligible candidate for this particular job. These requirements are educational qualifications like degrees, diploma or required certifications, specific then abilities such as mathematical abilities, analytical abilities, problem solving abilities, etc. Personal traits such as aptitude, reasoning and crisis management, etc. As per Dale Yoder, job analysis provides information in 7 basic areas. Number 1, job identification, that is the title of the job. Number 2, distinctive characteristic of the job like location, physical settings, supervision, union jurisdiction, safety requirements, hazards, etc. Number 3, what the typical worker does, that is specific task, its relative timing, importance of the task, simplicity and complexity in property and funds. Number 4, material and equipment to be used. So, the list of material and equipments that the typical worker will be using to do the task. Number 5, how the job is performed, that is the nature of the job, or in other way it includes the operations involved in the performance of that task like handling, drilling, lifting, etc. Number 6, personal attributes, physical and mental capabilities, social skills, training, coordination and so on. Lastly, number 7, job relationships. So, information related to experience, opportunities of advancement, patterns of Now, let us discuss what are the sources of job information. Number 1, questionnaire. So, questionnaire is a short, simple and tested questionnaire stating the purpose that can be administered to the job holders. Alternatively, the information may be gathered by job holders personally. Other employees who know the job like supervisors and foremen who can analyze the job under their supervision can also fill the questionnaire. Questionnaire may appear to be a convenient source of job information. However, it is very difficult to design and test such type of question observer who will observe the employees doing their job. Trained analysts may be assigned the job so that the information may be collected from them. This method can be time consuming as well as frustrating for the workers, as they will always feel that they are being observed. Number 3, diary or log of the employees mentioning the updated record of the duties, frequency with which it is done and the time when the duties are being performed. This diary or log covers overall activities undertaken by the employee on a day-to-day basis. The drawback can be that the employees may exaggerate secondary activities or underestimate the core activities. Number 4, conducting interviews. Conducting interviews of the job incumbents can also provide information about the job. Typical questions that can be asked in the interview be like, what is the job being performed? What major duties are associated with your position? What are the education, experience, skill, certifications requirement? What are the job's responsibilities? What are the environmental and working conditions involved? Are you exposed to any health hazards, etc.? Limitation in conducting interview is that an employee intentionally or unintentionally can skip sharing some information during interview process, which may lead to discrepancies in the whole process. Job analysis. The importance of job analysis lies in the human resource management function of an organization, as it provides updated and authentic information about jobs as well as different HR activities. It results in better decision making, enhanced productivity and compliances. Let us discuss in detail the scope of job analysis in various HR activities. Human resource planning. Job analysis provides information to help in forecasting the demand of human resource in the organization. Because of the job analysis, the organizations can decide upon the required number of skilled manpower in the organization, thereby supporting the activity of human resource planning in getting the right number of skilled personnel into the right job at the right time. Recruitment and selection. The basis of recruitment and selection is formed by information provided by the two components of job analysis, namely job description and job specification. Job description describes the duties, responsibilities and skills required for different jobs. Similarly, job specification specifies the minimum acceptable qualities required for a job. Job analysis helps in attracting a right pool of applicants required for a particular job position in an organization and selecting those who best match. Develop the content of the training program, the information related to duties, responsibilities, material used. Job analysis serves as an input for designing the training program. In addition, it helps in identifying training needs of employees by comparing their existing skills and knowledge with job requirement. The other function is compensation and benefits. As discussed earlier, job analysis provides information related to the roles, responsibilities, skills and knowledge required to perform a particular job. This helps in deciding compensation for employees based on the nature of a job, skills and abilities required, associated risk, etc. Now let us discuss the process of job analysis. In an organization, irrespective of its size, work assignments, tasks, and job duties and responsibilities that are subjected to frequent changes. Over a period of time, existing job may change and new jobs are established. In such cases, it is of paramount importance for an organization to analyze new or revised jobs so that they can be done efficiently. Analyzing a job involves a systematic process. Let us now discuss these steps in detail. Number 1, determining the purpose of job analysis. An organization performs job analysis for establishing new jobs or analyzing existing jobs or redesigning jobs to improve productivity. In addition, job analysis is conducted to perform various HR activities such as deciding and analyzing the compensation structure, recruitment and human resource planning. Apart from this steps also includes obtaining support from the top management. In an organization, the top management allocates resources for different organizational activities. Thus, taking consent of the top management for job analysis is essential. Number 2, communicating the objectives. It is important that the objectives of a job analysis should be well communicated to managers and employees as well. Number 3, conducting job analysis. In this step, the data for job analysis is obtained from various sources. This raw data is then reviewed and compiled into useful information. Number 4, developing job description and job specification. From the collected information, job description and job specification are drafted. Job description defines the roles and responsibilities of a job, whereas job specification defines the skills and knowledge required for that job. Thereafter, job description and specification are discussed with line managers and employees to seek their suggestion, ideas and opinion before finalizing them. Number 5, maintaining and updating job description and job specification. After the job description and job specifications are finalized, it is important to record them for future references. These records are updated periodically as per the changes in the job requirement. After this, let us understand the effectiveness of job analysis. Job analysis is said to be effective if it facilitates the preparation of sound HR practices and policies. It provides a clear understanding of the behavioral requirement of a job. The following points explain the importance of job analysis in an organization. First-hand job information. The job analysis process provides job-related data that helps job analysts to identify duties and responsibilities associated with a particular job and the skills and abilities required for performing that job. In addition, it provides knowledge about the risks and hazards involved in a job. This ultimately helps in communicating job requirements to employees so that they can perform their job effectively. What is job fit? Job analysis enables managers in matching job requirements with the skills, abilities, strengths, needs and experience of employees. In this way, it helps in establishing a good job fit or culture in an organization. Performance events of employees against the set performance standards. This eventually helps in promoting and appraising employees. Training need analysis. Job analysis helps in assessing training needs by identifying gaps in the actual performance of the employees and set performance standards. Now, let us discuss about the limitations of job analysis. From the discussions so far, it can be said that job analysis plays an important role in inculcating sound HR practices in an organization. However, it also has certain limitations associated with it. Some of these limitations time. This may pose a number of challenges for organizations where there are frequent changes in job requirement. Personal biasness and inaccuracy of data. There are some instances where the job analysis process is driven by the personal likes and dislikes of job analysts. This may hinder the collection of accurate and reliable data. The entire job analysis process may turn into a failure without accurate data. A lot of effort. Job analysts need to collect data on every detail of a job and analyze all minute aspects of the job. This requires a lot of human efforts and time. Lack of skills. In case the job analyst does not have much experience in analyzing job, it may lead to wrong conclusions related to jobs. In this way, the purpose of the entire job analysis process will not be met. Subjectivity. Job analysis does not involve objectivity or fixed mathematical calculations. Different job analysts assess jobs differently based on their mental abilities, intellect and aptitude. Thus, a fixed set of standards cannot be established for analyzing jobs, which create a scope for subjectivity in the job analysis process. Job description. Job analysis results into job description and job specification. Understand it in a lucid manner. It gives us what is to be done, how it is to be done and the need of doing it. Job description is primarily useful at the time of recruitment and job evaluation. Any good job description will have proper title, comprehensive job summary, completeness and elasticity. Title should reflect the qualities expected in the job holder. Properly created title can easily be separated from other titles. A comprehensive job summary which distinguishes between primary responsibilities and duties. It describes clearly the relationship with other jobs and coordinating with other jobs. A well-drafted job description is a concise and detailed is given in precise manner. Job description should be elastic so that it has a scope for review, as most jobs are dynamic and requires constant revision. Apart from these characteristics, job description should clearly specify the qualities of the job holder. It should also state the limitation and time taken in different operations. A job description entailing these characteristics will describe the job in a realistic and effective manner. So, a good job description mentions job identification, which includes title, department, division, job code, etc. Job summary stating the primary function of the job for further additional identification and information. Duties performed by the employee and job responsibilities. Extent of supervision. It includes supervision of the number of employees and their job holdings. It also mentions whether supervision will be general or closed. Types, models of the machines, tools and equipments used. For example, working on a drilling machine or lathe machine. Working conditions like exposure to noise and temperature, location of the place of work, working hours, etc. Relation to other jobs and the flow of the work. The position of the job in organizational structure and the vertical relationship of the job. Any health hazard or accident risk involved. Type and duration of training if required and basis of promotion. Aptitude, attitude, experience, skill as required qualification of the worker. Any additional remark or comment which job analyst wants to put. So, there are many advantages of job description. Number one, it removes uncertainty by clearly indicating the nature and content of the job. Number two, any reward or punishment becomes justified as it is based on job description. Number three, It becomes basis for wage and salary administration. Number 4, it helps in identification of training needs, thereby developing right content and delivery of appropriate training to the employees. Job description are: number 1, job description may become redundant quickly as present day jobs are very dynamic. Number 2, if a job description does not fairly reflect the job evaluation may seem to be unfair. Number 3, making job descriptions as accurate as possible is a difficult task. So you have understood job description now. Let us start our discussion on job specification. Job specification delineates the minimum acceptable human qualities necessary to perform a job satisfactorily. It lays down the qualities and abilities based on job description that the person should possess. In specification are job identification and required human qualifications and qualities. The content of job specification are: number 1, physical requirements. Every job calls for specific physical qualifications like height, weight, eyesight, voice, permissibility of physical impairment, etc. Number 2, mental requirement includes education in terms of the required degrees and professional trainings, language ability, that is fluency in reading, writing and speaking, experience, that is duration and level of the experience, test ratings, that is tests conducted to check the IQ, memory, mechanical aptitude, decision making skills, etc. Number 3, emotional and social requirement, that includes emotional stability and social adaptability. In present days, in fact, the emotional and social characteristics are considered as the most important aspects of the personal requirement. Number 4, behavioral requirement. It includes mentoring, understanding, feeling of others, creativity, developing subordinates, good human relations, etc. Now that you have understood the contents of job specification, let us discuss the advantages and limitations of job specification. The advantages of job specification are: it precisely gives a set of specifications for the people. It places major emphasis on the personal qualities required by the job. But job specification has some limitations as well. The limitations are that it is more difficult to prepare complete and correct job specification than a job description. There can be difference of opinion regarding the personal qualities required to satisfactorily perform a job. Now let us summarize this. In this episode, we have discussed about job analysis, which is a process of collection and assessment of information about the content of jobs, human resource requirements to perform these jobs, and the context in which jobs are to be performed. The sources of job analysis includes questionnaire, observations, 6 steps. Job analysis results into job description and job specification. Job description provides vital information about the job. Job description can prove to be an asset or a liability. It becomes asset if these are prepared to cover all the positions in the organization, giving an operational view of the whole and showing the analysis every job design in such a manner that it is portrayed as an integral part of the whole. These job descriptions may become a liability if they are incomplete, confusing, unclear, redundant. While job specification provides vital information about the job holder, it focuses on the personal qualities required by the job. The limitation of job specification is said to be effective if it facilitates the preparation of sound HR practices and policies. So that is all for today. Hope you have understood today's topic. So we will meet next week. Till then, take care and goodbye.
Hello and welcome to today's episode on part 3 of understanding the customer and competition, building lasting customer relationships. My name is Rayan Zohur and the subject expert is Dr. Arshia Hussain, PhD in Human Resource Management and teaching in the Department of Commerce and Business Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. Introduction. A company's primary task, according to Peter Drucker, is to create customers. This, however, is not an easy task. The customer today has a large variety of products, brands and suppliers to choose from at different price levels. It is essential what they think will give them the best value. Once they have made their choice, the difference between expected value and the value they receive will determine their satisfaction levels and their repurchase behavior. Customer value. Customers want to buy from an organization they think will give them the highest customer delivered value, which is the difference between total customer cost and total customer value. Total customer cost can be derived after adding monetary cost, time cost, energy cost and psychological cost for the customer. The total customer value can be assessed by adding the value of the product. Let us take the example of a customer who wants to buy a laptop. He is looking at a laptop from Acer and a similar laptop from HP. The salesperson of both the brands describe the qualities and the offers of their product. The customer will evaluate the offers from both the companies in order to assess which brand delivers a greater value. The customer adds up all the values from the 4 sources, which are product, service, personnel and image. He will assess which brand is more reliable, durable and has better performance. He will also assess which brand has better accompanying services like delivery, after sales support and maintenance. He will look at which brand has personnel who are more knowledgeable and more responsive. Finally, more value than Acer. This, however, does not mean that the customer will buy the HP laptop after making this assessment. The customer will examine the total customer value of purchasing the HP laptop. The total customer cost is more than just the price of the product. The time and effort spent on purchasing the product as well as the psychological costs are all a part of the total customer cost. The buyer will compare the total customer value with the total customer cost and ascertain the total delivered value that can be obtained from both the laptops. He will purchase the one that provides the highest delivered value. There are cases when a customer might not choose the brand with perceived highest delivered value. There could be several reasons for this. The most important aspect is expecting to buy a specific laptop in less than a year and is willing to make do with anything till then. The buyer could be in a long-term friendship with the Acer salesperson. Buyers often make choices that might be driven by reasons that are personal. However, the framework of customer delivered value is applicable in most situations and provides valuable insights. This framework suggests that marketers should assess the total delivered value associated with their own product and with other competing products in the market to understand how their product stacks up. If their assessment reveals that their competitors are providing greater delivered value, then they must take corrective action. A company can use this concept of decision products. They can improve in two different ways. The first is by improving its total customer value, and the second is by reducing its total customer cost. A company could offer a product that is more expensive than all its competitors and yet have higher sales than most of them. To achieve this, a company must provide a product which is of higher quality and has better service. The company should also have a strong reputation, and that comes from giving their customers good quality products and superior service over a long period of time. A product sold by such a company is likely to give better value in the long run despite being more expensive. Based on the marketing efforts of the company selling that product, they make their decisions to buy based on these expectations. Customer satisfaction with the product once it has been bought depends on its actual performance compared with the expectations the buyer had with it. A customer could experience different levels of satisfaction. Let us say a product's performance is not as good as the customer had expected. He is going to experience dissatisfaction with the product. If the performance is similar to what was expected, the customer is going to be satisfied. If the performance is beyond the expectation, the customer is going to be delighted or highly satisfied with his purchase. The expectations of a customer from a product are based on several factors, including the past and promises made by the marketer and the competitor. The marketers must always be careful that they set the right expectations for their products. If the expectations are low, then they would definitely satisfy their customers, but they will not be able to attract enough buyers. On the other hand, if the expectations are high, they will attract more customers, but many customers are likely to be disappointed. This is not only going to have a negative impact on future sales, but is also going to harm the image and reputation of the company in the long run. Most successful companies today encourage their customers to raise their expectations and strive to fulfill these expectations. These companies operate on the concept of total customer satisfaction levels of their customers. Customers who are highly satisfied bring several benefits for the organization. They are not very price sensitive, they remain loyal to the product for a long time, and they say good things about the company and the product when they talk to their friends, family and colleagues, and when they interact with people in general at social gatherings. They provide word of mouth publicity, which is valuable. Companies that work on total customer satisfaction go an extra mile to deliver high customer satisfaction. However, they do not try to maximize customer satisfaction. It is easy for an organization to provide exceptionally high customer satisfaction by either lowering their prices or by improving the services to their customers. But by doing this, they reduce their profits. The objective of marketing is to and the company must constantly keep an eye on both customer satisfaction as well as profits. Customer satisfaction and customer loyalty. Customers who are satisfied are more likely to be loyal to the product and also to the company than customers who are not satisfied. This relationship is direct, however, it varies significantly from one industry to the other and changes based on the competitive situation of the market too. Let us look at the relationship between customer satisfaction and loyalty of the customers in 5 different industries. Local telephone companies, airlines, hospitals, with the increase in the level of their satisfaction. However, in industries that are highly competitive like automobiles and personal computers and laptops, there is very little difference between the loyalty of customers who are less satisfied and those who are merely satisfied. When we look at satisfied and completely satisfied customers, we see a huge difference between their loyalty to the brands they use. A very small decline in their level of satisfaction creates a very large decline in their brand loyalty. A study showed that in highly competitive industries, customers who were completely satisfied are roughly 42% more likely to be loyal to their brand than customers who were merely satisfied. In such industries, organizations' customer delight creates an emotion within a customer for the product or service he is using, and therefore it does not remain just a rational preference any longer. This creates an exceptionally high customer loyalty. In markets that are not competitive, such as regulated monopolies or the ones dominated by patent-protected powerful brands, customers generally remain loyal even if they are not satisfied. This could appear as the perfect situation for the dominant organization. However, if they keep their customers dissatisfied, they could end up paying a high price in the long run. Customer retention. Traditional marketing practices were focused more around attracting new customers and not so much on retaining existing ones. This went through a change many years back, and today we see the emphasis has shifted significantly. Companies go beyond designing strategies for attracting new customers. They spend a lot of time, effort and resources to retain existing customers and create relationships with them that last. In the past, a lot of companies did not pay much attention to retaining their customers. They were riding on a growth wave with an economy that was expanding and markets that were growing rapidly. They thought they could afford to neglect the customer and practice an approach that has been called a leaky bucket approach. New customers kept coming in and filling the bucket. They did not worry about holes at the bottom of the bucket through which they were losing their old customers. This started changing over a period of time as companies faced new situations and the market, more sophisticated competitors started appearing, and there was an overcapacity in many industries. This meant there were fewer customers and more companies fighting each other for market share in a market that was flat. A study conducted as far back as the 1990s found out that attracting new customers cost 5 times more than keeping the existing customers satisfied. Companies started realizing that losing a customer did not just mean losing a sale, but it was a much bigger loss. It meant losing an entire chain of purchases that a customer could make over his or her lifetime. Let us take the example of a supermarket where a regular customer spends around 7,000 rupees on an average every month. This means she would spend approximately 84,000 rupees every year. If she stayed in the same area for 10 years, she would spend close to 8.5 lakh rupees in that supermarket. If that customer has an experience that made her unhappy or dissatisfied and she starts shopping in a different supermarket, that store has lost 8.5 lakh in revenue by losing a single customer. If that customer talks about her experience with other customers and some of them decide to change as well, this loss could be much bigger. Making an effort to retain customers makes good economic sense. It might be better to lose some money on a specific transaction rather than losing a customer, as the company would greatly benefit if they maintained a good long-term relationship with their customers. Getting new customers is a very important part of marketing activity. However, organizations must make all efforts to retain their existing customers and create a long-term relationship with them that is profitable as well. Customer relationship marketing. Relationship marketing includes creating, maintaining and improving relationships with customers as well as other stakeholders. Relationship marketing is designed for a long-term association. Its goal is to provide value to customers and its success is measured in the long-term satisfaction of the customer. For relationship marketing to run smoothly, all the departments of an organization must work together as a team with marketing and serve the customer. This includes building relationships. Association like this has the potential to create high customer loyalty. Organizations create different levels of relationships with their customers depending on the nature of their target market. A company could decide to develop basic relationships with many of its customers. This would generally happen with low margin customers. For example, Kisan would not call all its buyers of jam and tomato sauce to appreciate their business or to get to know them personally. They would create a relationship through advertising or maybe a customer information service. On the other hand, some organizations could create a complete partnership with a few of their key customers. This would generally happen with high margin customers. For example, Airbus while designing their aircrafts to ensure that their top customers are completely satisfied. These two situations are at different extremes and most organizations build relationships with their customers somewhere in between at a level they consider appropriate. Increasingly, more companies are creating customer loyalty and customer retention programs. Marketers try to develop strong relationships with their customers by using several specific marketing tools. The first approach is to create value and satisfaction for its customers by giving them additional financial benefits. An example of this is frequency marketing that many companies offer to their customers. Based on this, customer who buy customers every now and then, airlines give frequent flyer reward points that can be converted into free flights or upgrades. Supermarkets give points to their regular customers that can be used for additional purchases. Some companies offer club marketing programs that offer their members benefits and special discounts. An example of this is Reebok that sponsored Club Reebok in the US. Kids who wore sneakers could participate in sports-related activities sponsored by Reebok. Harley-Davidson runs a program called the Harley Owners Group (HOG) and provides many benefits to its members. A first-time buyer of any of their bike dollars every year. Benefits of HOG include free admission in Harley-Davidson Museum, the Enthusiast magazine, a specially designed insurance program, free roadside assistance, free motorcycle shipping, a fly and ride program which lets members rent Harley-Davidson bikes while they are on vacation, and many more. The second approach is to provide social benefits along with financial benefits. Using this approach, a company would increase its social bond with their customers by learning the needs and wants of individual customers and then personalizing their products and services based on those needs and wants. An example of this is when a car manufacturer in the United States invited all of its approximately 7 lakh owners to a homecoming program to its manufacturing facility. It was a 2-day party and included family events and activities designed to build trust and a team spirit. It was a way to build relationship and show their customers that the company treated their customers better than any other car company. More than 40,000 guests attended that 2-day event. Another approach is to add structural ties along with social and financial benefits. An example of this could be when a business marketer provides their customers with special equipment that helps them manage their orders or inventory. Summary: customers want to buy from an organization they think will give them highest customer delivered value, which is the difference between total customer cost and total psychological cost for the customer. The total customer value can be assessed by adding the value of the product, the value of the services, value of the personnel, and the value of the image. Consumers establish expectations about the value of a product based on marketing efforts of that company selling that product. They make their decisions to buy based on these expectations. Customer satisfaction with a product once it has been bought depends on its actual performance compared with the expectations the buyer had with it. A customer could experience different levels of satisfaction. Customers who are satisfied are more likely to be loyal to the product and also to the company than customers who are not satisfied, and changes based on the competitive situation of the market too. Traditional marketing practices were focused more around attracting new customers and not so much on retaining existing ones. This went through a change many years back, and today we see the emphasis has shifted significantly. Companies go beyond designing strategies for attracting new customers. They spend a lot of time, effort, and resources to retain existing customers and create relationships with them that last. Relationship marketing includes creating, maintaining, and improving relationships with customers as well as other stakeholders. Relationship marketing is designed for a long-term association with the customer. This is all we have for part 3 of understanding the customer and competition, building lasting customer relationships. Hope the session was informative. We will meet again in the next episode with part 4. Till then, take care and goodbye. Dear students, welcome to today's episode. In this episode, we will discuss about public relations, its concept and relevance. This will consist of meaning, features and tools of public relations, growing importance and the role in marketing of PR in today's world. I am Rayyan Zahoor and the subject matter expert is Dr. Sabiha Khan, teaching in the Department of Commerce and Business Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia. So let's start with the concept of public relations. Public relations is firm's relationship with the public. For example, customers, suppliers, stockholders, employees, government, general public and society. The purpose of such communication is to develop a favorable image in public opinions. The revolution in communication has helped developing a new pattern of human dynamics. Changes are being felt in the society. Citing examples from recent social movements against corruption and other social evils have changed the public attitude, whether it is government, in business, in education. A public is any group that has an actual and potential interest in impact on company's ability to achieve its objectives. In India also, the new leadership in all organizations, government or private, has become aware of the importance of public attitudes. A wise organization takes concrete steps to manage successful relations with its key publics and manage a good rapport with them. Public relation is to establish two-way communications to resolve conflicts of interest by seeking common ground or areas of mutual interest, and to establish understanding based on truth, knowledge and full information. The kind of public relation any firm undertakes depends on its size and its interests. Meaning of public relations. Public relations is the management function which evaluates public attitudes, identifies the policies and procedures of an organization with the public interest and executes a program of action to earn public understanding and acceptance. As per Scott M. Cutlip and Alan H. Center, public relations is the planned effort to influence opinion through good character and responsible performance based upon mutually satisfactory two-way communication. Public relations may be defined as planned effort to influence opinion through good character and responsible performance based upon mutually satisfactory two-way communication. Public relations is basically a task which promotes a rapport and goodwill between a person or institution and community through dissemination of information. It is a two-way communication process which helps in making an opinion. It also helps to propagate the ideas from one channel to another channel of communication. Feedback is also an integral part in communication, which leads to strong opinion builders. Public relation is a planned effort or management function. It creates a relationship between an organization and its target audience. Course of action, usually associated with management of an organization. According to Allen, communication is the sum of all things one person does when he wants to create an understanding in the minds of others. It is a bridge of meaning. It involves a systematic and continuous process of telling, listening and understanding. Thus, communication may be defined as interchange of thought or information to bring about mutual understanding and confidence. It is information by words, letters, symbols and messages. It is exchange of facts, ideas, viewpoints which bring about commonness of interest, purpose and efforts. Thus, it can be concluded that public relations is a relationship between an organization and its public, a planned effort or management function, evaluation of public attitudes and opinions, execution of an action and communication program, development of rapport, goodwill and understanding, and acceptance through a two-way communication. Nature and scope of public relations. Public relations as a process serve a number of functions. The nature of public relation is essentially a task promoting rapport and goodwill between a person, firm, or institution and the community at large through dissemination of information. It seeks to mobilize favor for an idea, a cause, a problem for an organization. It evaluates public attitudes, identifies policies that interests public and executes the program of communication. Efficient public relation fulfills objectives like attracting attention, winning. Functions of public relations. There are 4 primary functions of the PR. 1. Analyzing and predicting issues and opportunities are the major challenges for PR professionals. They evaluate their impact and set priorities, establishing the organizational stance and then design the action and response. 2. Another function of PR is information gathering and monitoring trends. Public opinion keeps changing constantly with times and trends in the society. An organization is always judged by the fact how much it contributes to the society. Information gathering and monitoring trends involves identification, evaluation, and communication inward to the organization of information about the outside world. 3. The third function of PR is communication planning, positive opinion, and managing misunderstandings. The challenges are to plan and communicate all the good deeds of an organization to its public, both internal and external. 4. Another important function of PR is advisory and counseling. It is not only towards top management but also towards other departments. It is responsible to identify and recommend the management appropriate decisions and policies. Characteristics of public relations. Two-way communication. Public relation believes that feedback is important. Many misunderstandings arise because of ineffective communication. Management give prompt and regular information to employees and the public. Public relations tools can resolve conflicts, namely private interest, that is its own organization's interest, and public interests, that is the interest of public. Both these interests are conflicting. Mutual understanding helps in resolving the conflicts between the organizations and these interests. For this, a two-way communication is necessary by providing information to the people and seeks public favor through an informed public opinion. Caring for public opinion. Public opinion is the consensus of individual opinions of the majority among the masses, based on their attitudes and widely held beliefs, molded by public interest. Public relations provide necessary information to public interest groups. Public opinion influences both public and private interests and make public relations socially responsible. Social responsibility. Sponsoring local events, giving out scholarships, constructing bus shelters, etc. This is the social responsibility of public relations. Advantages of public relations. It speaks on the behalf of organizations to the public to create public acceptance and recognition. Public relation is a means to achieve mutual adjustment between organizations and groups that establish smoother relationship that benefit the public. It helps in attracting talented personnel for the organization. Public relations is an essential element of communication that informs individuals on many aspects of subject that affect their lives. It can stimulate attitudes and bring about changes. It can overcome the promote sales, build public image, and it is not the solution to all the problems. It should not be treated as a magic. It has to respect the ethics. It is long-term, sustained, sincere effort along with genuine performance. The concept of advertising. Publicity and public relations. Advertising, publicity and public relations are three interrelated and important aspects of communication. Being different in concept, they are similar and interlinked in terms of disseminate the information to the target audience through mass media in a planned manner. Public relation is often confused with advertising and publicity. They are part of public relations. Publicity is concerned with dissemination of information about an organization to attract attention or to publicize products or activities. The objective is to gain recognition, to build an image, Advertising is buying space in print or electronic to earn goodwill. Public relation has much wider meaning. Advertising. Advertising is paid form of communication intended to inform and influence a specific target group. It reminds people to buy a product or service, announce a new product, maintain sales, retrieve lost sales, and enter new markets. Publicity. It is a free of cost write-up on the product or service and issues of an organization and its activities in the news columns or editorial columns of newspapers and magazines, or the non-commercial time on television and radio. It is information generated and put across by media on their own or on special request by the company. It is not a paid form. Public relations. Advertising and publicity are aimed at limited types of target groups such as customers, distributors, and retailers. They deal primarily with selling. They are part of marketing mix. The aim of public relation is wider. It is a planned effort to establish and improve the mutual understanding between an organization or an individual or group, assisting the organization to retain a good reputation. Big or small in terms of public relation. Hence, public relation must be effective to the core. This requires professional planning in the following areas. 1. Objective orientation. All public relations program must have a predetermined short-term and long-term objective, which must be agreed and accepted by the management. 2. Target group orientation. For all campaigns, target group must be clearly identified. There should be no ambiguity. It must be in demographic terms. 3. Media selection. The media to be used must reach the right target at right time and the minimum cost. It is possible through detailed planning. The right media play a significant role in public relations as communication is situation based and messages objectives that have to be achieved, for example, awareness, image, and announcement. There has to be a perfect match between the two. 5. Creativity and innovations. The more creative the message, more it will be understood by the public. 6. Adequate resources. There has to be a strong financial backup for sustaining public relations. Manpower support is most essential for planning and executing the plan. Public opinion. Public is a group of people with similar interests who have common opinion on a particular subject. Opinion is a view, judgment, or appraisal formed in the mind about a particular matter. Public opinion is an expression of a belief held in common by members of a group of public on a controversial issue of general importance. An opinion is stronger than an impression and weaker than positive knowledge. Public opinion is usually expressed after controversy, dispute, and debate over some controversial questions which concern the welfare, doctrines, and value system of the group. Public opinion is formed by individuals comprising a group who express their own opinion on a controversial issue. Public opinion involves a transformation of individual opinion into group opinion, brought about the influence exerted by the members of a group on an individual's opinion. Propaganda. Propaganda is defined as an expression of opinion by individuals and groups which are deliberately designed to influence opinion or action by other individuals or groups with reference to predetermined end. Tools of public relations. Corporate newsletters. Corporate newsletters. It is an excellent platform for communicating internal information such as articles about the company, results of any contest, pictures of employees, family members, articles by the employees, awards received by the employees, articles on motivation, or any other topic which is required at various training level. Internal communication. It includes bulletin boards where all information and announcements of both within and outside are displayed. It also includes letter and memos. Media news releases. These are messages issued by the company to various media platforms like print, electronic, and digital. These messages includes company's growth, CSR which is corporate social responsibilities, These communications include all financial details and forthcoming plans of the organization. Annual report. This report includes the balance sheet and other financial details of the organization. It also includes the management details of the organization. Special events. These events develop positive publicity for the organization, which is sponsored. Sponsorship marketing. Organizations sponsor some of the mega events like any major sport events, entertainment events or CSR events, which directly or indirectly enhance the image of the organization. It also increases the firm's visibility, gives an edge over the competitors, showcase specific goods or services, help to develop a rapport or relationship with the customers. Inventories. But the caution here is these sponsoring events, it is difficult to measure the exact response in terms of the investments made for the sponsorships. So, as a brand manager or corporate communication head of an organization, it is important to study the whole event process, and concept linkages is must within the organization goals. Also, the sponsorship message has to be linked with all the promotional activities of the organization, and product display and trial is a must for the sponsoring organization. Event marketing. It is similar to sponsorship marketing, but in event marketing, the specific event is highlighted. Sponsoring the event enhances organization's image, provide publicity, brand image, employee morale boost up, closer association with the vendors and customers. How to maximize organizations' benefits from event sponsorship? First thing which is important for any brand manager is to understand the objectives of the event and its linkages with organization goals. Also, its compatibility with vendors, customers and employees. He should also cross promote the event, linking the event with advertising and publicity material. Tracing and evaluating results is very crucial for the organization. Sponsoring event will help the organization to maintain its market share and build a strong brand presence in the marketplace. Sponsoring participants in an event should insist on placement of organization name, logo and product information on ground event place, on all brochures, banners, hoardings, digital print and electronic advertisements. On all the souvenir, the sponsor's logos is required, and the brand manager's responsibility is to monitor each and every detail and should ask for all documentary proof, including pictures and video recordings, in order to avoid any billing disputes. Press and electronic coverage also gives a huge publicity support to the sponsors. Brand ambassadors, if invited for these entire events, will also attract consumers and media. This also leads to an excellent brand recall among the masses. Also, it is important to see what kind of invites are going and to whom for the event. Otherwise, it will be a total waste if right target audience is not attending the event. It is the duty and responsibilities of the team who is coordinating to check that all guests will get the right attention and support during. Ethics in public relations. Certain misconceptions about public relations being a gimmick have brought some disrepute because of few people. Public relations in society should be for good use. Maintaining ethical standards in the practice of public relations is an important function involving public opinion. Ethics is defined as the branch of philosophy dealing with values relating to human conduct with respect to rightness and wrongness of certain actions and to the goodness and badness of the motives and ends of such actions. It is the consequence of a conduct that determines ethicality. If the results are harmful, it is considered wrong or unethical. The concept of right or wrong varies with time, place and situation. Behavior unethical in one society may be ethical in another. It is a difficult task to describe what is ethical and what is unethical. opening of the traditional closed societies and increasing globalization has created space for ethics in society. The government is employing public relations practice for staying in power and for development tasks. Growth in business, amalgamations, collaborations, spreading business across national boundaries has made public relations an indispensable activity for any organization. Right to information have affected management decisions and has influenced public opinion in profit making as well as non-profit making organizations. Unethical practices in public relations. It is unethical to serve for a cause which in turn actually is serving some other interests. It is unethical to promise results that cannot be obtained. It is unethical to use the undesirable method towards pressurizing editors for carrying publicity material. Public relations holds a long-term responsibility and persuades to achieve mutual understanding and acceptance of attitudes and ideas. It can succeed only when basic policy is ethical and the means used are truthful. It is impossible to use public relations to counter a weak case. It can never justify the use of false and harmful means. That was all for today. Hope you have understood the basic concepts associated with public relations, how it is mandatory for organizations to indulge into it to remain in the market. Ethics play an important role in PR since it is for masses, and fair and just actions have to be followed so that it can be a service to the society in which we exist. It strengthens the power of advertising. See you all in the next episode. Till then, take care and goodbye.
Hello dear students, welcome to today's episode. Today's episode is about marketing. In the marketing, we'll discuss about the concept of marketing, nature of marketing. In addition to this, we'll also discuss the concept of marketing mix, its importance, and the subject expert is Dr. Taranum Amir, PhD in marketing and teaching in Satyavati College, Department of Commerce, University of Delhi, New Delhi. So today we'll take a broad overview of the concept of marketing and marketing mix. Now before starting the concept, I have my students with me. He is Abu Bakr and she is Falak. Both of them will participate with me in the discussion. Welcome to the episode.
Thank you.
We'll start with the meaning and concept of marketing. Before discussing the term marketing, it is important to know the meaning of market. Market is the term which has been derived from Latin word marketus, which means a place where business is conducted. In simple words, market is a place where buying and selling of goods and services take place. On the other hand, marketing is the wider concept and comprehensive term. Goods and services do not move automatically from the producers to the consumers. Some mechanism is required to bring these two parties together. Marketing is the medium through which producers and consumers are connected. The term marketing is used to deal with the customers. The main purpose of every business enterprise is to satisfy the customer's needs and wants. Marketing is the exchange of goods and services between the customers and sellers. Different authors have different views about marketing. They have given, now according to product orientation, marketing is narrowly defined as the process by which goods and services are exchanged for money.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes.
And my question is, what is marketing management?
Marketing management. The management of marketing activities is known as marketing management. And what is management? Management is planning, organizing, directing and controlling. So when the word marketing is associated with the management, we can define marketing management as planning, organizing, directing and controlling of marketing activities is known as marketing management.
Thank you, ma'am.
Clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Now we'll see what is a customer oriented definition of marketing. According to customer orientation, marketing is defined by Cundiff and Still as the business process by which products are matched with the markets and through which transfers of ownership are effected. This means that business organizations must produce those goods and services which are preferred by the customers, and this can happen only after assessing the needs and wants of the customers. The next is system-oriented definition. According to system-oriented definition, William Stanton has defined marketing as a total system of interacting business activities designed to plan, price, promote and distribute wants satisfying products to target markets to achieve organizational objectives. Now we'll see
Excuse me,
different,
ma'am.
yes.
One more question.
Yes.
What is the main objective of marketing?
The main object of creating more and more customers, making customers aware about the product. So thus marketing means creation of customers. Clear?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Now we'll see different concepts of marketing. The concepts of marketing are changing with the passage of time. Earlier, manufacturer produces what they like to produce because customers were not educated and were not demanding. But now customers are well educated and aware of everything. So the manufacturers have to consider the needs, wants, preferences as well as likings of the customers. Thus, some of the concepts will favor those products which are easily and widely available in the market at lower prices. This means that consumers will purchase the product without caring their requirements, needs and preferences. This concept has given more emphasis on place where product is easily available. Next is the product concept. According to this concept, consumers will like to purchase the quality products. They give more importance on the features and performance of the products. If the product is of good quality, then the consumers are ready to pay even more in a normal condition. Thus, producers, following the product concept, gives more emphasis on the quality of the product as well as adding the new features and efforts by the producers to make the customers well aware about the products. Effective selling as well as effective promotional tools are the prerequisites of the selling. According to Philip Kotler, selling to be effective must be preceded by several marketing activities such as needs assessment, marketing research, product development, pricing and distribution. If the market does a good job of identifying consumer needs, developing appropriate products and pricing, distributing and promoting them effectively, these products will sell very easily. This means that marketers must assess the consumer's needs, taste and preferences through research and then develop the product which meets consumers' requirements as well as make the consumers aware about the product through conducting various marketing activities. The next concept is the marketing concept. According to the marketing concept, producers must produce that product which gives maximum satisfaction to the consumers over their competitors. Nowadays, there are tremendous competition in the market. Everyone is trying to attract the consumers. Thus, Indian market has become the buyer's market. Because of the competition, now consumers have a wider choice. Earlier, it was a seller's market. That is, whatever has been produced by the producers, consumers have to purchase without having choice. Now, it is a buyer's market in the sense that consumers will purchase only those products which satisfies their needs and gives them maximum satisfaction. In the words of Philip Kotler, the marketing concept holds that the key to achieving the organizational goals consisting in determining the needs and wants of target markets and delivering the desired satisfactions more effectively and efficiently than competitors. The next concept is the societal marketing concept. Now, according to this concept, producers, while producing the products, must also consider the society's well-being at large. This means that nothing should be produced which are harmful to the consumers at particular and society at large. In the words of Philip Kotler, the societal marketing concept holds that the organization's task is to determine the needs, wants and interest of target markets and to deliver the desired satisfaction more effectively and efficiently than competitors in a way that preserves or enhances the customers' and society's well-being. Now, next we'll discuss is nature of marketing. Now, some of the important features of marketing are, the first one, marketing is customer oriented. The main objective of marketing is to satisfy the customers. Second one, it is a system approach. It has to coordinate the 4 P's. The 4 P's are product, price, promotion and place of marketing mix efficiently and effectively. The third one is marketing starts and ends with consumers. Fourth one is marketing must deliver value. Fifth, marketing is interdisciplinary in nature. It has emerged out of the business and then from law, psychology, anthropology, sociology, statistics and mathematical. In short, marketing is an art and science. Next is marketing is goal oriented. Like any other business activity, marketing also has certain goals which have to be achieved by the marketers. Now we'll see meaning of marketing mix. Marketing mix is a dynamic concept. It focuses on the needs of the customer. The term marketing mix has been defined as the mixture of various components like product, price, place, promotion and so on.
Excuse me, ma'am.
In the words, yes.
I have a question. Which is the most important element or component of marketing?
Of marketing?
Yes.
Or marketing mix?
Yes.
Which one do you want?
Marketing.
There is no one important concept of marketing because marketing is the combination of product, price, place and promotion. And all 4 concepts are equally important. Marketing starts with customers. Customers wants product and product has a price. Now, for determining the price and the product, promotion of the product is very necessary. And lastly, the place. Where are you selling? Where are you promoting the product? So, all the 4 P's of marketing are important in the marketing concept. Okay. Is this clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, continuing with the definition, in the words of William J. Stanton, marketing mix is the term used to describe the combination of the 4 inputs, which constitute the core of a company's marketing system. That marketing mix involves the decisions relating to product, price, promotion and place. Marketing mix has also been defined by Philip Kotler as the set of controllable variables that the firm can use to influence the buyer's response. Now we'll see importance of marketing mix. The term marketing mix has gained a lot of importance in the last few decades. Whenever the customer buys a product or services, he probably thinks about various factors like product features, affordability of product, how easy it could be to purchase the product and so on. Now all these factors
The main purpose of marketing mix.
The main purpose of marketing mix is to create awareness among the customers regarding the product. Marketing mix is the combination, it's a mix of 4 components, that is the 4 P's of marketing: the product, the place, the price and the promotion. So the objective of marketing mix is to enhance or is to create awareness regarding the product with the help of the promotional activities among the customers.
Okay.
Clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Now the main purpose of marketing mix is to design the product, determine the price and so on in such a way that attracts as well as satisfy the needs and wants of more and more customers. This means that in order to satisfy, the term marketing mix occupies a special place in marketing because of various reasons, like the main purpose of marketing is to satisfy the needs and wants of the customers. And this can be possible only when every business firm gives proper consideration on the product development, pricing of the product, promotion of the product, distribution system of the product and so on. By satisfying the customer's needs, marketing mix helps the firm in increasing their sales as well as earning higher profits. It is the intermediate between the customers and the business organization. Marketing mix helps in meeting the changing requirements of different customers. There are various factors which influences the marketing mix of a business firm. The first one is nature of the product. The first and the foremost factor which affects the marketing mix of an organization is the nature of the product. There are 2 types of product, that is consumer goods, which is directly consumed by the ultimate consumers, for example bread, butter and so on. And the next is industrial goods. Industrial goods, that means the goods which are used in making other goods like raw materials, accessory equipments and so on. Now the marketing mix of the consumer goods will be different than that of the industrial goods. For instance, business organization spends more on advertising and sales promotion of consumer goods than industrial goods. Next is stages of product life cycle. The elements of marketing mix will vary with the stages of the product life cycle. Next is degree of competition. If the market of a product is competitive, then it is advisable to fix the lower price as compared to the competitors. Next is availability of funds. Availability of funds is another major factor which determines marketing mix. Next one is technology. If the business firm has advanced technology, then it will reduce cost and at the same time will improve product features. This will affect the product as well as the price of the marketing mix. Now, next we'll discuss the components of marketing mix. Marketing mix is the mixture of various the product. The product is regarded as one of the most important component of the marketing mix. Product can take the form of the goods or services which are offered to the customers. According to Philip Kotler, product includes physical objects, services, personalities, place, organizations, and ideas or mixes of these entities. The main purpose of the product mix is to plan and develop the products and services in such a way which meets the requirements and potential prospective customers. It includes the features, basic design and size of the product, packaging, branding, color of the product, after-sales service of the product and so on, is another important element of marketing mix. In order to attract more and more customers, marketers must set the right price of the product. Kotler stated that price has been the major factor affecting buyers' choice, especially in poorer nations, among poorer groups and with commodity products. It is the most difficult and crucial decision because price is the only element of marketing mix which generates revenue, whereas other components or elements like product, promotion, packaging and so on represent costs. Thus, producers have to set the price in such a way which satisfies both the producers or manufacturers and customers. Next is
Excuse me,
promotion.
ma'am.
Yes.
I want to ask something. Of all the components of marketing mix, which is the most important one?
See, as I have just explained, though all the components are considered to be very important, but the most important component is the price, because price is one factor which influences the buyer's choice. If the price of a commodity is lower, the buyers prefers to buy, the consumers prefers to buy that particular product. So, though all are considered to be important, but price is one factor which is considered to be the most important element of the marketing mix.
Okay.
Okay. Now, next we'll discuss about the promotion. That is the another component of the marketing mix. Promotion is the only element of the marketing mix with various promotional tools, which helps the business firms to create awareness, to persuade and at the same time to remind the customers about the product, price, place and so on. A wide variety of promotional tools are available to the marketers like advertising, sales promotion, personal selling, public relations and so on. The next component of marketing mix is place. Place, also known as distribution system. The element of promotion mix is concerned with the place where products of the companies are to be displayed and made available to the customers. Developing right product and prices are important to satisfy the customers, but not enough to attract more and more customers in large numbers. It is equally important that the products of the companies must be available in adequate quantities and at the right place, as well as at the right time to the customers. This means that place mix or distribution system includes the decision of the channels of distribution. Earlier components of marketing mix were restricted to product, price, promotion and place. But nowadays, more components have been added to marketing mix like packaging, people, physical evidence and process. Next is packaging. In modern times, packaging has become a very important part of the product management. The package of the product is that component of the total product which not only protects the product but also makes the product attractive to the customers. Nowadays, business organization tries to give their product in such a package that seems attractive to the customers. Traditionally, packages were used to protect the product, but now in addition to protection, it also serves other benefits to the business firms. In the words of Philip Kotler, the term packaging involves the activities of designing and producing the container or wrapper of a product. The package may include the primary container, which is the tube containing the Colgate toothpaste, for example. A secondary package that is thrown away when the product is about to be used, for example, the cardboard box containing the tube of Colgate. and the shipping package necessary to store, identify and ship the product. Apart from this, even the labeling which contains the information about the product is also a part of the packaging. Labels appearing on the package of the product may be simple tags or designs or graphics. This also helps the business firms to attract more and more customers as well as promote their product. Next is people. This element of marketing mix involves the people which are engaged in marketing the product. Human resource or the personnel plays a very important role in marketing of a product, especially services. The success of service industry largely depends on the people or an employee who represents their company and their products to the customers. Generally, in service industries like hotels, restaurants, tourism and hospitals and so on, customers or clients perceive the quality of the services from the appearances, interpersonal behavior and attitude of the contact personnel. Therefore, it is important and becomes necessary that the people who are delivering services to the customers or who are in direct contact with the customers possess personal qualities like personality, courtesy, soft-spoken and so on, skills, knowledge and ability to understand the customers and at the same time satisfy the customers. In simple words, it means that people engaged in service industries must deliver these satisfactory services to their customers. The behavior as well as attitude of the people is so important that all other elements of marketing mix will not at all be effective unless and until the services provided by personnel are warm and friendly. For instance, if the attitude of the people is good and behavior of the personnel are not good, then customers would not like to purchase their product again. In other words, if the personnel or an employee are warm and friendly, they increase customer satisfaction. And if they are not friendly and are rude, then the work done by the promotional efforts to attract the customers will go waste. Therefore, people are considered as an important component of marketing mix. Now, the next important component of marketing mix is the physical evidence. The term physical evidence refers to the environment or surroundings in which the services are delivered to the customers, where the firm and the customers interact, and any tangible commodities that facilitate of the services. The important elements of the physical evidence are exterior design, parking facilities, surrounding environment like lighting, place, etc. Interior design, furnishings, employees, dress and so on. Next is the process. The word process is defined as the way or procedures of delivering services or supplying information to the customers in an acceptable and effective manner. For instance, booking systems for transport and accommodation, the use of credit card for payments, proper queuing system at the ticket counter, as well as at the entrance gate of the visitor's attraction. If the process or procedures are good, it adds value and utility for the customers. Discussed in this topic. We have discussed in this topic the marketing. Now, marketing is the wider and comprehensive term which is used to deal with the customers. It includes all those activities which facilitate the smooth flow of funds and services from the producers to the consumers. Various concepts of marketing like the production concept, the selling concept, the marketing concept and the societal marketing concept have defined marketing in their own way. The main purpose of marketing is to satisfy the needs and wants of the customers. And this can be possible only when every business firm determine their own marketing mix. In order to attract more and more customers, every company has to give proper attention on the product development, pricing of the product, promotion of the product, distribution, system of the product and so on. So that is all for today. Hope you have understood the concept of marketing and marketing mix. With this, we will end the episode and we'll meet in the next episode with a new topic of marketing. Till then, goodbye. Take care.
Thank you, ma'am.
Organization development. In this, we will discuss scope, benefits and needs of organizational development. In addition to this, we will also throw light on the components and process of organizational development. This episode will also introduce us to the phases of OD program. I am Dr. Arshia Hussain, PhD in Human Resource and teaching in the Department of Commerce and Business Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia University, New Delhi. So let us start this episode with the scope of organizational development. One of the most significant areas of scope for present day organization development is to enable responsiveness to change for systems and organizations. The rate of change in the external environment is very high. As a result, organizations have to think and behave like living systems, being able to sense what the external environment requires and adapt internally to meet this. OD can be applied anytime an organization wants to make planned improvements using OD values. The scope of organization development is to work with leadership development, creating and nurturing organizational culture, determining a learning vision and direction for the organization as a whole. OD might be used in any of the situations such as: first one, to develop or enhance the organization's mission or vision statement. Second, to help align functional structures in an organized plan for how the organization is going to make decisions about its future and achieving that future. Fourth one, to manage conflict that exists among individuals, groups, functions, sites and so on, when such conflicts disrupt the ability of the organization to function in a healthy way. Next is to put in place processes that will help improve the ongoing operations of the organization on a continuous basis. Next is to create a collaborative environment that helps the organization to be more effective and efficient. Next is to create reward systems that is compatible with the goals of the organization. Next is to assist in the development of policies and procedures that will improve the ongoing operations of the organizations. Next is to assess the work environment, to identify strengths on which to build and areas in which change and improvements are needed. Next is to provide help and support for employees, especially those in senior positions who need an opportunity to be coached in how to do their jobs better. Next we'll see is benefits of OD. Some important benefits which OD achieves are: first one, OD represents a viable strategy for improving organization effectiveness and enhancing the quality of work life of members. Second, it makes organization better able to achieve both the goals of the organization and goals of the individuals within the organization. OD helps to solve problems that adversely affect the operational efficiency of all levels. Third one is OD keep work organization productive as well as hospitable for members. Fourth one, it is a strategy for intelligently facing the requirements of changing the world, coping up effectively with the environment. Next is, it is focus on developing total organization. Next is, OD is collaborative management of the organization culture, beliefs and values to enhance human values which members consider important in organization life. Next is, OD is far different from efficiency system, introduced to speed up the production in the past. OD is collaborative effort by the members of the organization to develop their capabilities so that organization can attain optimum level of performance. Members are involved in the planning, problem solving and decision making, with the question always is to work on the total system. It gives each member an opportunity to develop to fulfill his potential. It also gives people chance to influence and improve a work environment. Next is, in addition to this, OD aims at better adaptability of the organization to its environment, willingness of members to face organizational problems and help solve them. Next, bring improvement in organization process like interpersonal and intergroup relations, openness, communication, trust and understanding and so on. Next is, improves organizational performance and innovativeness. Now next we'll see need of organization development. Understanding OD and how it is practiced is important for several reasons. First one, OD programs can improve individual performance, creates better morale and increase organizational profitability. Many chronic problems in organization can be cured by OD techniques. Many unrealized opportunities in organization can be accomplished through OD techniques. Second one is, the use of OD is growing. The approach and methods of OD are applied throughout the gamut of today's organizations and industries. Manufacturing and service companies, high technology and low technology organizations, and public and private sector institutions all have sponsored successful OD programs. Next is, it is now recognized that the most important asset of organizations are human assets, the men and women who produce the goods and make the decisions. Finding ways to protect, enhance and mobilize human assets doesn't make a good human side of organizations to the benefit of both the individuals and the organization. Next is, OD is a critical managerial tool. The concepts and techniques of organizational development will soon be as much a part of the well-trained manager's reservoir as knowledge of accounting, marketing and finance. Organizational development offers a set of generic tools available to any managers and members of organizations who want to improve goal achievement. Today's managers manage change, and OD is a prescription for managing change. Managers need to know what OD is and how to use it. A good understanding of organizational development has great practical value for present and future managers and leaders. A continuous process. It takes at least 1 year to have a start and may continue for indefinite long period. It is a complicated process and hence needs top management support, without which the process cannot be adopted, or if adopted cannot be successfully implemented in the organization. The first one is initial consultation. Now this is the first step in the organizational development process. That is, to approach the organizational development consultant to determine the type of OD program to be developed. The consultant may be a professional consultant from outside, or he may be an internal service personnel expert in organization development programs. At this point, the consultant may have consultations with persons from various levels in the organization in order to gain the knowledge of imports. For this purpose, he may interview such persons, or he may adopt any other ways to be acquainted with the necessary information. The second one is data collection. The next step in the process is data collection. The consultant meets various groups away from the workplace in order to determine the organizational climate and behavioral problems faced by the organization. They gather information through surveys and develop information through interviews and so on. Next is data feedback and confrontation. Data so collected are made known to work groups concerned and are asked to review the data collected. They go through the data and locate the points of disagreement, discuss such points and take the decision, and then suggest the priorities for change. Next is action planning and problem solving. Data are used by the group plans, including who is responsible for problems and their solutions, and what actions should be taken and at what time. Next is team building or team formation. During the whole process, group meetings are convened to discuss the program, and the consultant in the whole process encourages the groups to examine how to work together as a group or as a team. The consultant helps them to see the value of open communication and trust them. These are essential prerequisites for improved group functioning. Consultant also encourages team building by organizing meetings with managers and their immediate subordinates, so that they can improve the functioning of the work group with the guidance of the consultant. Next is intergroup development. With the development of natural team, that is a manager and his subordinates, the larger groups comprising several teams may be developed. In this way, it will include the whole organization. Next is appraisal and follow-up. The consultant further helps the organization in making an appraisal of the program and find out the deficiencies, if any. He can develop additional program in areas where the original program is felt ineffective and results are poor and requires improvement. Thus, the consultant advise follow-up for better understanding. Thus, the social process and the steps discussed are not the same with every type of organization. They may differ from organization to organization depending on the society in which it is being applied. For example, where trade unions have political bent, the workers are on the board of directors. There is also more industry-government interaction. In such climate, organizational development is more concerned with power and political implications of the action plans. Next, we will see phases of OD. The OD program follows a series of phases, which are: the first one, entry. It represents the initial contact between the consultant and the client, exploring the situation that led to the client to seek a consultant and determine whether the problem or opportunity, authenticity, presence and empathy are the vital components of the entry process. During the initial conversations, we build trust by listening non-judgmentally and offering support rather than glossing over or censoring the issues. This approach allows the underlying client's issues and establishing the alliance, we uncover the goals and deeper desires. Next is contracting. Now, contracting means establishing mutual expectations. It clarifies what each party expects to get from the other and give to the other. By tapping people's passions, we get clarity about personal and organizational expectations. Once we are connected with their hearts, we co-create desired outcomes, determine roles and responsibilities and establish business terms. Next is diagnosis. In this phase, diagnostics, the OD practitioner tries to understand a system's current functioning. It produces a picture of this situation through interviews, questionnaires, observations, examination of organization documents and information and so on, and try to find the root cause. Now, according to Cummings and Worley, in the year 2009, effective diagnosis provides the systematic knowledge of the organization needed to design appropriate interventions. There are different models used to run these diagnoses. Next is feedback. It represents returning the analyzed information to the client system. The client exploring the information for understanding, clarification and accuracy. The client owing the data their picture of the situation and their problems and opportunities. The next is planning, intervention and action. The client deciding what action steps to take based on the information they have just learned, and plans for action are selected and developed. Feedback leads to a blueprint for change and collaborative action planning. Action plans are broken down into smaller steps with accountability structures, including who is taking responsibility and agreed on dates for completion. Implementation of the action plan can include a wide range of organization development interventions. Individual or group coaching, training, leadership development, team building, diversity, dialogues and conflict resolution are some of the processes used to support the change initiative. Next is evaluation and closure. The measures of success established at entry are derived jointly. Evaluation can include financial measures such as the bottom line impact, for example, profitability or return on investment, or stakeholder satisfaction like quality of life or employee retention. Organization development work is an intimate process that calls for an empowering closure. Now, let's see the objectives of organization development. First one, to apply behavioral science theories. The first objective of organization development is to apply some behavioral science theories in the organization. By applying these theories, organization development practices hope for development. Next is to improve organizational performance. Another objective of organization development is to improve the overall performance of the organization. Thus, the organization can be established as one of the important institutions in human history. Next is to ensure proper use of individual efforts. Individual performance should be improved. This is possible by using individual efforts properly. Organization development ensures proper use of human efforts and commitment. Next is to create awareness. Organization development creates awareness. See, every organization has many problems and challenges. Organization development encourages people to solve these problems and face challenges in the present and future. Next is to establish and maintain interpersonal relations. Organization development activities may be implemented with a view to establish and at the same time maintains interpersonal relations among the people of the organization. This can ensure continuous growth. Next is to create and maintain a work environment. The working environment must be favorable in the organization. Organization development practitioners create a favorable working environment and maintain the same for smooth functioning in the future. Next is to increase knowledge and skills. Knowledge of the latest methods and skills can streamline the growth of any organization. Organization development intends to increase the knowledge and skill levels through training. Next is to minimize resistance to change. In most of the cases, every change is resisted. It hampers goal achievement. Organization development helps minimize the resistance to change in a positive mood so that management becomes more alert. Next is to create job satisfaction. Job satisfaction encourages people to work hard with joy. Organization development creates job satisfaction for employees who are involved in organization development activities. Next is to increase motivation level. Motivation creates interest for work among the employees. Therefore, another important objective of organization development is to increase motivation. Next is to create supportive values. Every organization and employee has some values and norms. Supportive, suitable values and norms. Next is components of organization development process. The long-term effort. It means that organization change and development take time. It is more accurate to describe improvement as a never-ending continuous change. Next is led and supported by top management. Top management must lead and actively encourages the change effort. Top management must initiate the improvement journey and be committed to seeing it through. Next is visioning process. Through this process, organization members develop a viable, coherent and shared pictures of the nature of the product and services practices that enable organization members to develop and use their talents as fully as possible. Next is learning process. It means those interacting, listening and self-examining process that facilitates individual, team and organizational learning. Next is problem solving process. It refers to the ways organization members diagnose the situation, solve problems, make decisions and take actions on problems, opportunities and challenges in the organization's environment and its internal functioning. Next is by ongoing collaborative management. One of the most important things to manage in organization is the culture. The prevailing pattern of the values, attitudes, beliefs, assumptions, activities, norms and artifacts affect organization activities. Next is liberation management, wrong for the demands of today's fast-paced marketplace. Next is using the consultant facilitator's role. It conveys our beliefs that leaders can benefit from seeking professional assistance in planning and implementing OD initiatives. Next is action research. It means the participative model of collaborative and interactive diagnosis and taking action in which the leader, organization members and OD practitioners work together to define and resolve problems and opportunities. Next is by intact work teams and other configurations. It recognizes that teams can contribute to accomplishing works in organizations. The most prevalent forms of teams in organizations perform. Now next we will discuss principles of organization development. The first principle is value based. Value based key variables include collaboration, builds collaborative relationship between the practitioners and the client while encouraging collaboration throughout the client system. Next is self-awareness. Organization development practitioners engage in personal and professional development through lifeline learning. Next is systems focused. It approaches communities and organization as open systems, that is, acts with the knowledge that change in one area of a system always results in change in other area, and change in one area cannot be sustained without reflects and integrates discoveries throughout the process of change in order to achieve desired outcomes. In this way, the client members are involved both in doing their work and in dialogue about their reflection and learning in order to apply them to achieve a shared result. Next is informed by data. Involves proactive inquiry and assessment of the internal environment in order to discover and create a compelling need for change and the achievement of a desired future state of the organization or community. Now we will see a difference between OD and change management. See, organization development is a body of knowledge and as a complex system of systems that exist within a larger system, each of which has its own attributes and degrees of alignment, whereas change management is an organizational process aimed at helping employees to understand, commit to and accept and embrace changes in their current business environment. It is a concept that denotes the importance of managing human emotions and employee concerns when major changes are made in an organization. Thus, the main difference between OD and change management is in its scope of application. Organization development tends to focus on the whole system, whereas change management scope is supporting the transitions of those individuals who have understood the scope, benefits and needs of OT. So let us meet in the next episode with a new topic. Till then, take care. Goodbye.
Hello and welcome to Relationships. My name is Rayan Zahoor and the subject expert is Dr. Arshia Hussain, PhD in Human Resource Management and teaching in the Department of Commerce and Business Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. Introduction. In part 3, we discussed customer loyalty and customer retention, along with marketing focused on customer retention. In today's episode, we will discuss value chain and value delivery network. We will also discuss the role of total quality in marketing, along with the concepts of TQM. Customer value and satisfaction. Providing value and satisfaction. Marketers play a significant role in this. However, they cannot provide superior value and satisfaction all by themselves. They do help in attracting and retaining customers to a large extent, but they can be effective only when all the departments and employees in the organization get together and work as a team and create an efficient value delivery system for the customers. Let us take the example of McDonald's that runs over 38,000 outlets in more than 100 countries, serving around 69 million customers every day. Their success is not just because customers love their burgers. They like their burgers, but a lot of their customers rank Burger King or Wendy's burgers better. Global market share is 10% and it is at 43% in the United States. Customers flock to McDonald's all over the world, not just because of its food, but also because of its finely tuned system that delivers a high standard of what the company calls QSCV, which is quality, service, cleanliness and value. The effectiveness of the system depends on the successful partnership they have with their employees, their franchisees, their suppliers and others along with whom they jointly deliver customer value, which is exceptionally high. To meet their customers' needs, organizations must ensure that the marketing team works closely with other teams and departments. Value chain. Michael E. Porter writes that all the different departments of an organization can be looked at as a link in the organization's value chain. Every department carries out activities that create value, like designing, producing, marketing, and delivering the products of the organization. The company's success depends on not just how well each of the departments perform their activities, but also on how well the activities of all the different departments are synchronized with each other. Let us say that the goal of a large 5-star hotel chain is to deliver an experience that is truly memorable. Marketers are so that they can learn and understand about the needs of the customer. Then they design services to meet those needs. They advertise to inform customers about the services they have designed and created and the locations where these services will be available. However, it is essential that other departments perform as well, so that the experience they have designed can become a reality. The maintenance staff and housekeeping must ensure that everything looks good and works right and meets the high standards that have been envisaged by the marketing team. The human resource team must hire employees who are friendly and professional and are people oriented. They must be trained well and motivated so that their guests as individuals with different needs and not just as nameless and faceless customers in a larger market. They should address their guests by their names wherever it is possible and give each of them a warm welcome every time they interact with them. The information system should capture every known preference and requirement of all the customers in their database, and this information should be easily accessible to all the employees of the hotel all over the world. If a customer makes a specific request like extra soft pillow while he was staying at their hotel in Istanbul, he will be satisfied if he gets it. When he checks in at their hotel in New York and has the extra soft pillow waiting for him in his room too, he is going to be delighted. Strong. Even if one link is weak, it will weaken the entire value chain. The success of an organization depends on how well the different departments perform their own tasks in providing value to the customer and on how well they coordinate their activities with each other. If any department does not perform their tasks in the way that is expected from them, the marketers will not be able to fulfill their promises made to the customers. Value delivery network. If an organization wants to achieve competitive advantage, it should start looking beyond its own value chain and look at the value chain participants of the supply chain in order to improve the performance of its own customer value delivery network. Let us take the example of Honda that designed a program through which it could work closely with its suppliers to help them reduce their costs and improve their quality. Honda chose Donnelly Corporation as a supplier for all the mirrors that would be required in the cars manufactured in the US. Honda sent their own engineers to Donnelly's manufacturing plants so that they could find ways to improve their operations and also their product. This helped Donnelly in reducing their costs by around 2% in the first year of the partnership itself. The improved performance enabled Donnelly to increase their sales to Honda. Competition is not only between individual competitors but is between the entire value delivery networks that are created by these organizations. Therefore, the performance of Honda against Ford depends on the quality of Honda's value delivery network against Ford's. Organizations do not compete against each other alone, but they compete with the entire marketing network of their competitor. Marketing of total quality. According to Otis Port, quality improvement programs generally increase the profitability of an organization. Customer satisfaction and the profitability of a company are closely linked with the quality of their products and services. Improved quality, mostly this can often be done at lower prices. Organizations have increasingly made the task of improving the quality of their products and services their top priority. The immense global success of several Japanese companies was an outcome of the exceptional quality they provided. If organizations want to be profitable and survive, they must adopt the concept of quality. Jack Welch, the former CEO of General Electric, once said, "Quality is our best assurance of customer allegiance, our strongest defense against foreign competition, and the only path to sustained growth and earnings." Quality could be defined in many ways, some extends to requirement and so on. Most recently, quality has been defined as superiority or non-inferiority of something. It has also been defined as being suitable for the purpose that it was intended for, while satisfying the expectations of its customers at the same time. The definition that the American Society for Quality Control provides is that quality is the totality of characteristics of a product or service that are capable of satisfying the requirements from that product or service, either stated or implied. The distinction between performance quality and conformance quality is an important one. An example of this is that a BMW provides better performance quality than a Suzuki. It provides a smoother ride, its handling is better, and it lasts longer. It is more expensive and is sold in markets that have a higher level of expectations and higher means as well. Conformance quality refers to the consistency with which a product can deliver a certain specified level of performance. If we look at the example of BMW versus Suzuki, we can say that both of them offer somewhat similar conformance quality to their respective markets. Both the organizations consistently deliver products that their market expects. A car that costs 50 lakh rupees and meets all its requirements is also a quality car. However, if the ride of a BMW is not smooth, or if the fuel performance of the Suzuki is not good, then they have been unable to deliver quality. The customer satisfaction of any car that does not provide the expected quality for its market will suffer. Total quality management. TQM or total quality management is a management framework and is created to deliver customer satisfaction and achieve long-term success. This is to be done by having every employee from top to bottom to focus on improving quality. TQM expects companies to emphasize on continuous improvement and target process improvements over a long period of time and not just on short-term financial gains. TQM suggests a series of ways for companies to achieve this. Data strategy and effective communication should be used to cultivate a habit of discipline for quality in the culture and processes of the entire organization. The processes that an organization uses to manufacture its products is brought into focus. The organization is expected to define their processes and monitor and measure the performance on a continuous basis. The performance data should be used to drive improvements. Every employee and all the departments of the organization are expected to be a part of this process. The objective of TQM is to remove waste and improve the efficiency of processes. This is to ensure initially meant for organizations in the manufacturing sector. However, over a period of time, organizations in several other sectors have also adopted this framework. The concept of TQM was first discussed during the 1920s. The principles of statistics were applied to achieve quality control in an industrial environment. Walter Shewhart, who was an engineer working with Western Electric and Bell Telephone Labs, designed a control chart sometimes in the mid 1920s and published it in 1931. This method of quality control is still known as the Shewhart cycle. It is sometimes referred to as the Deming cycle as well. This method of quality control went through a process of evaluation in the following decades. Companies were given credit for making this a successful tool. After the success of TQM in Japan, it gained popularity all over the world in the 1980s and was discussed in every corporate boardroom at that time. There were a lot of companies that adopted this concept in letter, but most of them did not adopt it in its true spirit. There were some companies that looked at TQM as a magic wand that will fix all their problems. There were others that became completely obsessed with the principles of TQM, but only with a narrow perspective and did not pay attention to the broader idea of customer value and customer satisfaction. This caused many TQM programs at that time to fail in achieving their objectives and created a resentment against it. However, the principles of TQM still remain relevant and are used by many organizations to create customer satisfaction. The impact of TQM on an organization's employees and its development is significant and beneficial. The emphasis on quality management and continuous improvement helps organizations in creating and upholding cultural values. This brings success in the long run for both the customer and the organization. TQM also helps in identifying skill development needs for employees and allows organizations to provide necessary guidance or trainings that are required. Total quality is the basis for creating customer value and customer satisfaction. The way marketing is every employee's job, total quality is every employee's job too. In an organization where the focus is on quality, marketing assumes two responsibilities. The first is that marketing management must be a part of designing strategies and programs that are going to help the organization in achieving total quality, excellence and succeed. The second is that marketing needs to ensure not only marketing quality but also production quality. It must carry out every marketing activity at high quality standards. These marketing activities include sales, advertising, marketing research, customer service and training, among others. In an organization's endeavor to define and deliver products and services of high quality to their potential customers, shoulder the primary responsibility for identifying the needs and requirements of the customer accurately and also for clearly communicating the expectations that the customers have to product designers. The second important role that marketers play is that they must ensure that all the orders of the customers are filled up correctly and on time. They must also confirm that the customers have received adequate training, proper instructions and technical assistance for using their products. The third role is that once a sale has been completed, they must stay connected with the customer. This is essential to make sure that the customer does not go through any post-purchase dissatisfaction and stays happy with the product or service. Finally, it is important for marketers to collect and convey any thoughts or ideas that the customers might have towards product and service improvement. This communication should be made to the appropriate department in the organization and should be timely. The marketers must act as the guardians of the customers and complain vehemently and forcefully on behalf of the customer whenever the product or service is not up to the high standards defined by the organization. Total quality is being followed by organizations all over the world. It is based on certain premises about quality improvement, which are: quality is dependent on the perception of the customer. Quality begins with the needs of the customers and ends with how they perceive the product to be. Total customer quality is the fundamental objective of quality. Quality must be reflected in the products of the company as well as each and every activity of the company. Quality demands complete employee commitment. Quality can be achieved by an organization only when all its employees are committed to quality, trained adequately and motivated enough. Quality requires partners that are of high quality. Quality can only be delivered when organizations have marketing systems, partners who believe in their vision to provide high quality and deliver it consistently. A quality program is important but not enough. The product needs to be of high quality as well. A drive for quality cannot compensate a poor quality product. There is always scope of improvement by everyone. They benchmark their performance against the best among their competitors or the best performer in other industries. Quality improvement sometimes requires quantum leaps. An organization should always make an effort towards continuous improvements in quality. However, at times it must seek a drastic improvement in quality. Such improvements require fresh solutions and a smarter way of working. Quality does not cost more. Some believe that achieving better quality would cost more and would slow down production. However, improving quality requires learning ways to do things right the first time. This reduces the cost of repair and redesign and prevents a loss of customer goodwill. Quality is essential but might not be sufficient. It is absolutely essential for an organization to improve its quality to meet the needs of more demanding customers. However, it might not be enough to become a market leader and sustain that position, especially in an industry where other competitors have high quality as well. Summary: providing value and satisfaction for customers are important aspects for an organization's success. Marketers play a significant role in this. However, they cannot provide superior value and satisfaction all by themselves. They do help to a large extent in attracting and retaining customers, but they can be effective only when all the departments and employees in their organization get together and work as a team and create an efficient value delivery system for the customers. If an organization wants to achieve competitive advantage, it should start looking beyond its own value chain and look at the value chains of its suppliers, distributors as well as its customers. Companies have started partnering with other participants of the supply chain in order to improve the performance of its own customer value delivery network. TQM or Total Quality Management is a management framework and is created to deliver customer satisfaction and achieve long-term success. This is to be done by having every employee from top to bottom to focus on improving quality. In an organization, achieving total quality excellence and succeed. Marketing needs to ensure not only marketing quality but also production quality. It must carry out every marketing activity at high quality standards. This is all we have for part 4 of understanding the customer and competition, building lasting customer relationships. Hope the session was informative. We will meet again in the next episode with part 5. Till then, take care and goodbye.
Hello dear students, welcome to today's episode. In this episode, we will discuss about fringe benefits. I am Dr. Nidhi Mathur, PhD in Public Administration and teaching at Institute of Management Technology, Center for Distance Learning, Ghaziabad. So let us begin our discussion on fringe benefits. Let us first talk about the concept of fringe benefits. Attracting and retaining employees whose performance meets organizational requirements has always been a concern for management. While benefits are available to all the employees depending upon their membership in the organization. In addition to the compensation in the form of wage or salary to the employees, fringe benefits refers to the extra benefit provided to them. It has been labeled as fringe benefits because earlier they were considered relatively insignificant or fringe components of compensation. However, in today's time, it has become important part of a compensation package offered by employers to employees. Several terms such as welfare expenses, wage supplements, perquisites, extra wages, hidden employees' wages and build up a positive corporate image. International Labour Organization ILO has described fringe benefits as wages are often augmented by special cash benefits by the provision of medical and other services or by payment in kind that form part of the wage for expenditure on the goods and services. In addition, workers commonly receive such benefits as holidays with pay, low-cost meals, low-rent housing, etc. Such additions to the wage proper are sometimes referred to as fringe benefits. Benefits that have relation to employment or wages should not be regarded as fringe benefits, even though fringe benefits are indirect compensations as they are usually extended as a condition of employment and are not directly related to performance. The word fringe are not appreciated by management practitioners on the ground that nowadays benefits and services constitute substantial labor cost for any organization. They are no longer fringe cost or laws. They are important to management, employees and unions alike. Nearly every organization in our country provides benefits and services to its employees. Let us now talk about need for extending benefits to employees. Has brought about incessant demand for provision of extra benefit to the employees. Number 2, employers too have found that fringe benefits present attractive areas of negotiation when large wage and salary increases are not feasible. Number 3, as organizations have developed elaborative fringe benefits program for their employees, greater pressure has been placed upon competing organizations to match these benefits in order to attract and keep employees. Number 4, recognition that fringe benefits are non-taxable rewards has been major stimulus to their expansion. Rapid industrialization difficult for most employees to protect themselves against the adverse impact of these developments. Since it was workers who are responsible for production, it was held that employers should accept responsibility for meeting some of the needs of their employees. As a result, some benefits and services programs were adopted by the employers. Number 6, the growing volume of labor legislation, particularly social security legislation, made it imperative for employers to share equally with their employees the cost of old age, survivor and disability benefits. Number 7, the growth and strength of trade unions has substantially labor scarcity and competition for qualified personnel has led to the initiation, evolution and implementation of a number of compensation plans. Number 9, the management has increasingly realized its responsibility towards its employees and has come to the conclusion that benefits of increase in productivity resulting from increased industrialization should go at least partly to the employees who are responsible for it, so that they may be protected against the insecurity arising from unemployment, sickness, injury and old age. Company benefits and services programs are among some of the mechanisms which managers use to supply this security. The viewpoint of employers is that fringe benefits form an important part of employee incentives to obtain their loyalty and retaining them. The important objective of fringe benefits are: number 1, to create and improve sound industrial relations. Number 2, to boost up employee morale. Number 3, to motivate the employees by identifying and satisfying their unsatisfied needs. Number 4, to provide qualitative work environment and work life. Number 5, to provide security to the employees against social risks like old age benefits and maternity benefits. Number 6, to protect the health of the employee, to promote employees' welfare by providing welfare measures like recreation facilities. Number 8, to create a sense of belongingness among employees and to retain them. Hence, fringe benefits are called golden handcuffs. Number 9, to meet requirements of various legislations relating to fringe benefits. Now, let us discuss about how you are going to administer fringe benefits. Step number 1 is establishing benefit objectives. It is essential for management to define and create objectives for its benefit programs. Example, employee preferences for benefits, attendance of employees, length of service, his or her performance, etc. should also be given due consideration. The objective should be such that it is cost effective, complies with legal compulsions, foster external competitiveness and employee needs are met with it. Step number 2, assessing environment. Government policies, regulations, unions and economic factors should be assessed thoroughly. Economic factors influence benefit decisions in many ways. Employees benefit from tax-free fringes, but also a proper balance between fringe benefits. Market surveys can be done to assess the competitiveness of their benefits and cost with those offered by other companies. Step 4, communicating the benefits to employees. Benefit programs need to be communicated to employees so they become aware of their indirect remuneration. Step 5, control cost of benefit. The next step is organization has to find out how satisfied the employees are with such programs and their usefulness. If they are going out of budget, cut them. If employees are indifferent to such programs, reduce the expenses on them. Step 6, evaluate benefits. Certain questions needs to be answered. Have the earnings of employees improved? Have the benefits been able to retain them? Have industrial relations improved? Has the morale of employees improved? Effectiveness of fringe benefits can be assessed if the answers to these questions are positive, the company should carry on with the programs. But if the answers are negative, the HR department has to redefine benefits, objectives and programs. Now, let us talk about the different types of fringe benefits. The fringe benefits are categorized as payment for time not worked. Benefits under this category include sick leave with pay, time, bargaining time, travel time, etc. Extra pay for time worked. This category covers the benefits such as premium pay, incentive bonus, shift premium, old age insurance, profit sharing, unemployment compensation, Christmas bonus, Diwali or Puja bonus, food cost subsidy, housing subsidy, recreation. Employee security. Physical and job security to the employee should also be provided with a view to promoting security to the employee and his family members. The benefit of confirmation of the employee on the job creates a sense of job security to the life. Retrenchment compensation. The Industrial Disputes Act 1947 provides for the payment of compensation in case of layoff and retrenchment. The non-seasoned industrial establishments employ 50 or more workers have to give 1 month's notice or 1 month's wages to all the workers who are retrenched after 1 year continuous service. The compensation is paid at the rate of 15 days wage for every completed year of service with a maximum of 45 days wage in a year. Workers are eligible for compensation as stated even in case of closing down of undertakings. Layoff compensation. In case of layoff, of the total of the basic wage and dearness allowance for the period of their layoff except for weekly holidays. Layoff compensation can normally be paid up to 45 days in a year. Safety and health. Employees' safety and health should be taken care of in order to protect the employees against accidents, unhealthy working conditions and to protect workers' capacity. In India, the Factories Act 1948 stipulated certain requirements regarding working conditions with a view to provide safe working environment. These provisions relate to cleanliness, disposal of waste and effluents, acidification, overcrowding, lighting, drinking water, latrine urinals and spittoons. Provisions relating to safety measures include fencing of machinery, work on or near machinery in motion, employment of young persons on dangerous machines, striking gear and devices for cutting off power self-acting machines, easing of new machinery, probation of employment of women and children near cotton openers, hoist and lifts, lifting machines, chain ropes and lifting tackles, revolving machinery, pressure plant, floors, excessive weights, protection of eyes, precautions against dangerous fumes, explosives or inflammable dust, gas, etc. Precautions in case of fire, power to require specification of defective parts of test of stability, safety of buildings and machinery, etc. Now, we will discuss about fringe benefit rate. A fringe benefit rate is the percent of an employee's wages relative to the fringe benefits they receive. Calculate a fringe benefit rate by dividing the cost of an employee's fringe benefits by the wages they receive per employee. The fringe rate shows you how much an employee actually costs your business beyond their base wages. Fringe benefits rates vary from business to business. The rate depends on how much you pay employees and how much an employee receives in benefits. Let us now understand how to calculate fringe benefit rate. To calculate an employee's fringe benefit rate, add up the cost of an employee's fringe benefits for the year, including payroll taxes paid, and divide it by the employee's annual wages or salary. Then multiply the total by 100 to get the fringe benefit rate percentage. You can use the formula to calculate an employee's fringe benefit rate. Fringe benefit rate is equal to total fringe benefits divided by annual wages to the whole multiplied by 100. When adding together your employees' total fringe benefits, remember to include all of their fringe benefits such as employer portion of Medicare tax, unemployment insurance, workers' compensation insurance, disability insurance, health insurance, life insurance, pension plan contributions, employee education assistance. Fringe benefit rate calculation. Now let us look at an example. Now let us look into how you can calculate the fringe benefit rate with an example. Check out example of calculating fringe benefit rates for salary makes rupees 80,000 annually. The employee's total annual fringe benefits are rupees 20,000, broken down as follows. Employer portion of Social Security tax rupees 4,960, employer portion of Medicare tax rupees 1,160, unemployment tax rupees 1,300, workers compensation rupees 1,000, employees health, life and disability insurances rupees 7,500, retirement benefits rupees 4,080. Divide the employee's annual fringe 80,000. Rupees 20,000 divided by rupees 80,000 is equal to 0.25. Next, multiply your total from above, that is 0.25 by 100 to get your fringe benefit percentage. So 0.25 multiplied by 100 is equal to 25%. Your fringe benefit rate for this employee is 25%. This means your company is paying an additional 25% on top of the base salary for the employee. If you want to find the employee's total hourly rate including their fringe benefits, you can divide the employee's annual salary by the number of weeks per year and hours per week. So rupees 80,000 divide by 52 weeks per year divide by 40 hours per week is equal to rupees 38.46. The employee's hourly rate is rupees 38.46. Multiply the hourly rate by your fringe benefit rate of 0.25. Then add the total to the hourly rate to find the employee's total wages plus fringe benefits per hour. So, rupees 38.46 into 0.25 is equal to rupees 9.61, that is fringe benefit cost per hour. So, rupees 9.61 plus rupees 38.46 is equal to rupees 48.07. This employee's hourly rate including the fringe benefit cost would be rupees 48.07. Now, we will discuss about fringe benefit taxes. The Finance Act 2005 has introduced a new tax called Income Tax on Fringe Benefits with effect from April 1st, 2006. This shall be in the form of additional income tax levied on fringe benefits provided or deemed to have been provided by an employer to his employees during the previous year. Rate of tax. The tax on fringe benefits shall be levied at the rate of 30% on the value of fringe benefits provided. Liability to pay. The liability to pay this tax is to be borne by the employer, including a company, a firm, an association of persons or body of individuals, excluding any fund or trust or institution eligible for exemption under section 1023C or 12AA, a local authority, an artificial judicial person. So, what is included in fringe benefits? Fringe benefits have been defined as including any consideration for employment provided by way of any privilege, service, facility or amenity provided by an employer directly or indirectly, including reimbursement. Any free or concessional ticket provided by the employer for private journeys of his employees or their family members. Any contribution by the employer to an approved superannuation fund for employees. Any specified security or sweat equity, shares allotted, transferred directly or indirectly by the employers free of cost or at a concessional rate to its employees. The detailed provision in respect of this are included in Chapter 12H of the Income Tax Act. Further, fringe benefits shall be deemed to have been provided if the employer has incurred any expense or made any payments for various purposes, namely entertainment, provision of hospitality, conference, sales promotion including publicity, employees welfare, conveyance, tour and travel, use of hotel, boarding and lodging, etc. Various provisions relating to income tax on fringe benefits have been modified by the Finance Act 2006. Exceptions in respect of certain expenditure have been introduced, including expenditure incurred on distribution of free or concessional samples and payments to any person of repute for promoting the sale of goods or services of the business of the employer. Similarly, it has been proposed that expenditure incurred on providing free or subsidized transport or any such allowance provided by the employer to his employees for journeys from residence to the place of work shall not be a part of fringe benefits. Another significant amendment is regarding the contribution by an employer to an approved superannuation fund to the extent of rupees 1 lakh per employee, which shall not be liable to fringe benefit tax. Further, in the case of some other expenses incurred, such as expenses incurred on tour and travel, lower rates for valuation of fringe benefits at the rate 5% have been provided for. The Finance Act 2008 has introduced further exemption in respect of certain expenditure from the purview of fringe benefits tax. These include payments through non-transferable electronic meal cards, provision of creche facility, organizing sports event or sponsoring a sportsman being an employee. These provisions shall come into effect from annual year 2009-10 onwards. The Finance Act 2009 has withdrawn the fringe benefit tax. Thus, the fringe benefit tax stands abolished with effect from annual year 2010 and 11, and now such perquisites are taxable in hands of employees. Until recently, fringe benefits are further differentiated as type 1 fringe benefit and type 2 fringe benefit is whether the amount is entitled to a GST credit. Type 1 fringe benefits are a GST taxable supply with an entitlement to a GST credit, whereas with type 2 a GST credit is an amount of GST that can be claimed back from the government. Now, let us discuss about the problems and limitations of fringe benefits. Nearly every organization provides these benefits to its employees as their importance continues to grow. Although these benefits do cost a lot of expenditure to organizations, they however provide social security and psychological support to the employees. Organizations often find themselves in a difficult situation where working on an employee benefits and services. Yielding to the pressure of labor unions, employees, in deference to social trends, companies have added newer fringes to the list. Organizations have to determine the appropriateness of the program. Thus, this patchwork of benefits and services has caused several problems like number 1, the main problem in indirect benefits is lack of employee participation. Once the program is designed by company, employees have no discretion. The uniformity of benefits like pension plans, maternity leave, etc. fail to recognize workforce diversity. Though uniformity results to administrative economies, but when employees receive what they do not want, these economies becomes questionable. Number 2, managers are rarely consulted, so they also do not show interest in them. Also, they do not want to confront union. Benefits are likely to erode their base. Number 4, lack of knowledge about their entitlements of fringe benefits on the part of employees has resulted in not getting benefits to them and adding to employers' cost. Number 5, employee confusion can lead to complaints and dissatisfaction about their fringe benefits packages, particularly when employees do not have to contribute financially. Let us now talk about limitations of fringe benefits and services. Number 1, very often employees feel that the benefits and services provided are their rights. In reality, this is not so. Number 2, the administration of benefit. 3, average and poor performance continue to stick to the job and are not interested in improving performance. Number 4, the HR manager may overlook other important functions as he or she is preoccupied with administration of benefits and services. Let us talk about the principles that govern the administration of fringe benefits. The principles that govern the administration of fringe benefits are: number 1, fringe benefit should be provided to employees on the basis of a genuine interest in the protection and promotion of their well-being. It should not be taken as a thrust or charity on the part of management. Number 2, the benefit should actually satisfy a real need. Employee resist or are indifferent to any benefits which are not liked by them. Number 3, the benefit should be cost effective and as broad based as possible. Number 4, these benefits need to be given only after a sound planning has been made to give them. Number 5, employees need to be educated about these benefits so that they can make use of them. Number 6, employees representative and trade union representative should be asked to express their wishes before these fringes can be planned for employees. Let us now conclude it. You have understood what are fringe benefits. The objectives of fringe benefits should be employees' well-being. Fringe rates for the employees are calculated by adding up the cost of an employee's fringe benefits for the year, including payroll taxes paid, and divided by the employee's annual wages or salary. Then multiply the total by 100 to get the fringe benefit rate percentage. Steps to administer fringe benefits have been listed along with the challenges in successful implementation. So that is all for today. Hope you have understood today's topic. We will meet next week. Till then, take care and goodbye.
Dear students, welcome to today's episode. Today, we are going to discuss the role and relevance of segmentation and positioning. Under this, we will talk about what segmentation and positioning in strategic management, its role, relevance and advantages of segmentation. I am Dr. Rafat Anjum, PhD in Human Resource Management from Jamia Millia Islamia University, New Delhi, and teaching in the Department of Management Studies, Al Falah University, New Delhi. So, we start our discussion with the introduction to the topic. Strategic management is the ongoing planning, monitoring, analysis and assessment of all necessities an organization needs to meet its goals and objectives. Changes in business environments require organizations to constantly assess their strategies for success. The strategic management process helps organizations take stock of their present situation, chalk out strategies, deploy them, and analyze the effectiveness of the implemented management strategies. Businesses may not be in a position to satisfy all of their customers every time. It may prove difficult to meet the exact requirements of each individual customer. People do not have identical preferences. Companies may usually adopt a strategy which involves dividing the market into segments and developing products or services to these segments. The marketing managers who may consider using target marketing will usually break the market down into segments. Then they target the most profitable ones. Market segmentation. Any company cannot serve all consumers in the total market, at least not profitably and in the same way. the variety of different kinds of consumers and the needs is simply too large. There are too many different types. Also, most companies can serve some segments better than others because there is a greater fit between the company's strengths and the segment's opportunities. Thus, every company aims not to try to focus on the complete market. Instead, it divides it up into small segments. The market can be seen as a huge pie, so it focuses on choosing the part of the pie which appears more delicious for the company. Henceforth, the marketeer determines which of all the segments offer the best opportunities. Market segmentation can be defined as the process of dividing a market into distinct groups of customers who have different characteristics, needs and behaviors, and therefore is the subdividing of a market into homogeneous subsets of customers, where any subset may conceivably be selected on a market target to be reached with a distinct marketing mix. William J. Stanton saw market segmentation consists of taking the total heterogeneous market for a product and dividing into several sub-markets or segments, each of which tends to be homogeneous in all significant aspects. Market segmentation is the actual process of identifying segments of the market and the process of dividing a broad customer base into subgroups of consumers consisting of existing and prospective customers. Market segmentation is a customer-oriented process and can be applied to almost any type of market. In dividing or segmenting markets, researchers typically look for shared characteristics such as common needs, common interests, similar lifestyles, or even similar demographic profiles. Market segmentation assumes that different segments require different marketing programs, as diverse customers are usually targeted through different offers, prices, promotions, distributions, or some combination of marketing variables. The goal is to identify a group of customers with similar needs, wants and requirements so that they can be served effectively while being of enough size for the product to be delivered efficiently. It is the basis by which organizations understand the target markets and develop strategies for offering their chosen customers better than the competitor. Therefore, consumers have to be grouped based on various variables which are relevant to the company. These variables can be based on geographic, demographic, psychographic and behavioral factors, but not every variable is equally useful for each company. Role of segmentation. Selection of target markets. Any company which decided to do market segmentation strategizes by dividing the market into various segments. So, it can be chosen one or more segments as its target market. A company defines a target market as the groupers in the target market after market segmentation will desire to have similar features and benefits in the product and opt to buy. Therefore, the organization can create a unique marketing mix to offer its target market. There is no one predefined way for market segmentation. An innovative company can segment a market in many ways that reveal segments whose needs are underutilized and hence can be profitable target markets for it. A new company which is entering should never assume that the existing segments are the only ones that they can offer. The existing segments have been designed by the people who identified customer needs and they can perform well. Similarly, the new company or performed well by anybody. Market segmentation is the art of identifying and understanding degree of customer needs, and hence it is never fixed. Customer needs grow and customers become sophisticated, clear and knowledgeable as the society growth. Thus, companies always monitor the changes in the existing basis of segmentation. Designing marketing mix for each target market. A segment is a cluster of customers whose needs and wants are similar, and where the buying behavior will be in the same pattern. Once the company understands the insights of its target market, hence it plans and designs a unique marketing mix for its target market segment. It is important to note that once this marketing mix performs very well in its target market, it will not suit for any other target market. The underlying truth of market segmentation is that while customer needs differ, it is possible to group customers whose needs and wants are similar and offer them with a unique marketing mix. This marketing mix will not offer the accurate needs of each and every customer in the segment, and sometimes it performs better than those of others. An alternative to market segmentation is designing a unique marketing mix for every customer, which can be ultimately expensive. Another alternative, market segmentation allows customer needs to be addressed well and at a reasonable cost. Differentiation. Market segmentation let a company to create a unique marketing mix for each of its target market segment, and therefore it will have many marketing mixes. Within a target market, it can differentiate marketing mix from its competitors. The success of any company will rely on its marketing mix and the needs of its target market better than its competitors, which is a source of competitive advantage. A company which understands customer needs more will bottleneck its misunderstanding of customer needs. Opportunities and threats. Markets grow. Customers' needs and aspirations evolve with respect to their income. Customers of some segments may change faster than others. Therefore, companies should be extremely efficient in recognizing emerging needs and extremely graceful in designing new marketing mix. Sometimes there may be a situation in a society that companies needed to redo their market segmentation again. An ideal company plans a lookout for an unaddressed segment for which it designs a more relevant marketing mix. It will also have eyes on overserved segment for which it redesigns a simpler marketing mix and serve the product at a lower price. An organization aims to know how to manage its portfolio of target markets, as it may find one of its target markets to be less profitable and may not allocate enough resources to serve its customers well. A competitor can take away its customers designing a unique marketing mix for this segment. Different types of segments. Geographic segmentation is carried out for a number of reasons. The nature of the product may be such that it applies only to people living within a specific area or type of area. Clothing manufacturers know that they will sell more. Companies' resources are limited. The firm may start out in a small area and later roll out the product nationally. Psychographic segmentation classifies consumers according to their personalities. As the reliability of measures has improved, more evidence has come to light of links between personality and consumer behavior. But Psychographic segmentation remains problematic because of the difficulties of measuring consumer psychological traits on a large scale. This type of segmentation therefore often fails on the grounds of accessibility. Behavioral segmentation can be a useful and reliable way of segmenting. It is most obvious if the firm is marketing to anglers, they are not interested in how old the anglers are, what their views are on strong drink, or where they live. All the firms cares about is that they go fishing and might therefore be customers for a new type of rod. Assessing this segment would be easily undertaken by advertising in the angling magazines. Demographic segmentation is the most commonly used method of segmenting markets, as it is easy to pick up the relevant information from government statistics. Demographics is the study of how people differ in terms of factors such as age, occupation, salary, and lifestyle stage. Typically, demographic segmentation revolves around age. While this is relevant in many cases, it is often difficult to see the difference between, for instance, a 20-year-old's buying pattern and a relevance of segmentation. There are a number of strategies that can be adopted for how a market can be segmented. However, not all market segmentation are effective. Market segments must mean something. They must have relevance to the product being marketed. The market segments must possess the following characteristics. Measurability. It must be possible to measure the size and purchasing power of the segment. It must be possible to gather concrete information on the various characteristics of the market. For example, 42% of the passengers earn ₹1 lakh per annum. The businesses would be more effective in their marketing strategies and tactics if they hold accurate data on the choice be worth pursuing with tailored marketing programs. Accessibility. This refers to the degree to which one may reach and serve segments. For example, there is no point in conducting a heavy television advertising campaign for the business class service during off-peak viewing times of the day. Actionability. This relates to the degree to which effective programs can be redesigned to attract and serve relevant segments. For instance, a small airline could identify different market segments, but its human and financial resources may limit its ability to adequately develop separate marketing programs. Of customers more effectively. Market segmentation is relevant to the modern marketing practices. It ensures both maximum satisfaction to consumers and maximum sales to the company. Maximum consumer satisfaction is the master key to solve any problem. Marketeer can cater needs of customers more effectively. Customers can have products as per their needs. They can get better products or services at lower costs. Effective marketing strategy. Market segmentation provides an opportunity to understand needs and wants of different segments of the market. This can help in formulating marketing mix. Essence of modern marketing. Market segmentation strategy fits with modern marketing philosophy. If the marketeer wants to satisfy his valued consumers, market segmentation is the only option. It is an essential condition for the successful modern marketing practice. Improved profitability. On the basis of the study on needs or specific group of buyers, the products are manufactured. Company can attract distinct group of buyers and can increase sales. An increased sale has positive impact on its profitability. Resources. Market segmentation leads to effective use of the valuable resources. Resources are allocated and used exactly as per market needs, avoiding mismatching between what marketeer offers and what the market needs. So, valuable resources like man, money, material, space, technology, etc. can be utilized more effectively. High competitiveness. As a result of market segmentation, a company can treat its consumers more effectively than competitors. It improves competitive strength of the company. Company can respond strongly to the competitor, can prevent the entry of competitors, or can defeat competitors. Company can create and maintain the loyal consumers for long period of time. Collection of valuable information. Market segmentation process elicits a lot of valuable information for the company. Such information is instrumental for marketing research, product development, and evaluation of marketing activities. It is also useful for measuring effectiveness of sales and distribution facilities. Identifying market opportunity. Market segmentation helps establish close relations with specific group of buyers. Close relations facilitate a continuous interaction between consumers and company. Consumers inform the company regarding changes in their needs, wants and habits on a continuous basis or whenever asked. Thus, it is easy for a marketer to project the future trends and can identify opportunities to be available currently or in the near future and can plan accordingly. Benefits to society and nation. Market segmentation, if taken objectively, can contribute to social welfare and national development. Basically, it is a consumer-oriented philosophy and it results into a win-win-win approach. That is, company, society and nation, all three are benefited. This improves overall economic system by manufacturing the right products of the right quantity and quality for the right group of consumers, made available continuously at the right price and placed by the right distribution channel. Benefits to small-scale industrial units. Small-scale industrial units function on a limited scale of operation. They can have only the limited manufacturing and marketing capacity. Industries working on small-scale basis can take advantage of market segmentation by concentrating on special demand of specific group of a limited number of consumers. They afford products and get profitable market easily. Once the understanding of different segments of market is carried out, the next major step is towards positioning. Positioning. It is defined as a process that involves crafting the image and perception of a company and putting it to be in a space that is different in the mind of the targeted market. It involves putting a product in a way such that it creates a clear and differentiated place compared to its competitive products in the minds of its customers. It is considered to be a modest tool in the terms of marketing when it comes to building an image. Appropriate analysis of the consumer is the core of positioning. It is a tool which enables differentiation between various products and services and attracts and affects the customers and their buying decisions. There are two aspects of positioning comprising of functionality of brand and the way the companies communicate the principles to its customers. For positioning to become effective, a propositioning statement or a value proposition becomes essential. It is defined as a promise or a guarantee that is provided by business to its prominent customers of offering and delivering them with a huge range of value creating benefits. It also plays a critical role in shaping the decision making activity of the consumers. It is also reflective in the statement of mission and vision from a corporate perspective. From the eyes of a customer, it can be defined as a measure of measuring the pros and cons of using a product or a service. It helps in understanding the behaviors exhibited by the customers while purchasing. In order to create a value proposition, creation of a positioning map is essentially done. It is a visual tool that enables the understanding of the complexity of different processes at ease. It helps in building up a geometrical comparison between the various rivalry products competing in the same market or industry. According to this, if the various competing brands are clustered together, it indicates an excellent competition among them. The further they are clustered, indicating less competition, so offering good opportunity to new players. Steps involved for determining a positioning plan. Step 1. Identifying the segments in a specific market. Step 2. Considering which segment to point and target. Step 3. Understanding and recognizing the expectations of the customers and considering the factors that are most important according to them while making decisions regarding purchase. Step 4. Developing and presenting a product that fulfills these needs and expectations of the customers specifically. Step 5. Calculating the position as recognized by the customers of the competitors' products. Step 6. After analyzing the requirements and expectations of the customers of our products and of those competitors' products, an image is selected that differentiates the brand from competitors. The image selected should be such that it matches the expectations and aspirations of its concerned customers. The image and position selected should be credible. Step 7. The marketeer must say its customers regarding the product and its promotion. The product can be easily accessible to its customers and at the right price, leading to full marketing mix. This brings us to the summary. Segmentation is a strategy that is an integral part of strategic management that involves dividing a broad target market into subsets of consumers who have common needs and priorities, and then designing and implementing strategies to target them. Market segment needs to be homogeneous. There should be something common among the individuals in the segment that the marketeer can capitalize on. Marketeers also need to check that different segments have different distinguishing features which make them unique. But segmenting requires more than just similar features. Marketeers must also ensure that the individuals of the segment respond in a similar way to the stimulus. That is, the segment must have a similar type of reaction to the marketing activities being pitched. A good positioning makes a product unique and makes the user consider using it as a distinct benefit to them. A good position gives the product a USP, unique selling proposition, in a marketplace clustered with lots of products and brands offering similar benefits. A good positioning makes a brand or product stand out from the rest, confers it the ability to charge a higher price and stave off competition from the others. A good position is also one which allows flexibility to the brand or product in extensions, changes, distribution and advertising. So, This is all for today. Hope you've understood the role and relevance of segmentation and positioning. We will see you in the other episode with a new topic on management. Till then, take care. Goodbye.
I am Professor Ilyas Hussain, teaching in the Department of Educational Studies. I am Dean Faculty of Education. I have always been involved in conducting researches and bring out some innovative ideas so that the students who are getting education are able to apply the knowledge that they acquire, and they apply the skills that have been acquired by them. Nowadays, the Government of India has introduced SWAYAM as a portal, which is very important initiative for all levels of student, undergraduate, postgraduate, and across all the disciplines, through which they can acquire various skills. Slogan, स्वयं पढ़ें आगे बढ़ें.
नमस्कार, आज की परिचर्चा में आपका स्वागत है। आज के व्याख्यान का विषय है समाचार लेखन शैली। समाचार लेखन शैली के अंतर्गत सूचनात्मक, व्याख्यात्मक, विश्लेषणात्मक, टिप्पणी युक्त, कथा आधारित, मानवीय मूल्य आधारित चर्चा के साथ ही समाचार लेखन के इनवर्ट पिरामिड के सिद्धांत पर भी चर्चा करेंगे। हमारे विषय विशेषज्ञ हैं श्री कृष्ण शंकर कुसुमा, जो वर्तमान में जामिया मिलिया विश्वविद्यालय के अनवर जमाल, और मैं हूं योगिता सिंह। आज के व्याख्यान में हम जिन प्रमुख बिंदुओं पर चर्चा करेंगे वे हैं: उल्टा पिरामिड सिद्धांत को समझना, उल्टा पिरामिड ढांचा को जानना, समाचार लेखन शैली के प्रकार, लिखित संचार के लाभ, लिखित संचार के दोष। समाचार एकत्र करना एक अलग बात है तथा समाचार पत्र के अनुरूप समाचार लिखना एक विशेष बात है, क्योंकि समाचार ही सामाजिक चेतना का दर्पण है। इसका जनमत पर सीधा प्रभाव पड़ता है। यह समाचार आगे चलकर इतिहास बन जाता है। इसलिए प्रामाणिकता एवं विश्वसनीयता इसके प्राण माने जाते हैं। पत्रकार अरुण भगत ने तो यहाँ पर्यवेक्षण किया है, अवलोकन और अवबोधन से जिन तथ्यों को प्राप्त किया है, उनकी जीवंत अभिव्यक्ति समाचार लेखन है। पत्रकारिता के विकास के साथ समाचार लेखन की प्रक्रिया का भी विकास हुआ है और इस विकास क्रम में ही समाचार लेखन के सिद्धांत विकसित हुए हैं। इनमें से समाचार लेखन का उल्टा पिरामिड सिद्धांत सबसे लोकप्रिय है। लगभग सभी समाचार माध्यमों में समाचार लेखन के इस पारंपरिक सिद्धांत का आज सबसे ज्यादा इस्तेमाल होता है। परंपरागत रूप से बताया जाता है कि समाचार उस समय ही पूर्ण कहा जा सकता है जब वह कौन, क्या, कब, कहाँ, क्यों और कैसे सभी प्रश्नों या इसके उत्तर को लेकर लोगों की जिज्ञासा को संतुष्ट करता हो। इन 6 सवालों, इन्हीं प्रश्नों का उत्तर तलाशना और पाठकों तक उसे उसके संपूर्ण अर्थ में पहुंचाना सबसे बड़ी चुनौती का कार्य है। यह एक जटिल प्रक्रिया है। पत्रकारिता और समाचारों को लेकर होने वाली हर बहस का केंद्र यही होता है कि इन 6 प्रश्नों का उत्तर क्या है और कैसे दिया जा रहा है। समाचार लिखते वक्त भी इनमें शामिल किए जाने वाले तमाम तथ्यों और अंतर्निहित व्याख्याओं को भी एक ढांचे या संरचना में प्रस्तुत करना होता है। उल्टा पिरामिड सिद्धांत समाचार लेखन का बुनियादी सिद्धांत है। यह समाचार लेखन का सबसे सरल, उपयोगी और व्यवहारिक सिद्धांत है। समाचार लेखन का यह सिद्धांत कथा या समस्या के सबसे महत्वपूर्ण तथ्यों या जानकारी को सबसे पहले बताया जाता है, जबकि कहानी या उपन्यास में क्लाइमेक्स सबसे अंत में आता है। इसे उल्टा पिरामिड इसलिए कहा जाता है क्योंकि इसमें सबसे महत्वपूर्ण तथ्य या सूचना पिरामिड के निचले हिस्से में नहीं होता है और इस शैली में पिरामिड को उल्टा कर दिया जाता है। इसमें सबसे महत्वपूर्ण सूचना पिरामिड के सबसे ऊपरी हिस्से में होती है और घटते हुए क्रम में सबसे कम महत्व की सूचनाएं सबसे निचले हिस्से में होती हैं। हालांकि इस सिद्धांत का प्रयोग 19वीं सदी के मध्य से ही शुरू हो गया था, लेकिन इसका विकास अमेरिका के गृह युद्ध के दौरान हुआ था। समाचार लेखन की उल्टा पिरामिड शैली को परिभाषित किया जाए तो कहा जा सकता है कि यह किसी समाचार को लिखने या कहने का वह तरीका है जिसमें उस घटना, विचार, समस्या के सबसे अहम तथ्यों या सूचनाओं को लिखा या बताया जाता है और उसके बाद घटते हुए महत्व क्रम में अन्य तथ्यों या सूचनाओं को लिखा या बताया जाता है। इस शैली में किसी घटना का ब्यौरा कालानुक्रम के बजाय सबसे महत्वपूर्ण तथ्य या सूचना से शुरू होता है। उल्टा पिरामिड शैली में समाचार लेखन की लोकप्रियता के कई कारण हैं। इसका सबसे बड़ा लाभ यह है कि यह पाठकों या श्रोताओं की बुनियादी जिज्ञासा के बिल्कुल अनुकूल बैठता है। किसी भी समाचार के बारे में पाठक या दर्शक सबसे पहले उसकी सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात जानना चाहते हैं। आमतौर पर वे यह जानना चाहते हैं कि यहाँ क्या हुआ है। यह जानने के बाद उनमें यह जिज्ञासा उठती है कि यह कहाँ, किसके साथ, कब, कैसे और क्यों हुआ। उल्टा पिरामिड शैली में समाचार के सबसे महत्वपूर्ण तथ्य या जानकारी को ही सबसे पहले बताया जाता है। इसलिए यह सिद्धांत मनुष्य की सोच और चीज़ों को जानने की उसकी उत्सुकता के सबसे करीब बैठता है। समाचार लेखन की उल्टा पिरामिड शैली के तहत लिखे गए समाचारों को सुविधा की दृष्टि से मुख्यतः 3 हिस्सों में विभाजित किया जाता है: इंट्रो या लीड, बॉडी, समापन और निष्कर्ष। इंट्रो या लीड उल्टा पिरामिड शैली में समाचार लेखन का सबसे महत्वपूर्ण पहलू इंट्रो या लीड लेखन है। इंट्रो समाचार का पहला पैराग्राफ होता है जहां से कोई समाचार शुरू होता है। इंट्रो से ही पूरे समाचार के मिजाज और उसके प्रवाह की दिशा तय होती है। इंट्रो ही समाचार की जान है और उससे ही किसी समाचार की पहचान होती है। इंट्रो के आधार पर ही किसी समाचार की गुणवत्ता का निर्धारण होता है। समाचार के इंट्रो से ही तय होता है कि पाठक उस समाचार में रुचि लेगा या नहीं। अगर इंट्रो आकर्षक, दिलचस्प और उत्सुकता पैदा करने वाला होगा तो पाठक उस पूरे समाचार को पढ़ना चाहेगा। लेकिन अगर समाचार का इंट्रो ही बेजान, अव्यवस्थित और भ्रामक है तो समाचार के महत्वपूर्ण होने के बावजूद हो सकता है कि पाठक उस पूरे समाचार को न पढ़े। इसलिए समाचार पत्रों और दूसरे समाचार माध्यमों में इंट्रो लेखन को काफी महत्व दिया जाता है। इसे एक तरह से किसी रिपोर्टर या उप संपादक की योग्यता का पैमाना। समाचार लेखन में आमतौर पर इंट्रो लेखन पर जितना जोर दिया जाता है उतना जोर समाचार के बॉडी लिखने पर नहीं दिया जाता। इसलिए कई बार अच्छे इंट्रो के बावजूद कमजोर बॉडी के कारण समाचार अप्रभावी और अपठनीय हो जाता है। दरअसल रिपोर्टर को किसी भी समाचार को उसकी संपूर्णता में देखना चाहिए, न कि उसके अलग अलग पहलुओं जैसे इंट्रो, बॉडी और समापन के बतौर। एक बेहतर समाचार कॉपी लिखने की तैयारी करते हुए रिपोर्टर को यह हमेशा ध्यान में रखना चाहिए कि इंट्रो के बाद समाचार की बॉडी में क्या होगा और वह कैसे आएगा। रिपोर्टर को यह सुनिश्चित करना चाहिए कि इंट्रो और बॉडी के बीच एक निरंतरता बनी रहे और पाठक को ऐसा न लगे कि समाचार के इंट्रो और बॉडी के बीच कोई सामंजस्य ही नहीं है। यह बताने की ज़रूरत नहीं है कि बेहतर समाचार लेखन के लिए समाचार की बॉडी यानी इंट्रो के अलावा बॉडी भी उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण है। समाचार लेखन की उल्टा पिरामिड शैली में समाचार की बॉडी का महत्व इसलिए और भी बढ़ जाता है कि इंट्रो में उल्लेखित तथ्यों की व्याख्या और विश्लेषण समाचार के बॉडी में ही होता है। समापन या निष्कर्ष। उल्टा पिरामिड शैली में किसी भी समाचार के समापन का कोई बंधा बंधाया फॉर्मूला नहीं है। जैसा कि हम चर्चा कर चुके हैं कि उल्टा पिरामिड शैली में समाचार को उसके महत्व और समाचार माध्यम में उपलब्ध जगह के अनुसार कहीं भी समाप्त कर सकते हैं। इस शैली में लिखे समाचारों में तथ्यों और सूचनाओं को उनके महत्व के घटते क्रम में लिखा जाता है। ऐसे में समाचार के समापन के लिए अलग से कोई प्रयास करने की ज़रूरत नहीं होती है। लेकिन इसके बावजूद समाचार को इस तरह से नहीं समाप्त किया जाना चाहिए जिससे उसका अर्थ न स्पष्ट हो या यह लगे कि उसका बड़े अटपटे तरीके से अंत कर दिया गया है। समाचार का समापन करते हुए यह ध्यान रखना चाहिए कि न सिर्फ उस समाचार के प्रमुख तथ्य आ गए हैं बल्कि समाचार के मुखड़े और समापन के बीच एक तारतम्यता भी होनी चाहिए। समाचार लेखन शैली के कई प्रकार हैं जिसका एक अलग अपना महत्व है। समाचार लिखने के क्रम में कई बातों का ध्यान रखना जरूरी होता है क्योंकि समाचार का ध्येय ही है सूचना प्रदान करना और सूचना के साथ कोई छेड़छाड़ नहीं करना। इसके लेखन शैली। हम मीडिया के मुख्य कार्यों पर निगाह डालें तो हम यह कह सकते हैं कि तथ्यों का सबसे अधिक संबंध समाचार से है और समाचार का सबसे अहम कार्य लोगों को सूचित करना है। सूचित करने की इस प्रक्रिया में लोग शिक्षित भी होते हैं और लोगों को समाचार अपने अपने ढंग से मनोरंजन भी लग सकता है। दूसरे छोर पर अगर हम इस विचार को लें तो इसका संपादकीय और लेखों में प्रभुत्वकारी स्थान होता है और निश्चय ही हम कह सकते हैं कि विचारशील लेखन निर्णायक रूप से लोगों को शिक्षित करने में अहम भूमिका अदा करता है। हालांकि इस प्रक्रिया में वह सूचित भी कर रहा है और लोगों की रुचियों के अनुसार उसके मनोरंजन का साधन भी हो सकता है। प्रारंभिक काल जीवन और उसके यथार्थ के तराजू पर तौलना कहीं अधिक आसान होता था। आज लोगों को जितना भी ज्ञान और जानकारियां प्राप्त होती हैं उसका विशाल हिस्सा अत्यंत परिष्कृत प्रौद्योगिकियों से लैस सूचना तंत्रों से आता है। बहुत कम जानकारियां ऐसी होती हैं जिन्हें लोग अपने प्रत्यक्ष अनुभव के तराजू पर तौलने की स्थिति में होते हैं। विश्व की किसी भी घटना की जानकारी सबसे पहले समाचारों से ही मिलती है। समाचार किसी भी घटना के बारे में जिन तथ्यों को प्राथमिकता और प्रमुखता देते हैं उसी के अनुसार उस घटना के बारे में लोगों के मस्तिष्क पर छवियों का निर्माण होता है। समाचार के संदर्भ में घटना का उल्लेख इसके समाचारीय होने और कोई विचार तथा कोई समस्या भी हो सकती है। अनेक तरह के रुझानों और प्रक्रियाओं को भी समाचारीय घटना के रूप में प्रस्तुत किया जा सकता है। ये समाचारीय घटनाएं वे घटनाएं होती हैं जो अचानक आज ही घटित नहीं होती। मसलन राजनीतिक सोच, सामाजिक परिवर्तन, लोगों के दृष्टिकोण और जीवन शैली में आने वाले बदलाव भी समाचारीय घटनाएं होती हैं। हालांकि ऐसा रातों रात घटित नहीं होता बल्कि उन्हें घटित होने में वर्षों लगते हैं। दूसरा, विश्लेषणात्मक लेखन शैली। समाचार का सबसे पहला सिद्धांत और आदर्श यह है कि तथ्यों से कोई छेड़छाड़ न की जाए। एक पत्रकार का दृष्टिकोण तथ्यों से निर्धारित हो। तथ्य अगर पूरी सच्चाई उजागर नहीं करते तो वे सत्यनिष्ठ तथ्य नहीं हैं। लेकिन समाचार लेखन का बुनियादी सिद्धांत यह है कि इसका लेखन तथ्यों पर ही केंद्रित होना चाहिए। समाचार में विचारों के लिए कोई स्थान नहीं होता। समाचारों में अगर तथ्य प्रभुत्वकारी होते हैं तो संपादकीय में विचार अहम होते हैं। इस तरह एक तथ्यात्मक समाचार से एक विचारोत्तेजक संपादकीय के बीच अनेक तरह के पत्रकारीय लेखन शामिल हैं। मोटे तौर पर समाचार रिपोर्ट, समाचार विश्लेषण, व्याख्यात्मक रिपोर्टिंग, फीचर और फीचराइज्ड रिपोर्टिंग, इंटरव्यू, टिप्पणी लेखन, समीक्षा आदि अनेक तरह के पत्रकारीय लेखनों का उल्लेख किया जा सकता है। मोटे तौर पर 4 बुनियादी तत्व हैं जिनसे तय होता है कि हम किस तरह का पत्रकारीय लेखन कर रहे हैं। वे हैं तथ्य, विश्लेषण, टिप्पणी और विचार। लोगों को सूचना देने के लिए समाचार मुख्य रूप से उत्तरदायी है। मीडिया का कार्य सूचना, शिक्षा और मनोरंजन देने से है। तथ्यों का सबसे अधिक संबंध समाचार से है और समाचार का सबसे अहम कार्य लोगों को सूचित करना है। सूचित करने की इस प्रक्रिया में लोग शिक्षित भी होते हैं और लोगों को समाचार अपने अपने ढंग से मनोरंजन भी लग सकता है। दूसरे छोर पर अगर हम विचार को लें तो इसका संपादकीय और लेखों में प्रभुत्वकारी स्थान होता है और निश्चित ही हम कह सकते हैं कि विचारशील लेखन निर्णायक रूप से लोगों को शिक्षित करने में अहम भूमिका अदा करता है। हालांकि इस प्रक्रिया में वह सूचित भी कर रहा है और लोगों की रुचियों के अनुसार उनके मनोरंजन का साधन भी हो सकता है। यह है कि कोई मीडिया उत्पाद एक कार्य को अधिक तो कोई दूसरे कार्य को अधिक करता है। इसलिए पत्रकारिता में भी पेज 1 पत्रकारिता से आशय समाचारों की महत्वपूर्ण घटनाएं क्या हो यानी लोगों को सूचित करना। पेज 7 पत्रकारिता से आशय है संपादकीय, लेख और अन्य तरह का वैचारिक लेखन लोगों को घटनाओं से अवगत कराना यानी लोगों को शिक्षित कराना। पेज 3 पत्रकारिता का आशय सेलिब्रिटी, लाइफस्टाइल, फिल्मी पत्रकारिता से संबंधित कुछ हल्का फुल्का चुलबुला फीचर लेखन है। पत्रकारिता की इस धारा का मुख्य कार्य है मनोरंजन। इन दिनों गड़बड़ यह हो रही है कि पत्रकारिता में इन तीनों धाराओं के बीच घालमेल होता दिखाई दे रहा है। को निर्धारित करने के लिए इन मूलभूत अवधारणाओं के बारे में समझ विकसित करना आवश्यक है। तीसरा, यथार्थता लेखन शैली। एक आदर्श रूप में मीडिया और पत्रकारिता यथार्थ का प्रतिबिंब मात्र है। इस तरह समाचार यथार्थ की पुनर्रचना करता है। यह अपने आप में एक जटिल प्रक्रिया है और आज तो यहाँ तक कहा जाता है कि समाचार संगठनों द्वारा सृजित यथार्थ की छवियाँ भ्रम पैदा करती हैं। लेकिन सच यही है कि मानव यथार्थ की नहीं, यथार्थ छवियों की दुनिया में रहता है। किसी भी यथार्थ के बारे में हमें जो भी जानकारियां प्राप्त होती हैं उसी के अनुसार हम उस यथार्थ की एक छवि अपने मस्तिष्क में बना लेते हैं और यह छवि हमारे लिए वास्तविक यथार्थ। दरअसल यथार्थ को उसकी संपूर्णता में प्रतिबिंबित करने के लिए आवश्यक है कि ऐसे तथ्यों का चयन किया जाए जो इसकी संपूर्णता का प्रतिनिधित्व करते हैं। समाचार में हम किसी भी यथार्थ की उसके बारे में अत्यंत सीमित चयनित सूचनाओं और तथ्यों के माध्यम से ही सृजित करते हैं। इसलिए यह अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है कि किसी भी विषय के बारे में समाचार लिखते वक्त हम किन सूचनाओं और तथ्यों का चयन करते हैं। चुनौती यही है कि ये सूचनाएं और तथ्य केंद्रित हों और संपूर्ण विषय का प्रतिनिधित्व करते हों, अर्थात तथ्यों का प्रतिनिधित्व पूर्ण होना अत्यंत आवश्यक है। चौथा, वस्तुपरकता लेखन शैली। वस्तुपरकता और यथार्थता के बीच काफ़ी समान क्षेत्र आते हैं, लेकिन दोनों विचारों के अंतर को भी समझना ज़रूरी है। एक होते हुए भी इन दोनों के अलग अलग विचार हैं। यथार्थता का संबंध जहां अधिकाधिक तथ्यों से है, वहीं वस्तुपरकता का संबंध इस बात से है कि कोई व्यक्ति तथ्यों को कैसे देखता है। किसी विषय के बारे में हमारे मस्तिष्क में पहले से सृजित छवियां हमारे समाचार मूल्यांकन की क्षमता को प्रभावित करती है और हम इस यथार्थ को छवियों के अनुरूप देखने का प्रयास करते हैं। 5वां, निष्पक्षता लेखन शैली। जब हम समाचारों में निष्पक्षता की बात करते हैं तो हमें न्याय संगत होने का तत्व अधिक अहम लगता है। आज मीडिया एक बहुत बड़ी ताकत है, एक ही झटके में या किसी पर बट्टा लगाने की ताकत रखता है। इसलिए किसी को अनजाने में ही बिना सुनवाई के फांसी पर तो नहीं लटकाया जा रहा है। भ्रष्टाचार और इस तरह के आचरण के मामलों में इस बात का विशेष महत्व है। समाचार की वजह से किसी व्यक्ति के साथ अन्याय न हो जाए, इसकी गारंटी को पूरा करने के लिए निष्पक्षता की अहम भूमिका है। 6 है संतुलन लेखन शैली। निष्पक्षता की अगली कड़ी संतुलन है। आमतौर पर मीडिया पर आरोप लगाया जाता है कि समाचार कवरेज संतुलित नहीं है, यानी यह किसी एक पक्ष की ओर झुका हुआ है। हम समाचार में संतुलन के सिद्धांत की बात करते हैं तो वह इस तरह के व्यापक संतुलन से थोड़ा हटकर है। आमतौर पर संतुलन की आवश्यकता वहीं पड़ती है जहां किसी टकराव हो। उस स्थिति में संतुलन का तकाजा यही है कि सभी संबंध पक्षों की बात समाचार में अपने अपने समाचारीय वजन के अनुसार स्थान पाएं। 7वां, सामाजिक या मानवीय सरोकार लेखन शैली। प्रिंट मीडिया में समाचार हमेशा विलोम पिरामिड शैली में लिखा जाता है, यानी जो बात महत्वपूर्ण होती है वह पहले लिखी जाती है, फिर क्रमशः घटना को समाप्त करने की तकनीक का प्रयोग किया जाता है। समाचार भेंटवार्ता आदि का शिल्प विधान अलग अलग होता है। इसकी प्रकृति के अनुसार समाचार लिखना चाहिए। ईमानदारी, परोपकार, कर्तव्यनिष्ठा आदि सामाजिक मर्यादाएं हैं। संवाददाता सत्य उजागर करना चाहता है, पापी को दंड दिलवाना चाहता है, पर सामाजिक बंधन तोड़कर नहीं, क्योंकि संवाददाता भी तो इसी समाज का अंग है। विश्वसनीय। लिखित संचार मौखिक संचार की तुलना में अधिक विश्वसनीय है। संचार की विश्वसनीयता प्रापक को बहुत अधिक प्रभावित करती है। साक्ष्यों का रिकॉर्ड संभव। संदर्भ स्रोतों के रूप में लिखित संचार माध्यमों का उपयोग किया जा सकता है। रिपोर्ट, सर्कुलर, नियम पुस्तिका एवं अन्य प्रकार की मुद्रित सामग्री को भरकर भविष्य में संदर्भ के रूप में प्रयुक्त किया जा सकता है। लिखित संचार माध्यम कानूनी साक्ष्य के रूप में भविष्य में उपयोग में लाए जा सकते हैं। समय की बचत। समय एवं लागत की दृष्टि से लिखित संचार अधिक जबकि लिखित संचार में डाक द्वारा संदेश प्रेषित करता है, दूरभाष की अपेक्षा कम खर्चीला होता है। लिखित संदेश की फोटोस्टेट प्रति कम समय में अधिक लोगों तक पहुंचाई जा सकती है। सामग्री की गोपनीयता। लिखित संचार ही केवल ऐसा माध्यम है जिसके द्वारा विषय वस्तु की गोपनीयता का निर्वहन संभव है। लिखित संचार कुछ निश्चित सूचनाओं के विस्तार के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है, जिन्हें कि मौखिक संचार द्वारा संप्रेषित नहीं किया जा सकता है। अभिलेखीय कार्य। विभिन्न प्रकार का व्यावसायिक आदान प्रदान केवल लिखित संचार द्वारा ही संभव है। व्यापार में मौखिक संचार महत्वहीन एवं अविश्वसनीयों के द्वारा संभव है, सम्मिलित है, जैसे नोटिस, स्मरण पत्र, प्रस्ताव पत्र, चार्ट इत्यादि। ज्ञान का संरक्षण। लिखित रिकॉर्ड के बिना ज्ञान के भंडार के नष्ट होने की आशंका रहती है। लिखित माध्यम ज्ञान के भंडार को जीवित रखने में उपयोगी होते हैं, क्योंकि ज्ञान के हर पहलू को पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी स्मरण शक्ति द्वारा जीवित और जारी रखना संभव नहीं। संशोधन, भूल सुधार एवं स्पष्टीकरण की संभावना। लिखित संचार माध्यमों का स्थायी मूल्य है, यह ऊपर की ओर संचार को उन्नत बनाने में मददगार है, क्योंकि इसमें स्पष्टीकरण, भूल सुधार एवं संशोधन की संभावना रहती है। भ्रम एवं त्रुटिपूर्ण व्याख्या। संचार का प्रमुख उद्देश्य प्रापक द्वारा संवाद के अर्थ को समझना है। लिखित संचार में कभी-कभी भ्रम एवं गलत व्याख्या की आशंका रहती है। सभी व्यक्तियों की समझने की योग्यता, प्रत्यक्षीकरण एवं शैक्षिक पृष्ठभूमि में अंतर होता है। इससे प्रत्येक व्यक्ति अपने ढंग से तथ्य को समझने की कोशिश करता है। व्यक्तिगत संबंधों का अभाव। व्यक्तिगत संपर्कों की दृष्टि से तुलनात्मक रूप में लिखित संचार मौखिक संचार से कम प्रभावी होते हैं। विषय वस्तु में पारदर्शिता होने के कारण तात्कालिक प्रभावों का आकलन सही रूप से नहीं हो पाता और इस दृष्टि से स्पष्टीकरण एवं व्याख्या करने में समय अधिक लगता है। लिखित संचार में स्वतंत्र रूप से अपनी भावनाओं को सकता। प्रतिपुष्टि संचार प्रक्रिया का एक प्रमुख तत्व है। केवल शिक्षित व्यक्तियों के लिए उपयोगी। इसका उपयोग केवल शिक्षित व्यक्तियों के लिए ही किया जा सकता है। इस दृष्टि से इसका क्षेत्र संकुचित है। अशिक्षित व्यक्तियों के लिए लिखित संचार व्यर्थ है। एक मार्गीय संचार माध्यम। लिखित संचार अधिकांशतः आदेश, निर्देश, स्मरण पत्र, नियमों आदि के रूप में उच्च स्तरीय प्रशासकों द्वारा अपने अधीनस्थ कर्मचारियों के लिए संप्रेषित किए जाते हैं। इसलिए लिखित संचार में विचार विनिमय तत्कालिक रूप से द्विमार्गीय नहीं होता। इस प्रकार से संचार में अधीनस्थ व्यक्तियों को अपनी बात कहने का अवसर गोपनीयता की गारंटी नहीं। मौखिक संचार में गोपनीयता रखी जा सकती है, परंतु यदि लिखित संदेश किसी अन्य के हाथ लग जाए तो उसकी गोपनीयता समाप्त हो जाती है। एक अच्छा पत्रकार बनने के लिए आपको पहले एक अच्छा लेखक होना चाहिए। इसका मतलब है आपको पता होना चाहिए कि कैसे शब्दों को एक साथ रखा जाए ताकि वे समझे, प्रवाह कर सकें और सही ढंग से छानबीन कर सकें। समाचार लेखन का एक अन्य महत्वपूर्ण तत्व व्याकरण और शैली है। व्याकरण लिखने की संरचना है जो सिंटैक्स और भाषा विज्ञान को ध्यान में रखता है, जबकि शैली लिखने का विशिष्ट स्वरूप और ध्वनि है। यह सच है कि समाचार माध्यमों में समाचार लेखन के लिए अब भी उल्टा पिरामिड शैली का सर्वाधिक प्रयोग होता है, लेकिन हाल के वर्षों में धीरे धीरे ही सही समाचार लेखन की कई नई शैलियों का प्रयोग भी बढ़ रहा है। इन्हें पाठकों का भी भरपूर समर्थन मिल रहा है। पाठक नए तरीके से लिखे जा रहे इन समाचारों को पसंद कर रहे हैं। इसकी सबसे प्रमुख वजह यह है कि उल्टा पिरामिड शैली के अत्यधिक प्रयोग के कारण समाचार माध्यमों में एक रसता और बोरियत सी आ जाती है, जिसे तोड़ने के लिए नई शैली का प्रयोग बढ़ रहा है। नई शैलियों में सर्वाधिक लोकप्रिय शैली कथात्मक या वर्णनात्मक शैली है। इसमें उल्टा पिरामिड के बदले समाचार को कथात्मक या वर्णनात्मक शैली में लिखा जाता है। इसमें पूरी खबर पढ़ने से ही एक सेंस बनता है और उसे उल्टा पिरामिड की तरह कहीं से भी संपादित या काटा छाटा नहीं जा सकता है। ऐसी खबरों में शुरू से लेकर आखिर तक पाठक की दिलचस्पी बनी रहे, इसलिए उन्हें ऐसे लिखा जाता है जिसमें पाठक को कहीं भी उबाऊपन महसूस नहीं होता है। अंग्रेजी के समाचार पत्रों इंडियन एक्सप्रेस, द टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया और हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स जैसे अखबारों में इस शैली में लिखी खबरों का चलन लगातार बढ़ रहा है। हिंदी के भी कुछ अखबारों जैसे जनसत्ता, दैनिक भास्कर, हिंदुस्तान, नवभारत टाइम्स आदि में इस शैली में लिखी खबरें दिखने लगी हैं। खासकर अधिकांश समाचार पत्रों ने अपने पहले पृष्ठ पर एंकर स्टोरी के लिए इस शैली में लिखी खबरों पर जोर देना शुरू कर दिया है। आज के व्याख्यान में हमने जिन प्रमुख बिंदुओं पर चर्चा की वे हैं संचार लेखन शैली के प्रकार, लिखित संचार के लाभ, लिखित संचार के दोष। अब हम अपनी चर्चा को यहीं पर समाप्त करते हैं। आपकी सलाह और प्रश्न हमेशा आमंत्रित हैं। नमस्कार।
Hello and welcome to today's episode on part 5 of Understanding the Customer and Competition, Building Lasting Customer Relationships. My name is Rayan Zahoor and the subject expert is Dr. Arshia Hussain, PhD in Human Resource Management and teaching in the Department of Commerce and Business Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. Introduction. In part 4, we discussed value chain and value delivery network. We also discussed the role of total quality in marketing along with the concept of TQM. In today's episode, we will analyze competitors and discuss organizations gain a competitive edge only when they are able to satisfy the needs of their customers better than their competitors. Therefore, it is important for marketers to design strategies that not only please their customers, but also consider the strategies of their competitors. Competitor analysis. The first step for an organization in the process of gaining a competitive advantage over its competitors is competitor analysis. This is a method of identifying, assessing and then selecting key competitors. In order to develop effective competitive marketing strategies, an organization needs to find out everything it can about the key competitors it has identified. It must measure its own products, prices, marketing channels and promotions against its key competitors on an ongoing basis. By doing this, an organization is able to find out areas that could be of potential advantage and disadvantage. A competitor analysis involves identifying and assessing competitors and then assessing the objectives, strategies, strengths and weaknesses of these customers. The reaction patterns of the competitors are assessed as well. Once this has been established, the organization needs to select which competitors it is going to attack and which ones it's going to stay away from. Other organizations selling similar products and services to the same customers at similar prices. For example, Thumbs Up might look at Pepsi as its competitor, but not Kingfisher. Maruti Suzuki might look at Hyundai as its major competitor, but not Tesla. However, an organization's actual customers fall in a much wider range. The organization could define its competitors as all companies making the same product or the class of product. Maruti Suzuki could see all automobile manufacturers as its competitors. A broader view could make all organizations making products that fulfill the same needs as its competitors. Maruti Suzuki would not only see all automobile manufacturers as its competitors, but also all organizations manufacturing trucks or motorcycles or bicycles. An even broader view would see all organizations competing for their customers' money that he could have spent on buying their products as their competitors. Maruti Suzuki would view all organizations selling consumer durables or expensive art or vacations abroad, etc. as their competitors. Organizations must avoid what is known as competitor myopia. It is more likely that an organization will be making efforts to compete with their former competitors who are not very active now than their current competitors. For example, the detergent brand Surf could be developing an ultrasonic machine that would wash clothes without using any detergent. This would be a much greater threat than any other detergent manufacturing company. Assessing competitors. Once an organization has identified its main competitors, it makes an attempt to understand the vision and strategies of each one of them. It wants to understand its strengths and weaknesses and also the way in which each of them will react to the actions that the organization might take. Each competitor has several objectives. The organization would want to understand the importance that a competitor would give to each of those objectives. It could be profitability, cash flow, growth in its market share, technological or service leadership, or any other objective. An organization must also monitor its competitors' objectives for different segments. If they find out that the competitor plans to enter a segment that they currently serve, then they would be in a position to prepare and manage the situation better. When the strategies of two organizations resemble each other, they compete with each other more. Competitors in most industries can be sorted into different groups based on the strategies they follow. Sometimes important insights can be observed after identifying strategic groups. For example, if an organization becomes a member of one such group, the other members belonging to that group become its main competitors. The organization needs to identify all the different dimensions that determine a strategic group in their industry. They need to know about the product quality, product mix, features of the products, pricing policy, sales force strategy, customer service, distribution coverage, advertising, and sales promotion campaigns for each of its competitors. It must also study the details of each competitor's manufacturing, their R&D, their financial, purchasing, and all other strategies. Organizations generally get information about their competitors through secondary research, personal experiences, and the grapevine. Primary marketing research is another good source of gathering information. Through this information, they assess the strengths and weaknesses of products and processes with their competitors or leading firms in different industries. This helps them in identifying areas to improve the quality and performance of their products and services. Finally, the organization wants to understand how the competitor will act in a certain situation or react to their actions, like a new product introduction or promotional increases and price cuts of their existing products. The strengths and weaknesses as well as objectives and strategies of their competitors help them in assessing their actions and reactions. Additionally, every competitor has a specific belief system and an internal culture that guides them in doing business. Marketers need a deep understanding of their actions and reactions. Identifying competitors to target and to avoid. Once an organization has identified its key competitors, it must decide which ones it is going to compete against most aggressively. The organization can focus on one out of several different categories of competitors. Most of the times, companies prefer to target their weakest competitors. The upside is that it can be done using fewer resources and takes less time. But the downside is that the organization gains very little. Organizations should compete against strong competitors for two reasons, and getting ahead of them often results in greater returns. Most organizations compete with each other who resemble them the most. At the same time, they do not want to completely destroy a close competitor. The reason behind this is that if a competitor is destroyed, they will either merge with another large organization or they will sell their operations to them. This would result in a much bigger competitor and will pose as a much greater threat and could prove disastrous for themselves. In such cases, success in beating a close competitor brings in a tougher competitor. An organization needs competitors and benefits from them. Competitors could help in increasing the total demand, optimizing new technologies and innovations. They could serve segments that are not that attractive and lead to differentiation of products. They also lower the risk of antitrust and improve their negotiation powers against labor or regulators. However, it is important that organizations do not look at all their competitors as beneficial. In his book, Competitive Advantage: Creating and Sustaining Superior Performance, Michael Porter writes that in an industry, some competitors are well-behaved and some are disruptive. Well-behaved competitors play fair and follow the rules that have generally been accepted by the industry. Disruptive competitors break those rules. They take higher risks and try to buy market share and wild promotional programs. Well-behaved organizations sometimes try to shape the industry in a way that it consists of only well-behaved competitors. Competitive strategies. Once an organization has identified and evaluated its key competitors, they must design competitive marketing strategies which are broad in nature and will help in gaining competitive advantage by providing better customer value. They need to decide which broad strategies would be best for a particular competitor or their own different departments or products, to determine what suits them best in their current position in the industry. What is best for them based on their objectives and on the opportunities and resources they have. Different strategies could be required within an organization for different products or different businesses. Let us now look at the broad competitive marketing strategies that an organization could use. Basic competitive strategies. Michael Porter put forward 4 basic strategies for competitive positioning that companies could use. 3 out of them are winning strategies and 1 of them is a losing one. The 3 winning strategies are overall cost leadership. In this strategy, an organization works hard to attain the lower than competitors and gain a large market share. Differentiation. Using this strategy, an organization focuses on creating a product line and marketing program that is highly differentiated. This helps them in presenting themselves as the class leader in the industry. A lot of customers would want to own products from a brand like this. Focus. When an organization uses this strategy, it directs most of its efforts to serve a few market segments instead of catering to the whole market. Organizations that follow one of these strategies in a clear manner are likely to be successful. Organizations that want to follow one of these strategies but not very clear about it perform the worst. They attempt to be good at all 3 and end up in competitive positions. Companies that compete in a specific target market have different objectives and resources at a given point of time. Some companies are large while some of them are small. Some of them have a lot of resources while others struggle for funds. Some have established themselves over a period of time and some are new. For some, a fast growth in market share is important while some are looking for long-term profits. Due to these differences, the companies hold different competitive positions in that target market. We will now look at different competitive strategies based on the roles companies assume in the target market. The roles are that of a leader, a challenger, a follower, or niche marketer. Every industry consists of a market leader, the company that has the largest market share, market challengers, several companies that are in the run-up position and are trying hard to increase their market share, market followers. These are companies that are also in the run-up position but want to maintain status quo and not change things in the industry too much. Niche marketer. These are companies that cater to small segments instead of the entire market. Market leader strategies. The company that has the largest market share is acknowledged as the market leader and generally leads the market in activities like price spending on promotional campaigns. The leader could be admired or respected or not, but other companies accept its dominance. The market leader must stay alert constantly as other companies keep trying to challenge its strengths or take advantage of its weaknesses. To remain at the top position, companies could adopt the following actions: find ways to expand the total market, protect their market share through good defensive or aggressive actions, increase their own market share even if the total market size remains unchanged. Expanding total market. The market leader generally gains the most when the total market share expands. The method of expanding market share are developing new users, finding new users for its products, increasing the usage of its products, protect their current market share. To achieve this, they must prevent weaknesses or fix them as soon as they find one. They must also remain alert and be aggressive. Continuous innovation, leading the industry with new products and innovative ways of improving the way they do business are some methods they could use. Expanding market share. In most markets, a small increase in market share means a very large increase in total sales. Research indicates that profitability increases with an increase in market share. However, this does not happen on its own and is dependent on the strategy that has been used for gaining an increase in the market share. Are sometimes very large companies. A market challenger must decide which competitors it wants to challenge and its strategic objectives. Attacking the market leader is a high risk strategy, but it has the potential for high gains as well. However, such a strategy is advisable only when the leader is not serving the market well. The challenger must have a competitive advantage over the leader that is sustainable. The other alternative is to challenge companies that are its own size or smaller in terms of market share. They should identify a company that is underfinanced and is not serving its customers well. A challenger could attack its competitor right from the front. Attack strength and size might not be enough to go after a competitor who is firmly entrenched and is resourceful. The challenger could make an indirect attack on the weaknesses of the competitor or in the gaps of their coverage of the market. Another strategy could be to diversify into products that are very different from their existing products, or invest in finding new technologies that could replace current products. Market follower strategies. These companies are in the runner-up position, but do not want to challenge the market leader or other competitors. The strategy of a follower has several advantages. The market leader generally learns from the experiences of the leader and copies its products and programs, and sometimes even improves them. This requires significantly lower expenses. The follower in all likelihood will never get ahead of the leader, but can be as profitable. The follower must define a path for its own growth. That path should not create any sort of retaliation from the competitors. They should know how to keep their existing customers satisfied and win new customers too. A follower is often targeted by challengers. Therefore, it is important that they keep a close watch on their production costs and keep their quality and services high. Niche marketer strategies. Almost all industries have one or more companies that focus on serving a niche area in the market. Such companies do not cater to the entire market, not even the large segments. They target sub-segments or even smaller niche segments. These companies are generally small in size and have limited resources. Small departments of certain large companies sometimes follow niche market strategies. Companies that have a low market share in the industry can still be very profitable by pursuing a niche market segment. The primary reason for the profitability of following a niche market strategy is that marketers get to know their target customer group very well and are able to meet their needs much better than companies that do not focus on this group and serve a larger segment. They add more value to their products and services. This allows the marketers to command higher prices and hence higher margins. Summary. The first step for an organization in the process of gaining a competitive advantage over its competitors is competitor analysis. This is a method of identifying, assessing and then selecting key competitors. For an organization, competitors are other organizations selling similar products and services to the same customers at similar prices. However, an organization's actual customers fall in a much wider range and include all companies making the same product or the class of products. The next step is to decide which ones it is going to compete against most actively. Most of the times, companies prefer to target their weakest competitors. The upside is that it can be done using fewer resources and takes less time. Then the organization must design competitive marketing strategies which are broad in nature and will help in gaining competitive advantage. Every industry consists of companies that assume a different position in the market and follow different marketing strategies based on their position. These are market leader strategies. The market leader must stay alert constantly as other companies keep trying to challenge its strengths or take advantage of its weaknesses. Market challenger strategies. A market challenger must decide which competitors it wants to challenge and its strategic objectives. Attacking the market leader is a high risk strategy, but it has potential for high gains as well. The other alternative is to challenge companies that are its own size or smaller in terms of market share. Market follower strategies. These companies are in the runner up position but do not want to challenge the market leader or other competitors. Niche marketer strategies. Such companies do not cater to the entire market, not even the large segments. They target sub-segments or even smaller niche segments. This is all we have for today. Hope the session was informative. We will meet again in the next episode with a new topic. Till then, take care and goodbye.
Hello and welcome to today's session on probability distribution types. I am Dr. Maruf Ahmed Mir, PhD in Financial Markets and MBA in Finance and Accounts from AMU Aligarh. And at present, I am associated with Asian Business School, Noida as Associate Professor in the area of Finance and Accounts. Dear students, let's start with understanding the probability distribution. Is the mathematical function that gives the probabilities of occurrence of different possible outcomes for an experiment. It is the mathematical description of a random phenomenon in terms of its sample space and the probabilities of events, that is, subsets of the sample space. A probability distribution is a statistical function that describes all the possible values and likelihoods that a random variable can take within a given range. This range will be bounded between the minimum and the maximum possible values, but precisely where the possible value is likely to be plotted on the probability distribution depends on a number of factors. Now, these factors include the distribution's mean, which is average, standard deviation, skewness. Several distributions exist that are commonly used. Typically, the data generating process of some phenomenon will dictate its probability distribution. This process is called the probability density function. Probability distribution can also be used to create cumulative distribution functions, which adds up the probability of occurrences cumulatively and will always start at 0 and end at 100%. Academicians, financial analysts and fund managers alike may determine a particular stock's probability distribution to evaluate the possible expected returns that the stock may yield in the future. The stock's history of returns, which can be measured from any time interval, will likely be composed of only a fraction of the stock's returns, which will subject the analyst to sampling error. By increasing this said to be constitute a probability distribution if x is a random variable. Number 2, the probability of x is greater than 0. Number 3, sum of probability is equal to 1. To know about probability distribution, you must know about variables and a random variable. A variable is a symbol, say a, b, x, y, etc. It takes any of the specific set of values. In a statistical experiment, a random variable is the value of a variable. Usually, a capital letter denotes a random variable and a lowercase letter denotes one of its values. For example, the capital X denotes the random variable x, probability of x denotes the probability of x. Now, P of x equal to small x is the probability that the random variable x is equal to a particular value denoted by small x. For example, equal to 1. Types of probability distributions. Statisticians divided probability distribution into following types. One is discrete probability distribution. Second one is continuous probability distribution. Now, discrete probability distribution. Discrete probability functions are the probability of mass functions. It assumes a discrete number of values. For example, when you toss a coin, then counts of events are discrete functions because there are no in-between values. You have only heads or tails in a coin toss. Similarly, when counting the number of books borrowed per hour at a library, you can count 31 or 32 books and nothing in between. Now, types of discrete probability distributions. Binomial distribution. A Bernoulli distribution has only two outcomes, 1 or 0, P, and the value 0 with the probability of failure as Q, or 1 minus P. Thus, if we toss a coin, the occurrence of head denotes success and a tail denotes failure. The probability function is Px in bracket 1 minus P bracket close 1 minus x, where x has subset 0 and 1. Normal distributions. Normal distributions are for the most basic situations. It has the following characteristics. Number 1, mean, median and mode coincide. Number 2, the distribution curve is bell-shaped. Number 3, the distribution curve is symmetric along x equal to mu. Number 4, the area under the curve is 1. Next is Poisson distribution. Counting number of books at full event is not influencing the outcome of another successful event. Number 2, the probability of success over short duration equals the probability of success over a long duration. Next, the probability of success in a duration nears 0 as the duration becomes smaller. Continuous probability distribution. It is also known as the probability density function. There is a continuous distribution if the variable assumes to have an infinite number of values between any two values. Continuous variables are measured on scale like height, weight and temperature. Now, when compared to discrete probability distributions where every value has a non-zero outcome, continuous distributions have a zero probability for specific functions. For example, types of continuous probability distributions. Number 1 is uniform distributions. When rolling a dice, the outcomes are 1 to 6. The probabilities of these outcomes are equal, and that is a uniform distribution. Suppose the random variable x assumes k different values. Also, p into x equal to x into k is a constant. The p bracket x equal to x into k is equal to 1 by k. Cumulative probability distribution. When the probability that the value of a random variable x is within a specific range, cumulative probability comes into the picture. Random variables. Outcomes of a random experiment. A random variable can be either discrete or continuous. If a random variable is allowed to take on only a limited number of values which can be listed, it is discrete random variable. On the other hand, if it is allowed to assume any value within a given range, it is a continuous random variable. You can think of a random variable as a value or magnitude that changes from occurrence to occurrence in no predictable sequence. A cancer screening clinic, for example, has no way of knowing exactly how many patients will be screened on any one day. So tomorrow's number of patients is a random number. The value of a random variable are the numerical values corresponding to each possible outcome of the random experiment. If past daily records of a clinic indicates that the values of the random variable range from 100 to 115 patients daily, the random variable is a discrete random variable. Now, table 1 illustrates the number of times each level has been reached during the last 100 days. Note that the table gives a frequency distribution. To the extent that we believe that the experiment of the past 100 days has been typical, we can use this historical record to assign a probability to each possible number of patients and find the probability distribution. Let's understand now creating a probability distribution. Now, we have accomplished this in the table on the screen by normalizing the observed frequency distribution. In this case, dividing each value in the right hand column of the table by 100, the total number of days for which the record has been kept. The probability distribution for the random variable daily number screened is illustrated graphically in the figure. Notice that the probability distribution for a random variable provides a probability for each possible value, and that these possibilities must sum to 1. Table shows that both these requirements have been met. Furthermore, both table and figure give us information about the long run frequency of occurrence of daily patient screening we would expect to observe if these random experiments were repeated. The expected value of a random variable. Suppose you toss a coin 10 times and get 7 heads like this. Heads 7, tails 3, total 10. Heads and 5 tails. So now you have in all 22 heads and 8 tails out of 30 tosses. Daily number of women screened. Probability distribution for the discrete random variable daily number screened. What did you expect? Was it something closer to 15 heads and 15 tails, half and half? Now suppose you turn the tossing over a machine and get 792 heads and 208 tails out of 1000 tosses of the same coin. You might now be suspicious of the coin because it didn't live up to what you expected. Expected value is the fundamental idea in the study of probability distribution. For many years, the concept has been put to considerable practice used by the insurance industry. And in the last 40 years, it has been widely used by many others. To obtain the expected value of a discrete random variable, we multiply each value that the random variable can assume by the probability of occurrence of that value and then sum these products. Table 3 illustrates this procedure for our clinic problem. The total in the table tells us that the expected value of a discrete random variable number screened is 108.02 women. What does this mean? It means that over a long period of time, the number of daily screenings should be average about 108.02. Remember that the expected value of 108.02 does not mean that tomorrow exactly 108.02 women will visit the clinic. The clinic director expected value is a weighted average of the outcomes she expected in the future. Expected value weights each possible outcome by the frequency with which it is expected to occur. Thus, more common occurrences are given more weight than the less common ones. As conditions change over the time, the director would recompute the expected value of daily screenings and use this new figure as the basis for decision making. In our clinic example, the director used past patients' records as the basis for calculating the expected value of daily screening. The expected value can also be derived from the director's subjective assessment of the case. The expected value represents nothing more than her personal convictions about the possible outcomes. Deriving expected value subjectively. In this section, we have worked with the probability distribution of a random variable in the tabular form and in graphical form. In many situations, however, we may find it more convenient in terms of the computations that must be done to represent the probability distribution of a random variable in algebraic form. By doing this, we can make probability calculations by substituting numerical values directly into an algebraic formula. In the following section, we shall illustrate some situations in which this is appropriate. One widely used probability distribution of a discrete random variable is the binomial distribution. It describes a variety of processes of interest to managers. The binomial distribution describes discrete, not continuous data resulting from an experiment known as Bernoulli process, after the 17th century Swiss mathematician Jacob Bernoulli. The tossing of a fair coin a fixed number of times is a Bernoulli process, and the outcomes of such tosses can be represented by the binomial probability distribution. The success or failure of interviews of an aptitude test may also be described by a Bernoulli process. On the other hand, the frequency distribution of the lives of fluorescent lights in a distribution. Use of Bernoulli process. We can use the outcomes of a fixed number of tosses of a fair coin as an example of a Bernoulli process. We can describe this process as follows. Number 1, each trial, each toss in this case has only two possible outcomes: heads or tails, yes or no, success or failure. Number 2, the probability of the outcome of any trial, that is toss, remains fixed over time. With a fair coin, the probability of heads remains 0.5 each toss, regardless of the number of times the coin is tossed. Number 3, the trials are statistically independent. That is, the outcomes of the toss does not affect the outcome of any. Take the situation in which historically 7/10 of all people who applied for a particular type of job passed the job test. We would say that the characteristic probability here is 0.7. But we could describe our testing results as Bernoulli only if we felt certain that the proportion of those passing the test, 0.7, remains constant over time. The other characteristics of the Bernoulli process would also have to be met. Of course, each test would have only two outcomes, success or failure. It represents the probability of a success, in our example 0.7, and the symbol Q, which is equal to 1 minus P, the probability of failure, which is 0.3. To represent a certain number of successes, we will use the symbol R, and to symbolize the total number of trials, we will use the symbol N. In the situation we will be discussing, the number of trials is fixed before the experiment is begun. Using this language, in a simple problem, we can calculate the chances of getting exactly 2 heads in any order on 3 tosses of a fair coin. Symbolically, we express the value as follows: P equal to characteristic probability or probability of success equal to 0.5. Q will be equal to 1 minus P, probability of failure, which is equal to 0.5. R will be number of successes desired, which is equal to 2. N will be number of trials undertaken, which is equal to 3. Next is Poisson distribution. We'll focus on only two: the binomial, which we have just concluded, and the Poisson, which is the subject of this section. The Poisson distribution is named for Simeon Dennis Poisson, 1781-1840, a French mathematician who developed the distribution from studies during the later part of his lifetime. The Poisson distribution is used to describe a number of processes, including the distribution of telephone calls going through a switchboard system, the demands, needs of patients for the service at a healthcare institution, the arrival of trucks and cars at a toll booth, and the number of accidents at an intersection. These examples all have a common element. They can be described by a discrete, the number of patients who arrive at a physician's office in a given interval of time will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and some other whole number. Similarly, if you count the number of cars arriving at a toll booth on the New Jersey Turnpike during some 10-minute period, the number will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and so on. Characteristics of processes that produce a Poisson probability distribution. The number of vehicles passing through a single turnpike toll booth at thrust hour serves as an illustration of the Poisson distribution. Characteristics. Number 1. The average mean number of vehicles that arrive per rush hour can be estimated from the past traffic data. Number 2. If we divide the rush hour into periods, intervals of 1 second, vehicle will arrive at a single booth per second is a very small number and is constant for every 1 second interval. B. The probability that 2 or more vehicles will arrive within 1 second interval is so small that we can assign it as 0 value. C. The number of vehicles that arrive in a given 1 second interval is independent of the time at which that 1 second interval occurs during the rush hour. D. The number of arrivals in any 1 second interval is not dependent on the number of arrivals in any other 1 second interval. Now we can generalize from these 4 conditions described for our toll booth example and apply them to other processes. If these to describe them. In Poisson distribution, we observe only the occurrence of the events. So in the case of Poisson distribution, we are simply concerned with the count only the happening of the event, unlike the binomial distribution where we are concerned with both the happenings, success as well as non-happenings, failure of the event. That is all for today. Hope you have understood. So we will meet in the next episode with a new topic. Till then, take care. Goodbye.
Hello students, welcome to today's episode. In this episode, we will discuss about risk in capital budgeting. This topic is divided into 2 parts. The first part of the topic covers non-mathematical methods, which are also known as conventional techniques. And the second part of the topic covers mathematical or statistical techniques. I am Dr. Arshia Hussain, PhD in Human Resource Management and teaching in the Department of Commerce and Business Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia University, New Delhi. So, we will first discuss the meaning of risk in capital budget. Risk analysis in capital budgeting. Risk in the context of capital budgeting decision may be defined as the variability that is likely to occur in the expected future return in terms of cash flows from the investment. The greater the variability, more risky is the investment. Risk exists due to the inability of the decision maker to make perfect forecast about expected cash flows. Perfect forecast about expected cash flows cannot be made because all the possible future events on which forecasts depend can neither be anticipated nor be correctly predicted with accuracy. The factors influencing the forecast about cash flows are as follows. First one, world economic and political factors. Second one, national economic factors, for example, internal economic, political and social conditions, monetary and fiscal policies. Next is industrial factors, such as industrial relations in the industry. Next is company factors, such as strike in the company, change in management, natural disasters such as flood, fire, fraud and mismanagement in a company. Now we'll talk about risk versus uncertainty. See, there is a difference between risk and uncertainty. Risk refers to the situation where the probability distribution of the cash flows of an investment proposal is known, whereas uncertainty refers to the situation where the probability distribution of the cash flows of an investment proposal is not known due to lack of some historical data. However, these two terms are used interchangeably by many financial authors. There are two methods of incorporating risk in capital budgeting. The first one is non-mathematical methods, also known as conventional techniques. Under this, we have first one, risk-adjusted discount rate approach. The second one is certainty equivalent approach. Third one is sensitivity analysis. Then the next methods is mathematical methods, which are also known as statistical techniques. Under this, we'll be dealing with probability distribution approach. Next is decision tree approach and simulation approach. So in this episode, we will start with the first method, which is risk-adjusted discount rate approach. Risk-adjusted discount rate method is a method of adjusting the disbursements of the firm. The discount rate used is the average cost of capital of the firm. If the risk of the project is greater than the risk of the existing investments of the firm, the discount rate used is higher than the average cost of capital of the firm. Finally, if the risk of the project is less than the risk of the existing investments of the firm, the discount rate used is less than the average cost of capital of the firm. In other words, the risk-adjusted discount rate approach incorporates the risk by varying the discount rate depending on the degree of risk of a project. A high discount rate is used for more risky project and lower discount rate is used for less risky project. The risk-adjusted discount rate is RK is equal to I plus N plus DK, where RK is equal to risk-adjusted discount rate for project K. I stands for risk-free rate of interest. N stands for the adjustment for the firm's normal risk. And DK stands for the adjustment for the differential risk of the project K. Now, it is important to mention here that I plus N measures the firm's cost of capital. DK may be positive or negative depending on how the risk of the project under consideration compares with the existing risk of the firm. Now, we will see the accept or reject rule. The first one, accept the project if NPV is greater than 0. rejection would be indifferent as to whether to accept or reject the project. Then accept the project if IRR is greater than risk adjusted minimum required rate of return. If IRR is less than risk adjusted minimum required rate of return, then reject the project. And finally, if IRR, that is internal rate of return, is equal to risk adjusted minimum required rate of return, the management would be indifferent as to whether to accept or reject the project. Now let's see one illustration on this. Sigma Limited is considering one of the two mutually exclusive project A and respectively. The current yield on government bonds is 5%, which may be considered as risk-free rate. The risk premium is 3%. The expected net cash flows are as follows. Now we can see the table year end. We can see that 3 years are given, year 1, year 2 and year 3. Cash flow of project A and cash flow of project B is also given. For project A, we have rupees 2 lakh in the first year, and for project B, we have 3 lakh in the first year. Then in the second year, we have rupees 3 lakh for project A. Then for project B, we have rupees 4 lakh. Then in the third year, we have rupees 4 lakh for project A, and for project B, we have rupees 5 lakhs. Now, which project should be accepted? Solution, we can see the statement showing NPV at risk adjusted rate of 8%, that is 5% plus 3%. We can see the table here. The years are given to us, PV factor at 8% is given to us, then project A and project B. Cash flows are given to us, and PV, that is present values, are also given to us. Now we can see that for 0 year it is 1. Cash flow for project A is minus 5 lakhs. Present value is again minus 5 lakh. Then for project B we have minus 7 lakh, and the present value for project B is minus 7 lakh. Now, for the first year, the present value factor at 8% is 0.926, and the cash flow is 2 lakhs, and present value is 2,77,800. Then for the second year, the PV factor at 8% is 0.857, cash flow is 3 lakhs, and present value is 2,57,100. Then cash flow for project B is 4 lakhs, and present value is 3,42,800. Then for the third year, the PV factor at 8%, cash flow we can see is 4 lakhs, then present value is 3,17,600. Similarly, for project B, the cash flow is 5 lakhs and present value is 3,97,000. Now, the total of present values for project A is 2,59,900, and so we can see that project B should be accepted since its net present value is higher than that of the project A. Now, we will see second method, which is certainty equivalent approach. Certainty equivalent approach is one of the risk analysis techniques under which risk is incorporated by discounting the riskless cash flows at risk-free rate. It incorporates the risk by converting the risky cash flows into riskless cash flows. In CE approach, the equivalent riskless cash flows are substituted for the expected cash flows. In other words, the expected cash flows are transformed into their certainty equivalent by applying suitable certainty equivalent coefficients. Then the equal to risky cash flow multiplied by certainty equivalent coefficient. Then certainty equivalent coefficient is equal to riskless cash flow divided by risky cash flow. Now, we will see one illustration on this. If risky cash flow is rupees 2 lakh and riskless cash flow is rupees 1,60,000. Then certainty equivalent coefficient is equal to riskless cash flow divided by risky cash flow. So we have 1,60,000 divided by 2 lakhs, that comes out to be 0.80. Now we will see how to calculate NPV using certainty equivalent approach. So calculation of NPV, that is net present value, by CE approach involves the following steps. First of all, future cash flows from the proposal are estimated. The calculated cash flows do have some degree of risk involved. Secondly, CE factors for different years are calculated. The CE factors reflect the proportion of the future cash flow that would be acceptable in exchange for the future cash flow. These CE factors represent the level of present money at which the firm would be indifferent between accepting the present money or future cash flow. Thirdly, the expected cash flows for different years are multiplied by the respective CE factors, and the figures obtained are known as certainty equivalent cash flows. The fourth step includes discounting the CE cash flows at risk-free rate to find out the NPV of the proposal. Now we can see that risk adjusted net present value is equal to sigma CFI minus CO. Now we will see the accept reject rule when NPV technique is used. First one, accept the project if NPV of certainty equivalent cash flow is greater than 0. Second one, equivalent cash flow, reject the proposal if NPV of certainty equivalent cash flow is less than 0. If net present value is equal to 0, the management would be indifferent as to whether to accept or reject the proposal. Now, accept or reject rule when internal rate of return, that is IRR technique, is used. First one, accept the project if IRR, which equates the present value of certainty equivalent cash flows with the present value of certainty equivalent cash outflow, is greater than minimum risk-free discount rate. Then reject the project if IRR is less than minimum risk-free discount rate. Accept or reject criteria for multiple mutually exclusive projects. When NPV technique is used, projects should be ranked in the order of NPV and the project with highest net present value should be selected. Then when IRR technique is used, then projects should be ranked in the order of IRR and the project with highest internal rate of return should be selected. Now we will see difference between risk adjusted discount rate and certainty equivalent approach. Risk adjusted discount rate, which is known as RAD rate, incorporates risk by adjusting discount rate, whereas certainty equivalent approach, that is CE, incorporates risk by adjusting cash flows. Second one, RAD rate approach uses risk adjusted discount, whereas certainty equivalent approach uses risk-free discount rate. The third difference is RAD uses risky cash flows, whereas certainty equivalent approach uses certain cash flows. Now we will see another illustration. X Limited is considering one of the two mutually exclusive project P and project Q, which require cash outlay of rupees 5 lakh and rupees 7 lakh respectively. The current yield on government bonds is 5%, which may be considered as risk-free rate. The risk premium is 3%. The expected net cash flows and their certainty equivalents are as follows. Now the table for the illustration 2 we can see, which we have year's end for those we can see are given to us certainty equivalent. We have with us for cash flow we have rupees 2 lakhs and rupees 3 lakhs in the first and second year respectively, and in the third year we have 4 lakhs. Then certainty equivalent for project A in the first year is 0.9, in the second year it is 0.8, in the third year it is 0.7. Then for project B we can see cash flow is 3 lakhs lakhs in the first year, then 4 lakhs in the second year and 5 lakhs in the third year. Then certainty equivalent for project B is 0.8 in the first year for the cash flow of 3 lakhs, then 0.7 in the second year, then 0.6 in the third year. Now, what we are required to compute? We are required to calculate which project risk adjusted discount rate is used, then which project would be appraised with a higher rate and why. Now we can see the solution here, statement showing NPV of project A. Years are given to us, cash flows we have, then certainty equivalent and adjusted cash flow is also given to us, then PV factor at 5% and then finally we will have to calculate the present value. Now years are given to us 0, 1, 2, 3 and we have cash flow in 0 year is minus 5 lakhs, then certainty equivalent is 1, then adjusted cash flow is minus 5 lakhs, then PV factor at 5% is 1.000 and present value we have is minus 5 lakhs. Now in the first year it is 2 lakhs as cash flows, then certainty equivalent is 0.952 and the present value is 1,71,360. Then for the second year we have cash flow 3 lakhs, then certainty equivalent is 0.80, adjusted cash flow is 2,40,000, PV factor at 5% is 0.907 and present value is 2,17,680. Then for the third year the cash flow is 4 lakhs, certainty equivalent is 0.70, cash adjusted flow or adjusted cash flow is 2,80,000, then PV factor at 5% is 0.864 and finally present value is 2,41,920. So the summation of all this gives us the net present value which is equal to 1,30,960. Now we can see the statement which shows the NPV of project B. For project B we have again the same number of years 0, 1, 2, 3 and cash flows we have. For the 0 year it is minus 7 lakh, certainty equivalent is 1, adjusted cash flow is minus 7 lakhs, PV factor at 5% is 1, then present value calculated is minus 7 lakhs. Then in the first year we have 3 lakhs, certainty equivalent is 0.80, adjusted cash flow is 2,40,000, PV factor at 5% is 0.952 and present value is 2,28,480. Now in the second year we have cash flow as 4 lakhs, then certainty equivalent is 0.70, adjusted cash flow is 2,80,000, PV factor at 5% is 0.907 and present value is 2 lakh, equivalent is 0.60, adjusted cash flow is 3 lakhs, PV factor at 5% is 0.864 and the present value is 2,59,200. So thus the summation of this gives us the net present value which is equal to 41,640. Now recommendations. First one, project A should be accepted since its net present value is higher than that of project B. Then project B is riskier since certainty equivalent associated with its expected cash flow after tax, which is CFAT, is lower than that of project B. Then project B being more risky would be analyzed using higher discount rate if risk adjusted discount rate is used. Now next method we will see is sensitivity analysis. Sensitivity analysis sometimes called what if analysis. It provides answers to such questions as what will happen to net present value if cash inflows are less than expected. Then what will happen to NPV if cash outflows are more than expected. Then what will happen to net present value if the project life is less than expected. Then what will happen to NPV if discount rate is more than expected. So in sensitivity analysis, typically one variable is varied at a time. If the variables are interrelated, as they are most likely to be, it is helpful to look at some plausible scenarios. The decision makers while performing sensitivity analysis The first assumption is pessimistic, the second is expected, and the third one is optimistic assumption. Now, the main objective of sensitivity analysis is to find out the most sensitive factor, that is the factor having least percent of sensitivity, or the factor is smaller change in which may cause drastic change in project's NPV or internal rate of return. Now, sensitivity analysis basically involves the following steps. The first step is to identify all variables which has an influence on the problem, NPV or internal rate of return, that is IRR. The second step is to define the underlying quantitative relationship among the variables. The third step is to analyze the impact of the changes in each of the variables on the NPV or IRR and ascertain the sensitivity of each factor as follows: PV of cash flow after tax minus PV of CQ. Sensitivity of cash outflow into 100, which is equal to annual cash flow after taxes minus annual cash flow after taxes to match cash outflow multiplied by 100 divided by annual cash flow after tax. Now, sensitivity of payback period, which is equal to project life minus payback period divided by project life multiplied by 100. Sensitivity of discount rate, which is equal to IRR minus discount rate divided by discount rate multiplied by 100. Now, the fourth step is ranking of factor from most sensitive to least sensitive. The fifth step involves finding out the most sensitive factor, that is having least percent of sensitivity. Now, we will see an illustration on this. XYZ invested in an investment project having a cost of rupees 12,000. Life is 4 years, annual cash flow after tax is rupees 4,500. The discount rate is 14%. Now, perform the sensitivity analysis of this project with respect to investment cost, payback period, annual cash flow after tax and the discount rate. Now, we can see the solution to the illustration. NPV is equal to 4,500 rupees multiplied by PVAF 14% and 4 years minus rupees 12,000, which is equal to rupees 4,500 multiplied by 2.914 minus rupees 12,000, which gives us rupees 1,113. Sensitivity analysis A with respect to investment cost. If investment cost reaches to rupees 12,000 plus rupees 1,113 plus 13,113, then NPV becomes 0. Hence, sensitivity of investment cost is equal to margin divided by investment cost multiplied by 100, which is equal to rupees 1,113 divided by rupees 12,000 multiplied by 100, which gives us 9.257%. Now, the second one is with respect to discounted payback period. Now, with respect to the discounted payback period, we have the following table with us. 4 years are given to us, 1, 2, 3, 4. Cash flow after tax in the first year is 4,500. Then PV factor at 14%, 47. Then cumulative value of cash flow after tax is 3,947. Now, in the second year, the cash flow after tax is 4,500. Then PV factor at 14% is 0.769, then PV of cash flow after tax is 3,461, and then cumulative value of cash flow after tax is 7,408. Then in the third year, CFAT, that is cash flow after tax, is 4,500. Then PV factor, that is present value factor, at 14% is 0.675. Then PV of cash flow after tax is 3,038, that's in the third year, and cumulative value of cash flow after tax is 10,446. Then finally, in the fourth year, we have cash flow after tax. Flow after tax in the fourth year is 2,664, and cumulative value of cash flow after tax is 13,110. So, we can see that discounted payback which is equal to 3 years plus 12,000 minus 10,446 divided by 2,664. Now, discounted payback is equal to 3 years plus 12,000 minus 10,446 divided by 2,664. For 3 years plus 1,554 divided by 2,664, which gives us 3.58 years. So, thus margin is equal to project life minus payback period, which is equal to 4 minus 3.58, which gives us 0 project life multiplied by 100, which is equal to 0.42 divided by 4 multiplied by 100, which is equal to 10.5%. Then next we will see with respect to annual cash flow after taxes. Now, annual cash flow after tax to match PV of cash outflows, which is equal to PV of cash outflows divided by PVAF, that is 14% and 4 years, which is equal to rupees 12,000 divided by 2.914, which is equal to 4,118 margin, which is equal to rupees 4,500 minus 4,118, which is equal to rupees 382. So, the sensitivity of cash flow after tax, which is equal to margin by rupees 4,500 multiplied by 100, which is equal to 8.49%. Now, next we will see with respect to discount rate. Now, calculation of IRR, which is equal to 12,000 divided by 4,500, which is equal to 2.667. Then PVAF at 18% and 4 years, which is equal to 2.690. PVAF at 19%, 4 years, which is equal to 2.639. IRR is equal to 18% plus 2.690 minus 2.667 divided by 2.690 minus 2.639, which is equal to 18% plus 0.023 minus 0.051%, which is equal to 4.45%. Now, sensitivity of discount rate is equal to margin 1 discount rate multiplied by 100, which is equal to 4.45 into 14 multiplied by 100, which gives us 31.79%. Now, ranking of factor from most sensitive to least sensitive. See, there are 4 columns given to us. In the first column, we have sequence, then factors, sensitivity and rank. First one, the annual cash flow after tax, sensitivity is 8.49% and rank is given as number 1. Then for B, investment cost, 9.275% is the sensitivity and it is ranked as number 2. Then the rank is given as number 3. Finally, we have discount rate. Then for sensitivity given is 31.79% and it is ranked at number 4. Hence, annual cash flow after tax is most sensitive area, since a smaller change in cash flow after tax may cause drastic change in net present value. Now, we will see merits of sensitivity analysis. The first merit is it evaluates risk in capital budgeting decision. Second one is it gives greater visibility to the weak spots in an investment. The third merit is it reveals how different variables are sensitive to NPV and it helps in identifying the critical variables. After knowing the critical variables, the decision maker can explore the possibility of how the variability. Now, we will see demerits of sensitivity analysis. The first demerit is it considers only one variable at time and other variables are kept as constant. The second one is it does not consider the probabilities associated with occurrence of different value of variables. The third one is it is not a risk measuring or risk reducing technique. Premier Industries Limited has prepared the following budgeted profitability statement for the current year operations. Sales 2500 multiplied by rupees 4 which is equal to 10,000. Variable cost given to us, the first variable cost is materials which is 4,000. Labor is 3,000. The total of this is rupees 7,000. Then contribution is 3,000 and less fixed cost, the data given. Now the solution for this, the changes in the sales revenue and cost and profit can be analyzed with the help of sensitivity analysis as follows. First one, if selling price is reduced by more than 10% budgeted, the company would suffer a loss. Second one, if sales are reduced by more than 10% of the budgeted sales of 2,500 units, the company would suffer a loss. Then third one, if labor cost increases by more than 33.33% above the budgeted, the company would incur a loss. Then fourth is if material cost increases by 25% or of the budgeted cost, the company would make a loss. Then fifth is if the fixed cost increases by more than 50% of the budgeted fixed cost, the company would incur a loss. Then if we observe than other items of cost. Hence, this area remains careful consideration. Now let's take a quick look at what we have discussed today. We have discussed about the risk and uncertainty in capital budgeting. Risk in capital budgeting can be incorporated by two methods. First one is non-mathematical methods and the second one is mathematical methods. Now, under non-mathematical methods, the risk factor can be incorporated by the following method. The first one is risk-adjusted discount rate approach. Second one is certainty equivalent approach. And the third one is sensitivity analysis. Under mathematical methods, risk can be incorporated by the following three methods. The first one is probability distribution approach. Second one is decision tree approach. The third one is simulation approach. So that is all for today. Hope you have understood various non-mathematical techniques of incorporating risk in capital budgeting. So we will discuss part 2, that is mathematical techniques, in the next episode. Till then, take care. Goodbye.
My name is Ankita Bindal and I am from Delhi. I work in a private company but was also looking for a change in job. That is when I came to know about Government of India's new initiative Swayam. This was an online portal which offered many courses and I chose to opt for writing for mass media. This was a very helpful course under the guidance of renowned teacher Mr. F.B. Khan. I am thankful for Bharat Sarkar for this wonderful initiative. Thank you.
Hello dear students, welcome to the first episode of Financial Management, Introduction to Financial Management. It includes nature, scope, functions and significance of financial management. Besides this, the discussion will also throw light on the role of financial manager and organization of finance function in a business enterprise. I am Dr. Arshia Hussain, PhD in Human Resource Management and teaching in the Department of Commerce and Business Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia University in New Delhi. In the discussion, so let's define financial management as the first part of the introduction to financial management. Financial management is one of the most important functional areas of management. It relates to the management of finance. It is concerned with planning, organizing, and controlling of financial activities in a business organization. Here are some definitions of financial management given by various scholars. According to Gutman and Dogel, financial management is the activity concerned with planning, raising, controlling, and administering of funds used in the business. According to J.F. Brandley, financial management is that area of business management devoted to a judicious use of capital and a careful selection of reaching the goals. According to Solomon, a very famous financial author, financial management is concerned with the management decisions that result in the acquisition and efficient use of an important economic resource, namely capital fund. Next, we'll throw light on the characteristics of financial management. The first one is financial management is an integral part of overall management. Second one, finance is a continuous function. Finance is continuously needed for planning and controlling the financial activities of the business enterprise. The third one is the central focus of financial management is the value of the firm. The fourth one is it involves risk-return trade-off. It means that financial management involves selection of those assets which generate returns. Generally, higher returns are associated with higher risk and vice versa. The manager therefore has to maintain a trade-off between risk and return. The fifth one is management of finance is applicable to all types of business organization, that is, be it corporate or non-corporate manufacturing or service providing firms. The next one is scope of financial management. The scope of financial management can be dealt in two ways. The first one is traditional approach and the second one is modern approach. We'll take a look at the first one, traditional approach. The traditional approach to the scope of financial management defines financial management in a narrow sense. It refers to the procurement of funds by business enterprises to meet their financing needs. The term procurement includes raising funds externally. Under traditional approach, financial management raises funds externally from three interrelated aspects. The first one is the capital market, second is the financial instrument, and third is the legal and accounting relationship between the firm and its sources of funds. The traditional approach has been discarded due to certain limitations. The first one is the second one is it focused only on the financing problems of corporate enterprises and ignored the non-corporate organizations. The second one is the modern approach. The modern approach views the term financial management in a much broader sense. It provides a conceptual and analytic framework for financing decision making. According to modern approach, the finance function covers both acquisition of funds as well as their allocation. It views the financial problem in an analytical way. The main contents of the modern approach are: the first one, what is the total amount of funds an enterprise should acquire? The second one is, what specific assets should an enterprise acquire? The third one is, how should the funds required be financed? Next is functions of financial management. The functions of financial management can be broken down to decision making into three major areas, namely, first one, investment decision, second one, financing decision, the third one, dividend decision. We'll take a look at one by one. The first one is investment decisions. Investment decision as a function of financial management relates to the selection of assets in which funds will be invested by a firm. The asset which can be acquired can be classified into two broad categories. Number one, long-term assets, and number two is short-term assets. Long-term assets are those assets which give a return over a long period of time in the future. For example, machinery, land and buildings, plant, furniture, fixtures and fittings. On the other hand, short-term assets are those which during a normal course of business operations are convertible into cash during a period of 1 year without a loss in the value. Examples of short-term assets are cash, bank, ready marketable securities, stock, debtors and bills receivable. Short-term assets are also known as current assets. Investments in long-term assets are known as capital budgeting decision, while investments in the short-term assets are known as working capital management or management of working capital. Capital budgeting is a very important decision and should be evaluated in terms of expected return and the risk associated with the return. Working capital management is related with the management of current assets. It is important for the short-term survival of the business. Regarding the working capital management, the firm has to maintain a trade-off between the profitability and the risk. Second function is financing decision. Another important decision of financial management is the financing decision. Financing decision relates to the composition of the assets of the firm, known as the capital structure of the firm. By capital structure, we mean the total capital funds raised by a company. It involves two types of decisions. The first one, the type of security. A capital structure with a reasonable proportion of debt and equity capital is known as the optimum capital structure. A proper balance has to be maintained between the risk and the return to the shareholders. The third function of financial management is dividend decisions. Dividend decision involves the proportion of profits to be distributed as dividend to the shareholders. Dividend decision is a very significant decision in the financial management. Dividend is that part of the net profits which is distributed to the shareholders. The finance manager has to decide whether the company should distribute its profit in the form of dividend or should retain them or distribute a portion and retain the balance. The company should adopt that dividend policy which maximizes the market value per share. Next, we will take a look at the objectives.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Ma'am, I have a question.
Yes.
Ma'am, what is the optimum capital structure regarding the dividend decision?
See, optimum capital structure regarding the dividend decision or the financing decision is when you employ the maximum profitable source of finance. There is, as such, there is no optimum capital structure. For one particular business organization, optimum capital structure could be 1. For the other business organization, the optimum capital structure could be different. So, for any particular business organization, the concept of optimum capital structure is different because employ more of debt and less of equity. The other organization can employ or can take up in their portfolio more of equity capital and less of debt. So optimum, the concept of optimum capital structure means which gives maximum return to any particular organization. Is this clear?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So now we will start with the objectives of financial management. There are two objectives of financial management. First one is maximization of profits and second one is maximization of wealth. First, maximization of profits. The first basic objective of financial management is profit maximization. The term profit maximization as an objective of financial management has the following advantages. Number one, the concept of profit maximization is simple and straightforward. Second, it's a yardstick by which economic efficiency of a firm can be measured. Third one, profit maximization as an objective of financial management promotes economic and social welfare. Number four, the concept of profit maximization leads to efficient allocation of resources. But despite of the advantages of profit maximization as a goal of financial management, it has also been criticized on the following grounds. The first one is the word profit is vague and ambiguous. The word profit has no precise meaning of its own. It is subject to different interpretation, tax, gross profit or net profit, and so on. Second one, the concept of profit maximization ignores the time value of money. That is, it does not take into account the timing of benefits expected from investments. In other words, it ignores an important fact that money received today is more valuable than received later. The third one is profit maximization as an objective of financial management ignores quality of benefits associated with an investment proposal. Quality of benefits means the consistency of returns associated with a financial course of action. It gives no way maximization is considered as unsuitable operational criterion for financial management. Maximization of wealth is the second objective. Wealth maximization is also known as net present worth maximization. It is considered as an appropriate operational criterion for financial management decisions. Wealth maximization objective takes into consideration all those factors which were ignored by profit maximization objective. That is, it considers exactness, quality of benefits, and the time value of money. The relationship of financial management and other areas of management. Finance. There are various functional areas of management such as production, marketing management, and human resource management. All these functional areas are interrelated. Finance is needed to perform every function of business enterprise. Finance facilitates the performance of all the functions efficiently and effectively. We'll see how finance is required to perform various functions. Financial management and production management is the first one that we'll see. Finance manager has a very significant role in the production management. The production department, productions or operations, regular and continuous flow of materials, and so on. All these decisions cannot be formulated and implemented unless sufficient funds are available. For instance, many textile firms in India became sick because they did not provide finance for modernization of plant and machinery. The next is Finance and Human Resource Department. The Human Resource Department of an organization is concerned with the responsibility of recruitment, training, and placement of the employees. The Department of Human Resource also critically analyzes the requirement of manpower in an enterprise. And in case of excess manpower, the department is required to suggest ways to reduce them. The department is required to take different decisions from time to time. Finance plays a crucial role in HR department because all the decisions are evaluated in the light of sufficient funds. Different schemes of training programs, employees' welfare, economy in manpower, computerization, incentives schemes, revision of pay scales, and so on can be evaluated and framed when sufficient funds are available. Finance and marketing are interrelated. The marketing function of a firm is concerned with the ultimate activity of the firm, that is, selling of goods and services to the customers. This requires free availability of finance, helps a marketing manager in framing and executing these policies efficiently.
Ma'am, I have a question.
Yes.
Ma'am, are the functions of financial management interrelated?
Yes, they are interrelated.
How?
There are three functions of financial management. The first is investment function, second is finance function, and the third one is dividend function. Investment is done when you'll do the financing part. Okay. For buying, investment decision relates to buying of both long-term assets and current assets, that is your short-term assets. For this, we need funds. Funds will be acquired by way of financing function, which is your second function, either by way of equity or by way of debt. So, funds generated by way of equity and debt can be used to allocate or to acquire long-term assets or the short-term assets. With the help of these allocation and acquisition, the firm will earn profit, and this profit will be distributed in the form of the dividends. A part will be distributed in the form of the dividends, and the rest will be retained by the organization for further reallocation or for further reinvestment. Is this clear?
Yes.
So that's how financial functions, all the financial functions are interrelated. Now next we will start with the organization of finance function. Finance is a major functional area of any business entrusted with the top management. The top management consists of board of directors or managing director or chief executive or the committee of the board. However, the exact nature of the organization of the financial management function varies from firm to firm depending upon various factors such as size of the firm, nature of its business, type of financing operations, ability of finance managers, and so on. Generally, in a large business organization, the function of finance is managed and organized by the Chief Financial Executive, known as CFO. The CFO is associated with the formulation of policies as well as decision making. Under him are the controllers and the treasurers, although they may be known by different designations in different firms. The functions of treasurer and controller are: number one, the treasurer performs the following functions. Number one, acquisition of finance. Second one, banking relationship. Third one, investor relationship. Fourth one, short-term financing. Fifth one, management of cash. Then credit administration. Then investments and insurance is the last one.
Ma'am, I have a question. What is the significance of financial management in any organization?
See, I have explained this, that significance of financial management in any organization. Finance is the blood of any organization. Without finance, nothing for purchase of plant, for setting up of the entire enterprise, we need to have finance. So finance is considered to be the most important function because it is highly significant in every kind of function. For example, your for purchasing department, for production department, for HR department, for recruitment, for selection, for every other function, finance is needed. So finance is highly significant. It is considered to be the most important function, because unless and until you have funds with you, you have finance available with you, you cannot actually start anything. This is how finance is such a significant function of, and it is considered to be now these days, it is a separate discipline, and it is so focused because without finance nothing is possible. Is this clear? Now we'll take a look at the functions of the controller. The controller performs the following functions. First one, financial accounting. Second one, internal audit. Third one, taxation. Fourth one, management accounting and control. The fifth one is budgeting, planning and control. The sixth one is economic appraisal. Now let's take a quick look at what we have discussed in this episode of Introduction to Financial Management. We have discussed the definition, characteristics and scope of financial management. Financial management is concerned with planning, organizing, directing and controlling the financial activities of the enterprise. Financial management, the first basic objective of financial management is profit maximization. But profit maximization as an objective of financial management is characterized with certain problems, such as the word profit is vague and ambiguous and is subject to different interpretations. It ignores the time value of money, that is, it does not take into account the timing of benefits expected from investments. Profit maximization as an objective of financial management ignores quality of benefits associated with an investment proposal. Now, due to these limitations, profit maximization is considered as an unsuitable operational criterion for financial management. The other objective is maximization of wealth. Wealth maximization is also known as net present worth maximization. It is considered as an appropriate operational criterion for financial management decisions. Wealth maximization objective takes into consideration all those factors which were ignored by profit maximization objective. That is, it considers exactness, quality of benefits and the time value of money. The functions of financial management can be classified into three major areas, namely investment decisions, financing decisions and dividend decision. Thus, finance is the blood of every business. It is required to perform every function of business enterprise, that is production, marketing management and human resource management. All these functional areas are interrelated. These functions can be performed efficiently and effectively only with the help of finance. I hope you have understood the concept of finance, its characteristics, its scope. Now we'll discuss the second topic in the next episode. Till then, goodbye. Have a nice day.
Hello viewers, I am Dr. Irshad, Chief Medical Officer, Jamia Millia Islamia. Here we are going to talk about some preventive aspects of lifestyle diseases. One of the very important disease is blood pressure, which is nowadays increasing very fast. Even younger adults are also getting infected with this disease. This could be because of our diet and less physical activity. So the few tips are that you should take the medicine regularly, never skip the medicine, take the low salt diet, always keep the salt diary with you, and you should also take less of the fat in your diet. Fat also increases your blood pressure. Less of stress, take a proper sleep for at least 7 to 8 hours per day. Stress should be avoided by avoiding lot of work at a time. Diet should be more of vegetables, fruits and without salt. Please be connected with the Swayam Prabha channel, our channel number 5, and please maintain your health, good health.
Dear students, welcome to today's episode. Today, we are going to discuss brand, its meaning and role. Under this, we will talk about what is brand, an introduction to the concept of brand, different facets of brands and its role, and lastly, an introduction to strategically plan out branding, that is, strategic brand management. I am Dr. Rifat Anjum, PhD in Human Resource Management from Jamia Millia Islamia University, New Delhi, and teaching in Department of Management Studies, Al Falah University, New Delhi. So, we start our discussion with the introduction to the topic. Brand is an intricate wonder. Brands are universal. They enter every aspect of our lives, be it economic, social, cultural, sporting, even religion. Due to its tendency to infuse everywhere, they have come under growing criticism. In postmodern societies, where individual wants to give name to their consumption, brands are analyzed through various perspectives: macroeconomics, microeconomics, sociology, anthropology, history, semiotics, philosophy, and so on, which was argued by Kafferer in 2004. Old civilization of Mesopotamia and Greek used marks and names to identify or indicate their offerings, predominantly of wines, ointments, pots, or metals, quoted by Sarkar and Singh in 2005. The word brand is derived from Old Norse word brandr, which means to burn, an identifying mark burnt on livestock with a heated iron, as brands were and still are the means by which owners of livestock mark their animals to identify them. Due to lack of common understanding on brand, complexity increases in brand interpretation as well as its management. Therefore, it becomes very necessary to understand the very nature of brand for creating, developing, and protecting brands and business in general. Brands are a direct consequence of the strategy of market segmentation and product differentiation. Branding means more than just giving name and signaling to the outside world that such a product or service have been stamped with the mark and imprint of an organization. Branding consists in transforming the product. Value must be added to the product. Thus, the value includes a set of attributes and benefits that defines the other brand. The added values of a product also differentiate the product from the competitor's product. In addition, it also fulfills the consumer's needs and requirements, and this is due to the fact that these attributes should be added according to their needs and requirements. The image, identity, and the brand position are very important components of branding. Therefore, the identity is what it is, while the image means only what was presented to others. Branding is a method used for building a substantial differential advantage by figuring market segmentation and product differentiation. Branding means more than just giving name and signaling to the outside world that such a product or service has been stamped with the mark and imprint of an organization. Branding consists in transforming the product category. It requires a corporate long-term involvement, a high level of resources and skills. A brand is a name, term, design, symbol or any other feature that identifies one seller's goods or services as distinct from those of other sellers. This definition was given by American Marketing Association. A brand can be considered as the idea or image people have in mind when thinking about specific products, services. Example, the shoe makes me feel powerful. It is therefore not just the physical features that create a brand, but also the feelings that consumers develop towards the company or its products. This combination of physical and emotional cues is triggered when exposed to the name, the logo, the visual identity, or even the message communicated. Who does brand affect? Consumers. A brand provides consumers with a decision-making shortcut when feeling indecisive about the same product from different companies, employees, shareholders, third parties. Besides helping consumers to distinguish similar products, successful branding strategies are also adding to a company's reputation. This asset can affect a range of people, from consumers to employees, investors, shareholders, providers and distributors. As an example, if an individual doesn't like or don't feel connected to a brand, you would probably not want to work for it. However, if you feel like the brand understands you and offers products that inspire you, you would probably desire to work for it and be a part of its world. Different sides of brand. Brand as a logo. American Marketing Association defines in 1960 brand as a name, term, design, symbol or a combination of them intended to differentiate them from competitors. In other words, brands are a means to differentiate from the competitors or future competitors. The definition of brand as logo has product and manufacturer orientation. Example, Craner 1995, Arnold 1992. Consumers are not the inactive recipient of brand marketing activity, and thus branding is not something done to consumers but rather something they do things with. Further, brand is not limited to a name, term, design, symbol or a combination of them. It can be any other feature. Other experts have added variants to the theme of the brand visual features as differentiating devices. It signals to the customer competitors. The legal term for brand is trademark. A brand may identify one item, family of items or all items of that seller. If used for a firm as a whole, the preferred term is trade name. Despite few issues, still remains unclear with the definition brand as a logo. Can brand exist without customer? If the answer is no, then this definition doesn't capture the complete essence of brand. A new definition has still taken manufacturer perspective. The current definition takes logo and legal both perspectives simultaneously, which questions the framework. Brand as a legal instrument. Define brand as a particular sort or class of goods as indicated by the trademark on them. Now the question arises, what is the extent and basis of legal protection? How valuable are they? Evidently, legislation offers protection up to some extent. However, look-alike own labels are signal of the limited scope of the regulation. The value of trademark depends on the ability to protect them from breach. The definition also takes manufacturer's perspective, hence doesn't capture the complete essence. If a brand is not relevant to customers, legal protection doesn't make much sense. At the same time, legal protection may not help if the brand is not differentiated enough. It raises question about our framework as the definitions overlap. Brand as a company. Corporate identity is vibrant as favorable corporate identity gives competitive advantage to organizations. By borrowing the equity acquired by the corporate name, product lines become extension of corporate identity. For example, as Tata exemplifies with the product portfolio of Tata Motors, all the products carry the name Tata with its example Tata Nano. Scholars have argued that a company is known by its brand. However, not all companies are similar in their brand architecture and follow the branded house strategy. This definition seems sure its relevance is questionable. Brand as shorthand. Brands are short and simple way of expressing or denoting to something or some offering. According to Brown in 1992, a brand name is nothing more or less than sum of all mental connections people have around it. Brand names provide memory shortcuts. Consumers under time restrictions are more likely to buy brands with names they recognize. Since an individual has limited memory ability, to overcome this, people bundle small bits of information into large chunk in their memory and use brand as means to recall these information chunks. Emotional association. But do consumers always take decision by using brand as shortcut? What are other constraints apart from time? Consumer behavior theory given by Howard and Said in 1969 helps to understand these questions partially. However, further research is needed to understand it more deeply. As the customer's paying capacity and willingness along with social influence plays a vital role in determining their attitude towards a particular brand, social influence also involves the influence by both online and offline influence, which further increases the complexity of the concept. Brand as a risk reducer. Customers see risk when they buy a product or services. An understanding of scopes of perceived risk enables marketeers to present their brands to install consumer confidence. This concept of brand can be regarded as a contract between the organization and consumers. There can be various kinds of risk, like perceived risk could be economic, which is linked to price, functional, that is linked to performance, psychological, which is linked to our self-concept, social, linked to the social image, and experiential. Thus, it's arrogant to understand what are the determinants of perceived risk: risk appetite, consumption situation, or availability of options, etc. In this context, a few questions arise. Are risk dimensions pegged to different stakeholders? It is interesting to understand the impact of various risk dimensions under different situations for various stakeholders. In addition to this, how much risk is reduced for manufacturer by investing in the creation and management of a brand? Therefore, answering the question brings in more clarity to the differential aspects. It's apparent from the above discussion that this definition also fails to explain the concept of brand for all stakeholders. Brand as an identity system. Many authors have emphasized brand as an identity structure with 6 integrated physical facets represents product features, symbols and attributes. Personality represents character and attitude. Relationship represents beliefs and association. Culture represents a set of values. Reflection represents customers' view of the brand, and self-image represents internal mirror of customer as user of a brand. At the same time, as some of the elements overlap with other definitions, for instance, personality and image, it is to stress that the importance of the brand as more than sum of the parts. The role of brand identity as a means to develop brand positioning. Developing an identity not only differentiates the product's brand identity, adds in strengthening of the meaning behind a brand for consumer. It communicates the essence of brand to other stakeholders and encourages a more strategic approach. Brand as a brand name is more than the label employed to discriminate among the manufacturer of a product. More so, it is a complex symbol that represents a variety of ideas and attributes. It tells the customers many things, not only by the way it sounds and the literal meaning, if it has one, but more important, by the body of associations it has built up and acquired as a public object over a period of time. The net result is a public image, the character or the personal technical fact about the product. Image as the idea, feelings and attitudes that customers have about brand. The weakness of a brand as the identity system is the emphasis on desired positioning, while less focus on perceived image. However, quantification of the role of image and identity is an issue that needs to be addressed. Also, the trade-off between them. This again brings to the limitation of defining brand as an identity among with the issue of overlapping between the various definitions, example, identity and image. Customers don't react to reality but pursuits. Few other perspectives on meaning of brand defines brand image as everything people associate with a brand. Another way to see a brand is that the brand is a consumer's idea of a product. The question arises, what is the minimum level of customer contact to make sense of a brand? Also, what is the minimum level of ideas, feelings and attitudes required to quantify them as image? What are the boundaries for brand? These questions provoke one to see the limitations of defining brand as an image in the consumer's mind. Moreover, the issue of overlapping of various perspectives remains unresolved. After having said the different aspects of a brand, there are many thoughts and questions that of a brand be made. This brings us to the concept of strategic brand management. Strategic brand management is primarily utilized by companies to help their brands and products get global recognition. The term strategic signifies that the process deals with long-term plans and assets of a brand. This includes integrative and sustainable policies that aid a company to create, develop and manage its brand. Strategic management is the ongoing planning, monitoring, analysis and assessment of all necessities an organization needs to meet its goals and objectives. Changes in business environments will require organizations to constantly assess their strategies for success. The strategic management process helps organizations take stock of their present situation, chalk out strategies, deploy them and analyze the effectiveness of the implemented management strategies. Strategic management strategies consist of 5 basic strategies and can differ in implementation depending on the surrounding environment. Branding strategies help establish a brand and promote its products in the financial marketplace. Strategic brand management is based on choosing a suitable strategy for the brand's growth and the frequent updating of the strategy. This long-term sustainable policy makes it possible for a company to add value to its products and services. It is a collection of techniques that helps to create a unique identity for an organization by policy for long-term and integrative that include the way to creating, developing and managing its brand. It's like choosing the best suitable strategy for a brand and then keep on adding the quality stuff to it. It deals with the concept and practice of brand management in its totality. The strategic brand management course enhances worth of the company's products and services by producing an exclusive identity in the marketplace. It permits the company to segregate itself from its peers and join its message and market position in a steady and complete manner. Strategic brand management is best described as a way to ensure a long-term and promise sustainability plan of the brand and maintain customer. So this brings us to the summary of the topic. A brand can be defined as a set of tangible and intangible attributes designed to create awareness and identity and to build the reputation of a product, service, person, place or organization. The holistic perspective of branding as a long-term strategy includes a wide set of activities ranging from product innovation to marketing communications. The objective of branding strategy is to create brands that are differentiated from the competition, thereby reducing the number of substitutes in the marketplace. When high brand equity is achieved through brand differentiation, the price elasticity of demand. Branding strategies are built on the interdependent frameworks of competitive brand positioning, value chain development and brand equity management. Brands serve several valuable functions. At the most basic level, brands serve as markers for the offerings of a firm. For customers, brands can simplify choice, promise a particular quality level, reduce risk and or engender trust. Brands are built on the product itself, the accompanying marketing activity and the use or non-use by customers as well as others. Brands thus reflect the complete experience that customers have with products. Brands also plays an important role in determining. To this effect, strategic brand management plays a vital role. The strategic brand management process adds value to the company's products and services by creating a unique identity in the marketplace. It allows the company to differentiate itself from its competitors and communicate its message and market position in a consistent and holistic manner. The aim of a brand strategy is to enhance the internal and external opportunities of the brand. The brand strategy aims at being strategic, visionary and proactive rather than tactical and reactive. Each brand runs to find its own holy grail to success in the shape of a unique and relevant brand identity and brand vision. The brand vision is brought to life through a customized brand strategy which is able to release the full potential of the brand. Brand managers must have long-term rather than short-term focus. So, that is all for today. Hope you have understood the concept of brand and the introduction to strategic brand management. We will see you in other episode with a new topic on management. Till then, take care. Goodbye.
Dear students, I welcome you all on this discussing its concept, theories, process, features, importance, forms, principles and hurdles to collective bargaining and its present position in India. I am Dr. Sumbul Zaman, PhD in Human Resource Management and teaching at the Center for Management Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. I have with me my students Yogesh Sharma, a second year MBA student from Center for Management Studies, Jamia, and Gifty Azure, a second year student from CMS Jamia.
Hello.
Hello. So let us start with the conceptual background of collective bargaining. The need to manage conflict is important and it is essential to know as to when the conflict has to be resolved and when it has to be stimulated. However, conflict should be resolved immediately once it is found that it is potentially harmful or destructive. Also, it has to be resolved when the focus is on the group goals rather than on the organizational goals. Moreover, the manager should determine the source of conflict. If the source of conflict is the person, then it is appropriate to alter the membership of one or two groups. If however it is due to the difference in the perception of the importance of goals or the difficulty of goal attainment to the conflicting parties, then these parties can be moved by the managers to opt for any 5 of these reactions: conflict avoidance, accommodation, competition, collaboration and compromise. However, if the conflict level is low, the performance is likely to be low. A minimal amount of conflict is essential for a better performance. Therefore, the tendency to avoid conflict may not always be productive. If the organization is filled with yes men, or managers always stress on peace, or popularity is more important to tech, then it is an ideal situation to stimulate some conflict. The need for conflict after being identified either by manipulating the communication channels, that is by deviating the messages from the traditional channels, suppressing the information, transmitting either too much or ambiguous information, or organizational structure, that is increasing the unit size, standardization, interdependence, including, excluding or transferring the members or altering behavioral patterns such as the attempt to change the personality characteristics, thereby creating role conflict or developing role incongruence. One of the methods of resolving conflicts or disputes in an industrial setup is collective bargaining. The term collective bargaining was first used by Sidney and Beatrice Webb in 1891. It was considered as an important tool for determining the term by an extensive use of the term by the employers and trade unionists. Encyclopedia of Social Sciences defines collective bargaining as a process of discussion and negotiation between two parties, of which one or both is a group of persons acting in concert. The ILO describes collective bargaining as negotiations about working conditions and terms of employment between the employer and one or more employees' organization with a view to reaching an agreement wherein the terms serve as a code of defining the rights and obligations of each party in their employment relations with one another, fix a large number of detailed conditions of employment, and during its validity none of the matter it deals can in normal circumstances be given a ground for dispute concerning an individual worker. After looking at these definitions, it can be said that collective group action through representatives and bargaining that suggests negotiation. It is a process in which the representatives of the labor union meet management representatives to determine employees' wages, benefits, create or revise work rules and other issues. It is basically a technique through which an agreement is reached by specifying the rules pertaining to the employment relationship. Its essence lies in the readiness of two parties in dispute to reach an agreement or mutually satisfying settlement. Collective bargaining, therefore, plays a significant role in improving labor management relations and ensures industrial harmony. The first step of collective bargaining is to develop a regular and systematic procedure that involves deciding who or which union is to be recognized, the level of bargaining, and the scope and the coverage of issues under collective bargaining. It requires the joint committee of all major unions. The level of bargaining may prevail in the industry, regional or national level.
Ma'am, I have a question.
Yes.
Can I as an employer have any say in the negotiations?
Yes, Yogesh, each and every trade union has its own rules as to whether it is going to include all the employees in the negotiation, or it is just going to include those employees who are the members of the trade union or the ones who are paying the membership fees. So, it varies with the unions. Is it clear?
Yes, ma'am.
So, let us proceed. Theories of collective bargaining. The marketing theory. It views the process of collective bargaining as a means. This theory considers collective bargaining as a constitution on the basis of which a kind of industrial government is established in an enterprise. The managerial theory. This theory views collective bargaining as a method of management in the sense that it establishes a joint management as far as both the procedures of making decisions and methods of management are concerned. Now, let us come to the growth of collective bargaining in India. Though collective bargaining developed on a regular basis in the 1940s, but the evidences can be seen earlier in the efforts of Mahatma Gandhi or Anusuya Ben Sarabhai in resolving disputes in textile mills in Ahmedabad through joint negotiations. The process of settling disputes through joint negotiations. The initiatives of the trade union were introduced in TISCO, followed by joint negotiations in Madras and Bombay. The Trade Unions Act 1926 further strengthened the trade unions. It was followed by the Trade Disputes Act 1929 that empowered the government to appoint boards of conciliations for settling trade disputes. With Bombay Industrial Disputes Act 1938 and the amendments in Central Trade Disputes Act 1938, many disputes were settled with the help of conciliation officers. The Industrial Disputes Act 1947 provided for the constitution of boards of conciliation. There were many central federation of trade unions that were formed post-independence period followed. This was followed by the joint negotiations at the industrial, national and regional levels. The Code of Discipline adopted by the Indian Labour Conference 1950 from National Commission on Labour for collective bargaining on such issues like bargaining, negotiating agents, level of bargaining, certification of collective agreements, etc. A few important recommendations of National Commission on Labour and Industrial Relations Policy that need mention are: compulsory recognition of a union as a sole representative for collective bargaining and which should acquire primacy in the procedure for settling industrial disputes. Recognition of unions should be made compulsory under central law in all undertakings employing 100 or more workers, and the union membership should be at least 30% of the workers and 25% of it should be from the industry in local areas. The union should be made strong by raising minimum membership fee, reduction in the number of outsiders and taking steps to build internality and the nation. The maximum period for strike in non-essential industries should be fixed to 1 month, after which dispute should be referred to IRC or arbitration. Conciliation should be free from outside influence and the officers should be properly selected and trained. Suitable penalties should be prescribed for those committing unfair labour practices. Work committees should be set up in those units which have recognized unions. The grievance procedure should be simple, should satisfy the workers, give reasonable authority to manager and should allow participation of unions. The domestic inquiry should be completed within the prescribed time as far as the disciplinary procedures are concerned. The labour courts should be set up in each state by appropriate government, with government deciding its members.
Excuse me, ma'am. Yes. Please, what are the stages of negotiation?
See, negotiation is basically divided into 4 stages. The first stage is the exploratory stage, in which the parties get to know each other. They do not have information either about the employers and the employees or about the problems. This is followed by bidding, in which they have enough information about each other, also they have information about the problem and they can start negotiating. Now, at this stage this negotiation can be accepted or rejected, but one thing is for sure, that the negotiations must be firm and practical. This is again followed by bargaining, which is the heart of negotiation. Bargaining is something in which if it is positive, if the parties are positive towards each other, then it can be a collaborative agreement. But if they have a win-lose attitude towards each other, then in that case they can apply negotiation tactics. And the last step is setting, in which basically all the agreements, should I proceed?
Yes.
Okay. Though the role of the government has diminished in industrial matters post economic and industrial reforms in 1991, however, collective bargaining in industrial establishments may become important, but on a different footing. As far as the recent developments are concerned, most of the collective agreements have been in the form of settlements under the Industrial Disputes Act 1947. Now, these settlements have been reached at regular intervals in the industries such as iron and steel, mines and minerals, petroleums, etc. The conciliation machinery therefore has been in use, bringing the parties together and reaching agreements. Process of collective bargaining. It consists of 6 major steps. Preparing for negotiation, it is required to prepare a specific proposal for changes in the contract language. Determine the size of the economic package the company has to offer. Arrange supportive data for negotiation. A book with information regarding the issues to be discussed. On the other hand, the employees should collect information on the financial position of the company, attitude of the management towards issues, attitude and desires of the employees. Identifying the bargaining issues. Now, these bargaining issues may fall into following categories. Wages, which may further include such issues like the cost of living adjustment, wage differentials, overtime rates, wage adjustments. Economic benefits, which may cover the pension plans, paid vacations for holidays, health and insurance plan, health and safety, etc. And institutional issues such as rights and duties of the employees, the quality of work-life programs, employee stock ownership, etc. Then negotiation. It begins with each side presenting its initial demand and goes on for days till the final agreement is reached. Reaching an agreement. After the agreement is reached, the two sides reach their respective constituencies. Ratifying the agreement. Union negotiating team explains and puts the agreement to the union members for vote, and if voted, it becomes a contract. Administration of agreement. The agreement is implemented according to letter and spirit of the provisions of the agreement.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
How can we categorize the bargaining issues?
See, the bargaining issue basically can be put into 3 categories. The first one is the mandatory issues. These mandatory issues cover all those aspects of working conditions that are essential for the employees. Passive issues are such in which you have to take permission. For example, for drug testing, for equipment testing, etc. And the third one is the illegal issues. Now, these illegal issues do not come in any of the, or they do not come under any of the agreements of collective bargaining. Hope you have understood?
Yes.
So, we will proceed. Features of collective bargaining. Collective bargaining involves the joint decision of employers and workers on the terms and conditions of employment. During this, the workers bargain for better and improved terms and conditions of employment, whereas the buyers try to purchase them at lowest possible prices. The term collective is used in this process as it points to representatives of workers and employees who participate in bargaining. It is a group action with management delegates on one side of the bargaining table and the trade unions representatives on the other side. It is flexible in the sense that it has much scope for compromise and a mutual give and take. However, in the event of failure of negotiations, generally the parties take recourse to coercive measures such as strikes. It is a continuous process as it provides a mechanism for continuing an organized relationship between management and unions. It is democratic in the sense that it is a joint formulation of company policy on all matters. It is complementary process as each party needs something that other party has. The state can also play a role in regulating the various aspects of collective bargaining apart from employers and the workers. The nature and the pattern of collective bargaining are same in different countries or in same stage of development. The reasons behind this is the changing economies, structure of trade unions, political environment, etc. Importance of collective bargaining. Collective bargaining helps in solving serious problems in the industries, as the labor legislation and information machinery can provide a setting in which the industry can function. It facilitates in improving the condition of workers. It guarantees the rights and immunities of workers by limiting the employer's freedom of action. Secures the economic goals in the form of higher wages, liberal and allowances, fringe benefits, economic security, etc. It also secures non-economic goals such as the hours of work, working condition, workers' satisfaction, better terms of employment, etc. It promotes industrial democracy by putting an effective check on the unilateral actions of the employers, autocracy of the employers, hiring and firing, etc. Avoids strikes, go-slow tactics that interrupt work. Provides flexible means for the adjustment of wages and employment conditions to the economic and technological changes in the industry. It provides a lasting solution to the problem, as both the parties have a say in the decisions and the disputes are settled based on facts and realities of the situation. It increases managerial efficiency by taking the trade union into confidence and seeking its cooperation to solve the problem. Rules and standards are established and observed by both the parties after a successful completion of collective bargaining and the incorporation of its terms. It has, even to an extent, impinged on the social and economic life.
Excuse me, ma'am, I have a question. What is the use of collective bargaining to working professionals?
The employers on some of the important workplace issues, such as pay and benefits, such as the other resources, adequate resources that are required at the workplace, and it provides and it guarantees, collective bargaining basically provides a proper platform and guarantees the essential working conditions that are required by the employees. There are over 6 million working professionals who have joined, who have made a proper use of collective bargaining, and some of the examples are that of doctors, engineers, teachers, etc. Is it clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we will proceed. Principles of collective bargaining. The principles vary with different parties. For management, it must be a constructive force in the organization. It should examine the rules and regulations governing the labor force to gain goodwill and cooperation. It should try to settle employee grievances even before trade unions bring it to their notice. For the trade unions should eliminate undemocratic practices in the organization. It should assist in the elimination of wastage and improving the quality and quantity of production. It should appreciate the economic implications of collective bargaining. For union and management, both the parties must look upon collective bargaining as a means to find best possible solution and not as a means of acquiring as much as one can. Both the parties must have enough bargaining power to enforce the terms of agreement. There must be mutual confidence, faith and good leadership. Price of labor is properly adjusted to other prices.
Excuse me, ma'am, I have a question. What are the other workplace concerns that can be addressed through collective bargaining?
See, for the working professionals, the topmost concerns still remain to be salary and benefits as well as the working conditions. But apart from that, these issues may be followed by staffing levels in the organization, then working hours, especially if we consider the healthcare professionals, the nursing and the doctors, etc. And then the retrenchment issues, the restructuring issues, the layoffs, grievances, etc.
Okay.
Is it clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Fine, we will proceed now. The National Institute of Personnel Management suggests that the following facts should be included in collective agreement. The purpose of the agreement, its scope and definitions, leave, retirement benefits and other benefits, terms and conditions of services, grievance redressal procedure, method of and machinery for settlement of possible nature of dispute. A termination clause. Forms of collective bargaining. Single plant bargaining. Bargaining between the management and a single trade union. Multiple plant bargaining. Bargaining between a single factory or establishment having several plants and workers employed in all these plants. and multiple employer bargaining. Bargaining between trade unions of workers in the same industry through their federal organizations and the employers' federations. Prerequisites for collective bargaining. The bargaining is an agreement. The parties should rely on the facts and figures to support their points of views. Unfair labor practices should be avoided by both the parties. The terms of contract should be put down in writing and embodied in a document. The agreement should be honored and fairly implemented. Now let's throw some light on the collective agreements in India. Collective agreements in India have taken place at plant, industry, regional, company and corporate levels. The types of agreements fall in the following categories. Agreements that are as a result of direct negotiations and are purely voluntary for implementation. Agreements that are as a result of voluntariness and status as a result of successful discussions when the matters of disputes are under the reference to industrial tribunals or courts. Agreements relating to tripartite forums such as Indian Labour Conference, Standing Labour Committee, Industrial Committees, etc. The jointly worked out standing orders for certification under industrial employment, Standing Orders Act 1946. A few examples of collective bargaining in India are agreement in Tisco and Tata Workers Union, especially that of 1956, covering the subjects of wages, gratuity, bonus, housing and welfare facilities, discipline, grievance redressal, promotion, etc. Agreements between Indian Tea Association and Indian Tea Planters Association representing the employers and Hind Mazdoor Sabha and the Indian Trade Union Congress representing the workers in 1950 and Bata Mazdoor Union, Bata Nagar, covering the issues of wage allowances, bonus, leave, retirement benefits, etc. Agreements in 1956 between Modi Spinning and Weaving Mills Company Limited, Modi Nagar and Modi Spinning and Weaving Mills Karamchari Union Modi Nagar, covering the issues of productivity, closer association between employees and management, etc. Agreements between Telco and Telco Workers Union beginning from 1960s after the change of the name of Telco to Tata Motors Limited 2003, covering the issues of wage structures, benefits, facilities, productivity, discipline, job security, social security, etc. and agreements between Indian Commercial Pilots Association with the management of Indian Airlines in 1993, covering the issues of flight and other allowances as well as the conditions of service. Agreements between the Airport Authority of India and Indian Airport Authority Employees Union 1997. These agreements were contracted at various levels and modified time to time, and on expiry, fresh agreements with large coverage were reached. Hurdles to collective bargaining. The growth of collective bargaining in the country no doubt has been facing hurdles. One of the major hurdles to collective bargaining is that there is no statutory compulsion for the employers to recognize representative unions. The outside leadership dominated by different political parties in Indian trade union movements has added to the problem. A number of labour laws relating to hours of work, physical working conditions, social security benefits, holidays, etc. have been coined, resulting which the reliance of trade unions on collective bargaining has been less. The smaller sizes of the trade unions in comparison to the countries like United States, Great Britain or France, their poor financial conditions or the confinement to a very few industries are a few reasons to weak collective bargaining. Inadequacy of education and unwillingness to sit on the bargaining table due to the reason such as poverty of employees has also added to it. Well, on this note, I'll take a leave. Hope you have understood today's topic. We'll discuss another topic in the next episode. Till then, goodbye and have a nice day.
Hello students, welcome to today's episode. In this episode, we will discuss about risk and return. As we know, the most important objective of financial management is to maximize the wealth of the shareholders. This can be maximized by increasing the market price of their holdings. Market price of shares depends upon the risk and return characteristics of a financial decisions taken by a firm. So, a financial manager has to consider the two important determinants, that is risk and return, in his financial decision making. I am Dr. Arshia Hussain, PhD in Human Resource Management and teaching in the Department of Commerce and Business Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia University, New Delhi. So, we will first discuss the meaning of risk or risk management. Risk may be defined as the amount of volatility on a given project. Risk and returns are correlated. The greater the risk in an investment, the greater will be the return on that investment. And investors must be a risk taker in order to get high returns from the investment. In other words, return is the factor which motivates the investor to invest in the investment process. For an investor, the return from an investment is the expected cash inflows in the form of dividends, interest, bonus, capital gains, and so on, available to the holder of an investment. Now, the investment in equity shares gives returns to its shareholders in the form of dividends and the capital gains or losses at the time of sale of these shares. It may be represented in the following form. K is equal to P1 minus P0 plus D1 divided by P0, where K is equal to expected rate of return from the investment. P0 is equal to market price at time 0. P1 is market price at time 1 and D1 is equal to cash dividend for the period 1. Now, the equation reflects that the expected rate of return K is the combined effect of capital gain or loss, that is P1 minus P0, and the cash dividends, that is D1, over the period. The equation can be used to determine the rate of return of any investment. The time period in this equation has been taken as a year and therefore the value of K is the annual rate of return. Now, let's see an example on this. X company is evaluating the rate of return on two of its machineries, machinery 1 and machinery 2. The machinery 1 was purchased a year ago for rupees 4 lakhs and since then it has generated cash inflows of rupees 16,000. Presently, it can be sold for a price of rupees 4,30,000. Machinery 2 was purchased a few years ago and its market price in the beginning and at the end of the year was rupees 2,40,000 and rupees 2,36,000 respectively. Machinery 2 has generated cash inflows of rupees 34,000 during the year. Find out the rate of return on these two machineries. See the solution now. The rate of return on these assets can be calculated with the help of the following equation. The equation is K is equal to P1 minus P0 plus D1 divided by P0, which is equal to rupees 4,30,000 minus 4 lakhs plus 16,000 divided by 4 lakhs. So, for machinery 1, K is equal to 11.596 and for machinery 2, we have rupees 2,36,000 minus. Now, in this example, the rate of return of machinery 2 is higher at 12.5%, though its capital value has reduced from rupees 2,40,000 to rupees 2,36,000 over the period of time. Now, the reason for higher rate of return is the relatively higher cash inflows of rupees 34,000 from machinery 2 during the year. So, it is the combined effect of the change in value and the cash inflows that make up the rate of return on any asset or investment. The return from an investment during a given period is equal to the change in value of the investment plus any amount of income received from the investment. Now, any capital or revenue income from the investment to the investor must be included in returns to the investor, otherwise the measure of return will be deficient. Thus, total return is equal to yield plus price change. However, returns cannot be forecasted with certainty, as there is always a risk involved that the cash inflows may not result as expected, and also that the market price of the investment may fluctuate in either direction. Risk can be measured by specifying the probabilities associated with each of the possible future return. For example, an investor has identified 5 possible outcomes for his return during the next year. Now, the return associated with each investment is determined by a subjective probability or relative chance of occurrence. The 5 possible outcomes are as follows. Possible returns in one column and subjective probability we can see in the other column. So, possible returns we have 20%, 21% are 0.15, then 0.20, then 0.50, then 0.20, and for 24% it is 0.05. Now, we can note that in the table the sum of the probabilities is 1. It means that the actual return is confined to take one of the 5 possible values. Now, given this distribution, the expected return from investment can be calculated with the help of the following equation. R is equal to sigma pi xi, where R is equal to expected return, P stands for probability of ith return, xi is equal to possible return, and n is the number of years. Now, the equation here considers the average expected return R as the weighted average return of possible returns by taking the probabilities of these returns as weights. Now, consider this table. In the table, the calculation of expected probability and then pi xi, which is the multiplication of the 2 columns, which is expected returns multiplied by probability. The expected returns in percentage is 20, probability for the same is 0.15, and pi xi is 3. Then the second one is 21. The probability given to us is 0.10 and pi xi is 2.10. Then percentage expected returns is 22. Then probability pi is 0.60. Then pi xi is 13.20. Then 23, which is the next one, is and the probability for this is 0.10 and pi xi is 2.30. Then the last percentage expected returns is 24 and probability returns multiplied by probability is 1.20. Now, summation of pi xi is equal to 21.80. So, therefore, expected return, that is R, is equal to 21.80. Now, average rate of return, we will see. The rate of return can also be calculated for a period more than 1 year. The average rate of return represents the average of annual rates of return over a period of years. The formula used for calculation of average rate of return is given as R bar is equal to 1 upon n multiplied by R1 plus R2 plus Rn, or 1 divided by n multiplied by R1 plus R2 plus Rn, where R bar is equal to average rate of return, R1 plus R2 plus Rn is equal to annual rate of return in the period 1, 2 and 3. Then and dividend per share of Sigma Securities Limited for the past 6 years are given as. Now, the table for the example is given to us as years, then we have average market price, and then we have dividend per share. Now, years we can see 2015 to 16. The average market price in the year 2015 to 16 is 68, then dividend per share is ₹3. Average market price in the year 2014 to 15 is 61 and dividend per share is 2.6. Then average market price in the year 2013 to 14 is 50 and dividend per share is ₹2. Then average market price in the year 2012 to 13 is 53 and dividend per share in the same year is 2.5. Then average market price in the year 2010 to 11 is ₹38 and dividend per share for the same year is 1.8. Now, we have to calculate the average rate of return of Sigma Securities Limited share for past 6 years. Now, we can see the solution here. We have years given to us: average market price per share, then capital gain, then dividend per share, and dividend yield in terms of percentage, and rate of return, which is also in terms of percentage. Now for the year 2010 to 11, it is 38, that is average market price share, capital gain is nothing, then dividend per share is 1.8, and dividend yield in terms of percentage is 4.7%, and there is no rate of return in this year. Then in 2011 to 12, the average market price per share is 45, then capital gain on this is 18.42%, dividend per share is rupees 2, dividend yield is 4.44%, and rate of return is 22.86%. Then in the year 2012 to 13, the average market price per share is rupees 53, capital gain on this is 17.78%, dividend per share is 2.5 rupees, dividend yield we have is 4.72%, and rate of return is 22.50. Then for the year 2013 to 14, the average market price per share is 50, and capital gain is there is no capital gain, it is minus 5.66, and dividend per share is rupees 2, dividend yield is 4%, and rate of return is minus 1.66%. Then in the year 2014 to 15, the average market price per share is rupees 61, capital gain we can see here is 22, then dividend per share is 2.6 rupees, dividend yield is 4.26%, and then rate of return is 26.26%. Then finally in the year 2015 to 16, average market price per share is rupees 68, capital gain we can see here is 11.48%, dividend per share is rupees 3, dividend yield is 4.41%, and rate of return is 15.89%. Thus we can find out R bar is equal to 1 divided by 5 multiplied by 22.86 plus 22.50 minus 1.66 plus 26.26 plus 15.89, which is equal to 1 upon 5 multiplied by 85.85, which is equal to 17.17%. So that is the rate of return we have. Now we will discuss the concept of risk in detail. Risk basically in an investment implies that the future returns from that investment are unpredictable. Risk may be defined as the possibilities that the actual return may not be same as expected. Risk may be defined as the possibility that the actual outcome of a financial decision may not be same as estimated. In other words, the actual results or outcomes or returns may vary from the estimate. So the risk may also be considered as a chance of variation or chance of a loss. Investment having greater chances of variations or chances of loss are considered as more risky than those with lesser chances of variations. There is a difference between risk and uncertainty. Risk is defined as a situation where the possibility of happening, situation where this possibility of the occurrence of an event cannot be measured. Now we will see the different kinds of risk. Risk can be classified into the following categories. First one is capital risk. It may be defined as the risk of incurring a capital loss due to downward changes in the market price of a security. Example of capital risk is investment in equity shares. Then the second type of risk is income risk. Now it is a risk of variation in return available from the security. For instance, dividends paid by a company on equity shares may vary from one year to another. The third type of risk is default risk. Now it is a risk when there is a default in payment of interest or repayment of the principal amount by the company. This risk may also include the risk of losing the principal amount of shares and debentures. Different degrees of risk. For example, government bonds are considered as a riskless security as there is no risk of a default of any type on these bonds. The risk involved in corporate bonds is higher than the government bonds, as corporate bonds has both the default risk and the capital risk. Now the equity share bears a high risk as the investor has a direct share in the risk of the firm. So if an investor holds a government bond, he faces no uncertainty about the monetary outcome. The value of the bond at maturity will be same with the given value of the bond. So in such a case, the investor bears no risk. Now we'll see measurement of risk. See, risk can be measured by finding out the range of possible returns, which is simply the difference between the highest and the lowest value of return. However, the most common, convenient and standard deviation of possible outcomes, that is, standard deviation is equal to root of sigma pi into xi minus x bar the whole square. Now, the risk in the example can be measured by taking the range 4%, that is 24% minus 20%, or by finding out the standard deviation of the expected return R as given in the given table. This table shows calculation of a standard deviation of expected return. Returns given to us in one column, then probabilities, and then xi minus r the whole square, pi into xi minus r the whole square. So, returns are 20. Probabilities is 0.15, then xi minus r the whole square is 3.24, then pi into xi minus r the whole square is 0.486, minus r the whole square given to us is 0.64, and pi into xi minus r the whole square is 0.064. Then for 22, the probability is 0.60, then xi minus r the whole square, 0.04 we have, then pi xi minus r the whole square, that is 0.024. Now, for return 23, the probability associated with it is 0.10, and xi minus r the whole square is 1.44, then pi xi minus r the whole square is again 0.144. Now, for the returns 24, the probability is 0.05, then xi minus r the whole square 4.84, then pi xi minus r the whole square 21.8% as calculated in the table read just now. The standard deviation is root of 0.960, which is equal to 0.9798%. Now, in this case, the expected return from the investment is 21.8% with the range of 4% and the standard deviation of 0.9798. So, the investment may be termed as higher return with low variation investment. In the example, we are calculating expected return and standard deviation. Now, we can see returns, probabilities, pi xi, then xi minus r the whole square, pi xi minus r the whole square. Returns are given to us minus 20, minus 10, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Now, probabilities for these different returns are 0.05, 0.10, 0.20, 0.25, 0.20, 0.15 and 0.05. Then pi xi for the different returns and probabilities are minus 1, then again minus 1, then we can see 2, then it is 3.75, then it is 4, then 3.75, then again it is 1.50. Now, the column of xi minus r the whole square, which we can calculate on the basis of the pi xi, is 1089, then 529, then we have 9, then we have 4, then we have 49, then 144 and then 289. Then the last column, which is pi xi minus r the whole square, for the first return of minus 20 and probability of 0.05, we have 54.45, then the second one, then 14.45. So, basically this is the column of pi into xi minus r the whole square, which is the multiplication of the two columns that we can see. Now, the summation of this pi xi, we will do summation and it comes out to be 13. Then for pi into xi minus r the whole square, the summation of this is 156. So, thus the expected return r bar is equal to 13% and the standard deviation is root of 156, which is equal to 12.49%. Now, in this case, the expected return is relatively lower, but range of 50, that is 30 minus 20, as well as the standard deviation 12.49 are on the higher side, and therefore this investment may be called as a risky investment. We can consider one more example for better understanding. Another example we can see, Mr. Rathore invested in equity shares of Star Aluminium Limited. Its anticipated returns and associated probabilities are given as returns in one column we can see and probability. So for returns minus 15%, 0.05, then for minus 10% it is 0.10, for 5% it is 0.15, then for 10% it is 0.25, for 15% it is 0.30, then for 20% it is 0.10, and finally for 30% return it is 0.05, the probability associated with it. We are required to calculate the expected rate of return and risk in terms of a standard deviation. Now we can see the solution here in the form of the table. Here we have calculated expected return and risk in terms of a standard deviation. The column is R minus R bar, then R minus R bar the whole square, and R minus R bar whole square multiplied by P. We can see the value, the first value, that is probability into return, is minus 0.75, then R minus R bar is minus 5.5, then R minus R bar the whole square is 30.25, then R minus R bar whole square into P is 1.5125. Similarly, for the next probability of 0.10 is P into R is minus 1, R minus R bar is minus 0.5, then R minus R bar the whole square is 0.25, then R minus R bar the whole square multiplied by P is 0.0250. Then the third one, that is 0.15 probability, we have 0.75, then minus 4.5, then 20.25, then 3.0375. Then for the probability 0.25 and returns 10%, we have P into R is 2.50, then R minus R bar is equal to 0.5, then R minus R bar the whole square is 0.25, then R minus R bar the whole square multiplied by P is 0.0625. As you can see, for 15 it is 4.50 is P into R, then 5.5 is R minus R bar, then 30.25 is R minus R bar the whole square, then 9.0750 which is R minus R bar the whole square multiplied by P. For the next we have 2, which is P into R, then 10.5 is R minus R bar, P is 11.0250. Finally, for 30% return and probability 0.05, P into R is 1.50 and R minus R bar is 20.5, then R minus R bar the whole square is 420.25, and finally R minus R bar the whole square multiplied by P is 21.0125. So the summation of R is equal to 9.5%, and the summation of R minus R bar the whole square multiplied by P is equal to 45.75. Thus, we can see that expected return R is equal to sigma P multiplied by R, which is equal to 9.5%. Then standard deviation is equal to sigma R minus R bar the whole square multiplied by P, which is equal to root of 45.75, which is equal to 6.764. Thus, the risk can be measured by taking the range of 45%, that is 30% and minus 15%, and standard deviation of 6.764. The investment carries greater risk in terms of high variation. Now we can see expected return and variability of return of investments. Let us consider this example for calculating expected return and variability of return of investments. Another example we can see, an investor is evaluating R as follows. Expected return for alpha is 12% and for beta is 20%. Then standard deviation for alpha is 9 and for beta is 10. Now what would be the advice to the investor? Now we can see solution to this. In this case, the two assets being evaluated, that is alpha and beta, have different returns of 12% and 20% respectively. So the measure of standard deviation is not sufficient to evaluate their risk. The standard deviation should be used only when the different investments have same expected rate of return. In this situation, we can measure risk by calculating coefficient of variation. The coefficient of variation of investment alpha is 9 divided by 12, which is equal to 0.75, and of investment beta is 10 divided by 20, which is equal to as less risky than the investment alpha. It is important to note here that investment beta has higher standard deviation of 10%, but still it is less risky in terms of coefficient of variation. Now we can see one more example, and in this example we will calculate coefficient of variation for comparing the risk. So CV is better for comparison of risk factor. It is because it considers the relative size as well as the expected return. The larger the coefficient variation, or the greater the possible dispersion of future realized values around the expected value, and larger the investor's uncertainty and risk. A rational investor can make a decision of making investment out of various combinations of risk and return as shown to you in the table. We can see the table here: risk and return and investment decisions. High return, high risk, maybe, and low risk, definite. Then low return means no investment, and then maybe. Now, given the choice between two investment options, a risk-averse investor would prefer investment with higher returns and lower risk, that is lower standard deviation. Now, out of two investment options having equal returns, the investor will opt for that investment which has relatively low risk. Further, if two investment options have same risk, then the investor will opt for that investment which has the higher return. Now we will see types of investors. Investors may be classified on the basis of risk return perception. So first type of investor we can see here is risk averse. Now these are the investors who prefers to avoid risk. However, they may be ready to take risk if the return available for taking extra risk is adequate. Second type is not sufficient enough. The third type is risk neutrals. Now these are the investors who require just a sufficient return for taking risk. They want neither extra return for a given risk nor are ready to take extra risk for a given return. Next is factors to be considered for selection of a portfolio. Now selecting the right type of portfolio is a difficult task and requires a professional approach. Reviewing the portfolio in the light of risk and return factors is a necessity. An investor must be efficient and expert to determine the appropriate portfolio. However, various factors considered while deciding the portfolio are: the first one is liquidity and marketability of the portfolio. Now, the portfolio should be such that it provides liquidity whenever required. All the funds. Second one is tax planning. The investor should plan the portfolio in such a way that it minimizes the tax liability. For example, interest income from certain investments such as deposits with commercial banks, cooperative banks and so on are allowed as deduction from taxable income under section 80L of the Income Tax Act 1961. Dividends from a company are not taxable in the hands of the shareholders. Then third one is capital gains. The securities should provide capital gains in the long run. There are certain securities which provides lower returns in the short run but have a great potentiality of capital gains in the long run. So these securities provide sufficient income in the long run and also provide a hedge against inflation. Minimization of risk. Now while selecting a portfolio investment only, the investor should also make an attempt to minimize his total risk. If the portfolio consists of high risk securities, then the investor should not block additional funds in high risk security even if the expected return is higher. One more point is there, which is industry diversification. An efficient portfolio should consist of investment made in different industries of diverse nature. It saves investor during the period of recession. So that is all for today. Hope you have understood the topic of risk and return. We'll meet in the next episode. Till then, take care. Goodbye.
Ratio analysis is one of the important and widely used techniques of financial analysis. A ratio expresses relationship of one figure with any relevant figure. It is defined as one number expressed in relation to another number. Ratios are guidelines or shortcuts that are useful in evaluating the financial position. According to Belvard E. Needles, the primary purpose of ratios is to point out areas for further investigation. They should be used in connection with a general understanding of the company and its environment. An accounting ratio signifies numerical or mathematical relationship between two relevant items contained in the income statement or balance sheet. Ratio analysis is a process of determining and interpreting relationship between the items of financial statements so as to provide a meaningful understanding of the performance and financial position of a business enterprise. According to Myers, ratio analysis is a study of relationship among various financial factors in a business.
Lecture, we discussed various activities covered under the ambit of logistics. We also learnt that activities covered under international logistics are complex as compared to domestic logistics because of wider area coverage and large number of customer base. In this lecture, we will understand the structure of international logistics. I am Dr. Nidhi Mathur and the subject expert is Dr. Neeti Mathur, teaching in National Law University, Jodhpur, Rajasthan. So, before we understand the structure of international logistics, let us first understand the different forms or types of international logistics. The various forms of international logistics are inbound logistics, outbound logistics, return or reverse logistics, military logistics, third party logistics, fourth party logistics. Let us discuss these forms or types of logistics in detail. Inbound logistics. Logistics requires creation of value by making the inputs available in time at minimum cost. These inputs include activities from procurement to management of inventory. Inbound logistics include transportation required for procurement operations, storage, handling and overall management of inventory of inputs. For example, Walmart procure products, stores them, do packaging, loading and unloading of products to be delivered or transported at various Walmart procurement locations and maintains inventory. Logistics facilitate flow of materials, parts or finished inventory into a manufacturing unit. Inbound logistics cover sourcing, order placement, transportation, receiving and storage of materials. Therefore, procurement operations are called inbound logistics. Inbound logistics is responsible for reducing logistics system costs. For example, delivery time, size of shipment, method of transport and value of products involved in the process may be different in different distribution cycles. Inbound logistics chooses low cost transportation mode if delivery shipment size is large. If the value of inventory is low and size of shipment is large, then the transit inventory costs are low. Next is outbound logistics. The difference between inbound and outbound logistics is that inbound logistics cover logistic activities related to raw material and making them available to manufacturing units, whereas outbound logistics cover logistic activities related to transportation of finished goods from manufacturing units to warehouses, different channels of distribution, or at the doorstep of the customers, depending upon the nature and model of the business as compared to the value or inputs or raw materials. In case of inbound logistics, value of the inventory in inbound logistics is higher. The size of shipment, modes of transport and delivery time are different as compared to those under inbound logistics. Activities covered under outbound logistics are order management, transportation, warehousing, packaging, handling, etc. For example, transportation of products from Walmart procurement hub to Walmart stores in different cities is outbound logistics activity. Next we have is return or reverse logistics. All business activities are customer centric, and to extent convenience to customers, companies give warranty for their product. In case if the products are faulty within warranty period, they are replaced by the company. In international market, this step is taken very seriously by the companies because this performance are the key features for company to make its name globally. Therefore, international companies recall immediately the defective product from the market or directly from the customer. For this activity of recalling defective product, international company depends upon its total logistical system network and the total cost of such a system of network. This activity is called return logistics. International companies may consider laws prohibiting random scrapping and disposal of listed products and recycling of waste such as packaging materials, etc., to protect individuals from health hazards. For example, country, if number of services related complaints have been registered for a particular part of the car, or if it is a recurring problem or a common problem with those models of the car. Next we have is military logistics. Needless to say, this form of logistics is applied to military. However, this is the most complex form and requires error-free execution. The responsibility assigned to each employee is taken seriously in this type of logistics. The activities included here are design and development of logistics plan, including movement of staff, troops, etc., and movement of materials, acquisition and storage of materials, distribution of materials to different military locations, maintenance, evacuation and disposition of material and hospitalization of personnel. Logistics department in this kind of setup is also responsible for acquisition or construction, maintenance, operation and disposition of facilities used by the military. Then we have third party logistics. Outsourced logistics services are offered by third party logistics provider. These activities are mainly procurement and fulfillment oriented activities and are of utmost use when it comes to international logistics. The service provider may provide one service or combination of two or more services such as public warehousing contract, warehousing, etc. a third party logistics or 3PL provider may support the company in any one or all of the services like receiving, storage, value added, shipping and transportation responsibilities of products manufactured by the company. Basically, third party logistics revolutionize physical distribution of products of the companies. It is a commonly used practice in global arena because of its ability to reduce cost and offer better management resources. The companies can concentrate more on innovation, product development and quality service because of this help extended by the third party logistics, and companies get more time on research and development oriented activities to provide better services to customers. For example, Amazon provides logistics support to all vendors across the globe. This helps them in winning over competition through already established market and logistics base of Amazon. Then we have fourth party logistics. Increased competition among companies to have better control of the market and to provide stronger outreach to customers drives them to find better supply chain solutions. Fourth party logistics is one of such value added service measure to improve the supply chain management. Demands encouraged by the suppliers has been replaced by getting support from fourth party logistics. Fourth party logistics provides an advanced system that can easily meet the increased level of services demands from client companies. It provides services related to e-procurement, complete supply visibility system, virtual inventory management and requisite integrating technology to give a complete overview of supply chain operations. The primary aim of fourth party logistics is to maximize profit of its client companies by reducing costs to a great extent. The fourth party logistics service provider assembles and manages the resources provider to improve value added services provided with the product. For example, when you go to a salon, you get a haircut and get a complimentary hairspray. This haircut is regular service, but arranging for free spray from a company that may want to market its product is arranged and combined into an offer by fourth party logistics service provider. Here, the salon owner or staff or the hairspray marketing company did not approach each other. Rather, this opportunity of combined value added product and service is arranged by fourth party logistics provider. It becomes more cost effective and value added when it comes to international also high. So, the benefit extended towards customer will be high and profit earned by company will also be high. As compared to the types and forms of logistics discussed, fourth party logistics service is preferred by international marketing companies because of number of benefits offered by this type of service. It not only helps the international marketing company in increasing its revenue, but supports increased product quality, product availability and improved customer satisfaction through better service, through advanced and integrated technology. It can be said that the difference between third party logistics and fourth party logistics is that an international supply chain support. The concept of fourth party logistics is new and it is still developing with advancement in technology. It also imbibes artificial intelligence that requires training to be used, but it is more cost effective and flawless as compared to third party logistics as it covers wider range of product improvement and availability across the globe. This integrated system provides better supply chain forecasting and improvement opportunity by constantly displaying the virtual mode of logistics, thus making procurement of resources and availability of product cost effective. Now that we have learnt about the different types or forms of logistics, let us understand the structure of logistics. We already know that logistics is the process of organizing and controlling the flow of raw materials and goods. It is a supply chain management system that store and disseminate the most updated information from the point of origin to the point of distribution to satisfy the wants of customers. An efficient logistics system is required in all public and private enterprises. Even academic and administrative institutions require proper logistics system. International logistics, however, takes the bigger scenario into consideration and imbibe third or fourth party logistics services to make the product procurement, delivery, information flow flawless. Structure of logistics followed by a particular organization depends directly on the nature and size of the business. A global business having offices in different countries may outsource the logistic services to third or fourth party, but a domestic company may want to keep the logistics under its own control, and the logistics activity here may be centralized depending on the area of operation of the business. The ultimate aim of the business is to make the logistics exercise cost effective and quick, so that raw materials can be procured quickly and finished goods can be distributed quickly. Usually, line organizational structures, functional organization is followed for logistics activity. Line organizational structure comprises of managers of different departments who reports to the general manager. Staff and assistants assist managers. Different nomenclature is followed in different organizations, and the extension of this line is dependent upon the size and nature of the business. Functional organization is similar to line organization in terms of hierarchy, but it is specialization based. Authority remains with the top level of management, which gets report from middle level management. Here, different departments are present and the organization is divided into different departments as research and development, etc. Needless to say, combined organizational structure is a combination of both line and functional organizational structure for quick communication of information and better execution of orders. Let us understand the organizational structure clearly by analyzing different types of organizations. Let us consider a manufacturing company which operates domestically and is a traditional organization. Here work is done by following classic functional organizational structure. The major department in this organization are production, purchase, sales, human resources and finance. So, you see here no separate logistics department is present. Therefore, the inbound input material is managed by the purchase department. Figure 1. Organizational structure of traditional manufacturing organization. In this type of organizational structure, the information flow is from top to bottom and the authority is vested with the general manager. All other managers, purchase, sales, production, etc. report to general manager. Since there is no separate logistics department, the procurement and distribution work is undertaken by the purchase department. This type of organizational structure is good for a traditional organization that operates domestically or covers a small segment of customers. But when the company expands its operations to say different from this organization, which means Rather than not having logistics department, it will now have a separate logistic department and it will be a major department of the company. Previously, procurement and distribution was taken care by production department. Now this activity will be carried out by the logistic department. Figure 2 shows organizational structure of a company operation domestically. This type of organizational structure is functional organizational structure. The general manager is the authority to which production, sales, logistics, etc. departments report to. Authority flows from top to bottom. Production department is responsible for production of finished goods, procurement, storage and distribution activity vertical, because all the departments are interconnected for information flow and updating of logistics system. The third case is that of combined organizational structure, that is combination of line and functional organizational structure. Here logistics department and production department are two different departments, but there is overlapping of duties and functions performed. Simply put, there is interconnection and coordination among both the departments. Inventory is managed by logistics department, procurement request is raised by production department, and on the basis of that, logistic departments places order for raw material and tracks the order and keep production department informed for workers for unloading of raw materials. It connects with finance department for payment of shipment on verification by the production department. If there is a quality or quantity issue related to the raw materials, logistic departments undertakes this task with the vendor. Similarly, the task of maintenance and management of inventory is also entrusted with logistics department. Figure 3 shows combined organizational structure of a company operation internationally. In this type of organization, authority is vested with the top level management, but information flow can be both vertical and horizontal. This type of organization is ideal for international marketing company, which depends largely on logistics. Different companies follow different structures of logistics. In case of international marketing, third party or fourth party logistics is involved, so the structure of logistics is entirely different from the pattern that we have discussed so far. It is because the logistics service is outsourced, so such companies may or may not have logistics department. A back-end office may be present in the company structure for logistics, but it is not necessary because the service is outsourced and all the required information is provided by the hired agency through the advanced information technology setup. When a company has centralized logistic department, this department manages the flow of material throughout the whole company. Logistics employees are responsible based on production requirement. These employees are also responsible for management of the input material stores and final production warehouses. Such centralized logistics department supports the distribution of finished goods to the wholesale and retail stores of the company and provides operational support to the customers. The reasons why logistics structure is different in different companies is because there is very thin line of difference in terms of coordination of procurement and distribution. Logistics department is interconnected with purchase, sales, inventory and marketing departments. Sometimes it performs multiple roles of different departments, aggregating the task of each department. It is always subject to the decision of top management in designing the structure of the company, and nature and size of the business also play a role here. Information flow and logistics structure of the company. We already know that availability of updated and timely information is very important for effective logistics system. For small and medium sized businesses that do not offer many varieties of the product, logistics is divided by projects having number of logistics specialists. Specific number of customers is assigned to these logistics specialists, forward the order to the production department. If the raw material to complete the order is not available, these specialists are informed by the production department to procure the raw material, or the production department may itself order the raw material depending on the organizational structure of the company. Once finished goods are available, these specialists ensure delivery to the customer. The advantages of this setup is that customers get complete assistance from the company and they convert into loyal customers because of personal attention given to them. The disadvantage, however, is that it is expensive and decentralized system. Hiring specialists and training them about the setup is not suitable for large size businesses and global markets. Multinational companies that offer a large variety of product specializes logistic flow through departments. This department receives orders from all customers, forwards them to the production department. Production department updates the information to input logistics department, and it orders and controls inputs of materials. Here, emphasis is given to proper flow of information and control mechanism to prevent any quality issue and loss of information in the logistics flow through an advanced and integrated logistics system that coordinates and captures all relevant data from different concerned departments. It can be said that the role of the company. In the current time, logistics is a significant and strategically important department of the company, especially in the context of international marketing done by multinational companies. The technological development is bringing innovation in logistic plans and systems which is effective and cost saving. International companies must embrace the most effective logistics structure after careful research. So that is all for today. Hope you have understood today's lecture. We will meet in the next episode. Till then, take care and goodbye.
Hello dear students, welcome to today's episode. Today we will discuss about the concept of working capital, its need and importance, factors affecting working capital requirement, working capital financing policy and estimating working capital requirements. I am Dr. Arshia Hussain, PhD in Human Resource Management and teaching in the Department of Commerce and Business Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia University, New Delhi. I have my students with me. He is Saqib and he is Arif. Both of them will participate with me in the discussion. So I'll start with the meaning and the concept of the working capital. Working capital refers to that part of the capital of a firm which is required for financing short-term or current assets or funds invested in current assets like raw materials, work in progress, finished goods, debtors, bills receivables, and so on. Cash in bank held for meeting routine expenditure of a business is known as working capital. Working capital is the difference between current assets and current liabilities. There are two major concepts of working capital. First one, gross working capital, and second is net working capital. Gross working capital refers to the firm's investment in total current assets. Current assets are those assets which can be converted into cash within an accounting year. The gross working capital is a financial concept. It enables the enterprise to provide correct amount of working capital at the right time. Next is net working capital. Net working capital is the excess of current assets over current liabilities. It may also be defined as the difference between current assets and current liabilities. Current assets include raw materials, work in progress, finished goods, debtors, bills receivables, prepaid expenses, cash and bank balances. Current liabilities are those claims of outsiders which is to be paid within a period of 1 year. It includes bills payable, sundry creditors, accrued or outstanding expenses, bank overdraft, and so on. The concept of net working capital is a qualitative concept. It indicates the ability of the business to meet its operating expenses and short-term liabilities. Net working capital is significant for investors and lenders because it shows the current financial position of the business enterprise.
Excuse me, ma'am, I have a question.
Yes.
Ma'am, what is the importance of net working capital for investors and lenders?
See, for investors and lenders, the concept of net working capital reveals the liquidity position of the enterprise. Okay. So investors will invest in a particular company when the short-term liquidity of it's a management of current assets. Okay. When a company is not able to meet its short-term obligations, so that means the company's financial position is not sound. So here net working capital and lenders they lend to the business. Okay. So it is an important concept because it reveals the current liquidity position of the organization. And investors, they want a return on their investments. So that is why for them, knowing what is a current financial position of the business organization, that's why your net working capital is quite significant for investors and lenders.
Okay.
Am I clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
So now we'll continue our discussion. Classification of working capital in two ways. First, on the basis of components of current assets, and second is on the basis of time. Now, the first one on the basis of the components of current assets. According to this, working capital may be classified as capital invested in the various components of current assets, such as cash, inventories, receivable, and so on. This classification is directly related to the concept of gross working capital. Next classification is on the basis of time. On the basis of time, working capital may be classified as permanent or fixed working capital. Permanent working capital is the minimum level of working capital which is required on a continuous basis by a firm in order to maintain its activities. It includes the minimum level of cash receivables and or fluctuating working capital. Temporary working capital is the amount of current assets that fluctuates or varies with seasonal requirements. It is that portion of working capital which represents the current assets needed to meet fluctuating demand due to change in production and sales. Now next we'll see what is the importance of working capital. Working capital is essential for the survival and the growth of a business. Adequate working capital is essential because of the following reasons. Number one, to avoid technical insolvency, since with adequate working capital, other cost of doing business. Next is to maintain reputation and credit worthiness by making prompt payment to suppliers of materials and others. Third one is to raise loans from banks and others on easy and favorable terms. Next is to declare higher dividends without retaining divisible profits in the business. Next is adequate working capital helps in creating an environment that raises the morale of its employees, increases their efficiency, and creates goodwill in the society.
Excuse me, ma'am, I have a question.
Yes.
Is it necessary for the firm to determine both gross working capital and net working capital?
Yes, it is necessary because gross working capital takes into account only the current assets, and net working capital takes into account both the gross. In the first attempt, it is required to be calculated, but for knowing the correct financial position of a business organization, net working capital is required to be calculated. So both are mandatory to calculate.
Okay.
Clear? Okay, so we will continue our discussion with the factors determining working capital requirements. The working capital needs of a firm are determined by the following factors. First one, nature of business. It is the primary factor that determines the amount of working capital required in the business. In case of a trading firm, the amount of working capital required is generally small. On the other hand, the manufacturing concerns requires a substantial amount of working capital depends directly upon the scale of operations of a business. Generally, greater the size of a concern, larger will be the total requirements of working capital and vice versa. Next is technique of production. The techniques of production also determines the amount of working capital. A firm that employs labor-intensive technique of production in general needs more working capital as compared to a firm employing capital-intensive techniques of production. Next is production policy. The requirements of working capital are also affected by production policy. In those industries where demand is subject to wide fluctuations due to seasonal variation, the year including off-season period, the requirements of working capital would be higher because of accumulation of inventories during the slack period. Next is production cycle. Production cycle refers to the time period involved in manufacturing the goods. The longer the production cycle, the larger will be the funds needed and larger the amount of working capital needed and vice versa. Next point is business cycles. The amount of working capital is also determined by the nature of the business cycle. Business fluctuations lead to cyclical and seasonal changes, resulting in a shift in the working capital requirements. For instance, during the boom period, the need for working capital requirements is expected to grow to cover the lag between increased sales and receipt of cash as well as activity. Next is credit policy. A firm that buys on credit and sells on cash need a smaller amount of working capital than an enterprise that sells on credit but has to purchase on cash basis. Next is dividend policy. The dividend policy affects the level of working capital in an organization. The payment of dividend consumes cash resources and thereby affects working capital to that extent. Therefore, while estimating the requirements of working capital, the extent to which profits will be retained or paid out to shareholders needs to be declared. Another point is market conditions. The degree of competition prevailing in the market has an important bearing on the working capital needs. When high competition prevails in the market, a larger inventory of finished goods is required to meet the customer's need. If competition is weak, a firm can manage with a smaller inventory of finished goods. Next is miscellaneous factors. There are various other factors such as extent of coordination in production and distribution, policies of the company, means of transport and communication, the import policy of the government, management's attitude towards risk, banking facilities, and so on, also influence the requirements of working capital.
What is the effect of inadequate working capital on the image of a company?
See, inadequate working capital in itself is a very dangerous situation for the company. The reason being, less working capital means the company's financial position is not sound. The company will not be able to meet its short-term obligations. So when the company is not able to meet its short-term obligations, how can they pay off to their lenders? So in market, it creates a very unfavorable image of a company when the company has a lower or lesser working capital. So working capital should always be there is a ratio for the current assets and current liabilities, that 2:1. So current assets should always be twice the current liabilities, which shows a better position of the liquidity of a particular company. So working capital has a very significant impact on the image of the company. Is this clear? The working capital requirements of a firm can be financed by any of these approaches. First one, hedging approach. This approach is also known as matching approach. According to this approach, the maturity of the sources of financing should match the maturity of the assets being financed. This means that fixed and permanent current assets should be supported by long-term sources of finance. Next is conservative approach. According to this approach, the requirement of total funds should be met from long-term sources. The use of short-term funds should be restricted to only emergency situations or when there is an unexpected outflow of funds. Long-term sources. The larger the portion of long-term sources used for financing the working capital, the more conservative is said to be the working capital policy of the firm. The next approach is aggressive approach. According to this approach, the firm decides to finance a part of the permanent working capital by short-term sources. So, the short-term financing under aggressive approach is more than the short-term financing under the hedging approach. The objective of this policy seeks to minimize excess liquidity while meeting the short-term requirements. It is important to mention here that neither the hedging approach nor the conservative approach can be used by a firm in the strict sense. Therefore, the financial manager will start with the working capital cycle or operating cycle. Yes.
Which approach is considered to be most appropriate?
As I have just explained, that neither the conservative approach nor the hedging approach is considered to be the best. It is the combination of the two. Combination of the two, that means one approach cannot be, generally it is not used by a company. It is the combination of the two approaches which is used. So no one approach is considered to be the best. It's a combination of any two approaches, but generally aggressive approach is not taken into, it is avoided because it's aggressive approach. Is this clear?
Yes, ma'am.
The duration of time required to complete the sequence of events, right from purchase of raw materials for cash to the realization of sales in cash, is called operating cycle or working capital cycle. In case of manufacturing concerns, working capital is required to provide for the following. First one, procurement of raw materials and services. Second one is conversion of raw materials into work in progress. Third one is conversion of work in progress into finished goods. Fourth is sale of finished goods. Fifth is conversion of receivables into cash. Now, the duration of the operating cycle for the purpose of estimating working capital is a total operating cycle period and net operating cycle. Firstly, the following conversion periods needs to be calculated. First one is raw material conversion period. Now, raw material conversion period is equal to average raw materials stock multiplied by 365 divided by total raw materials consumption. Next is work in progress conversion period, which is equal to average work in progress multiplied by 365 divided by total cost of production. Next, we will calculate finished goods conversion period, which is equal to average finished goods multiplied by 365 divided by total cost of goods sold. Next, we will calculate is receivables conversion period, which is equal to average receivables multiplied by 365 divided by total credit sales. Next is deferral period, which is equal to average creditors multiplied by 365 divided by total credit purchase. Now, it is important to note here that the abbreviations used in the formulas are RMCP is equal to raw material conversion period, WPCP is equal to work in progress conversion period, FGCP is equal to finished goods conversion period, RCP is equal to receivable conversion period, and DP is equal to deferral period. NOP is equal to net operating cycle. Now, on the basis of conversion periods, the TOCP and NOC may be ascertained as follows. How we will estimate the working capital requirements. The two components working capital are current assets and current liabilities. In order to calculate the working capital requirements, the different components of current assets and current liabilities are estimated. However, there are different approaches to estimate the working capital requirements of a firm. They are working capital as a percentage of net sales. Now, what is working capital as a percentage of net sales? This approach is based on the fact that the working capital for any firm is directly related to the sales volume of that firm. So, the working capital requirement is expressed as a percentage of on the sales forecast. This approach is based on the assumption that higher the sales level, the greater would be the need for working capital. Now, there are three steps involved in the estimation of working capital. The first step is to estimate total current assets as a percentage of estimated net sales. Second is to estimate current liabilities as a percentage of net sales. And the third step is the difference between the two, that is the net working capital as a percentage of net sales. Second is working capital as a percentage of total assets or fixed assets. This approach of working capital estimation is based on the fact that the total assets of the firm are consisting of fixed assets and current assets. On the basis of past experience, current assets minus current liabilities, and second one is total fixed assets is established. In this approach, the working capital may also be estimated as a percentage of fixed assets. Now, the third one is working capital based on operating cycle. In this approach, the working capital estimate depends upon the operating cycle of the firm. A detailed analysis is made for each component of working capital and estimation is made for each of these components. The different components of working capital are current assets, which includes cash and bank balance, inventory of raw materials, inventory of work in progress, inventory of finished goods and receivables. Then the current liabilities. It includes creditors for purchases and creditors for expenses. Now, different components of current assets require funds depending upon the respective operating cycle and the cost involved. The current liabilities, on the other hand, provide financing depending upon the respective operating cycle. The estimation of working capital requirements can be estimated as, first one, need for cash and bank balance. Now, every firm must maintain some minimum cash and bank balance to meet day-to-day requirements for petty expenses, general expenses, and even for cash purchases. The minimum cash requirement for these transactions can be estimated on the basis of past experience. Need for raw materials. The formula for calculating investment in raw materials is equal to estimated production multiplied by estimated cost of raw materials and average raw material divided by 12 months or 365 days. Next is need for work in progress. This can be calculated as estimated production in units multiplied by estimated work in progress, which is cost per unit, multiplied by average holding period, which is expressed in months or days, divided by 12 months or 365 days. Next is need for finished goods. This can be calculated as estimated production in units multiplied by cost of production per unit, excludes depreciation, multiplied by average holding period of finished goods, which is expressed either in months or in days, divided by 12 months or 365 days. Next is need for receivables. It can be calculated as debtors collection period, either in months or in days, divided by 12 months or 365 days. Next is sundry creditors. This can be calculated as estimated yearly production expressed in units into raw materials into credit period granted by suppliers, divided by 12 months or 365 days. Next is creditors for expenses and wages. Estimated yearly production in units multiplied by cost per unit multiplied by average time lag in payment of expenses expressed either in months or in days, divided by 12 months or 365 days. Thus, estimation of working capital requirement can be calculated as, first, current assets, which includes cash balance, inventories, raw materials, work in progress, finished goods, receivables, debtors, bills. This will give us gross working capital or current assets. Next is current liabilities, which will be the second one, which includes creditors for purchases, creditors for wages, creditors for overheads. This will give us total current liabilities. Now, the excess of current assets over current liabilities will give us the net working capital. Calculate the amount of working capital requirement for ABCL Limited from the following information. Raw materials 160 rupees per unit. Direct labor rupees 60. Overheads rupees 120. Total cost rupees 340. Profit is rupees 60. Selling price rupees 400. Raw materials are held in stock on an average for 1 month. Materials are in process on an average for half a month. Finished goods are in stock on an average for 1 month. Credit allowed by suppliers is 1 month and credit allowed to debtors is 2 months. Time lag in payment of wages is 1.5 weeks. Time lag in payment of overhead expenses is 1 month. 1/4 of the sales are made on cash basis. Cash in hand and at the bank is expected to be rupees 50,000 and the expected level of production amounts to 1,04,000 units for a year of 52 weeks. you may assume that production is carried on evenly throughout the year and a time period of 4 weeks is equivalent to a month. Now we will see the solution to this problem. A statement of working capital requirement. A statement of working capital with the amounts of every classification. Current assets. Under current assets are included cash balance, which is of 50,000. Stock of raw materials, which is of 12,80,000. Work in progress, which includes raw materials, which is of 6,40,000. Labor and overheads, which is of 10 lakhs. Finished goods comes out to be 27,20,000. Debtors comes out to be 40,80,000. Now total current assets comes out to be 91,30,000. Now we'll calculate current liabilities. Under current liabilities are included creditors. The amount for the creditors is 12,80,000. Creditors for wages comes out to be 1,80,000. Next, creditors for overheads, which is 9,60,000. The summation of this will give us total current liabilities. Total current liabilities comes out to be 24,20,000. The difference of the two, that is current assets and current liabilities, will give us net working capital. So net working capital is 67,10,000. In today's episode, we have discussed working capital, the meaning of the working capital, determinants of working capital, also discussed the estimation of the working capital requirements. So that is all for today. We'll meet with a new topic in the next episode. Till then, goodbye and take care.
I welcome you all to this National Income episode's first part. We strive to explain the basic definition and vocabulary of national income within this class. I have split the discussions into two sections to make it convenient to understand. We are going to discuss the following broad topics in the current session: concept of national income, circular flow of income, basic concepts of national income among these wide areas. There are many minor topics which I will try to explain simultaneously. Let us proceed with the idea of national income first. 1. Concept of national income. The concept of national income is classified under 3 heads of national income: measurement of national income covered in part B. 2. Circular flow of income. the movement of income from money or the flow of goods and services in a circular form through various sectors of an economy. As an alternative, there is a flow of output, revenue and spending activities affecting various sectors of the economy, namely the household sector, the producer sector, the government sector and the rest of the world. In the circular flow of revenue, there are three distinct stages as described. Generation phase, the producer sector hires factor services from the household sector, or generation of income as outcome of production of goods and services. Disposition phase, in this process the revenue obtained by production factor is spent on the products and services provided by them. Types of circular flow. Two kinds of circular flow occur: real flows, money flows. 1. Real flows. This refers to the movement of factors of production from households to enterprises and to the resulting distribution from enterprises to households of goods and services. It is often referred to as physical flow. Real flow determines the magnitude of growth process in an economy. 2. Money flow. It implies the movement of factor payments from enterprises to households for their factor services and the related flow of expenditure on consumption from households to enterprises for the purchase of the enterprises goods and services. It is sometimes referred to as the nominal flow, as only money is exchanged among the sectors and shows only the monetary transactions among sectors. Difference between real flow and money flow. Real flow, money flow, it applies to the movement between households and the corporate and household sectors. It is also known as the physical flow because it involves the flow of goods and services only, as only money values are included there. It is also known as the nominal flow. The barter exchange system can present difficulties. No such difficulties arise under this system. It shows the growth of the economy. Growth cannot be measured or shown with the help of money flow. Circular flow of income in two sector model, simple economy. In the two sector economy, the circular revenue flow is conducted between the household and the firm sector with the help of the given diagram, and it factors services to the firm sector in the form of land, labor, capital and entrepreneurship. The firm sector in return to factor services makes the factor payment to the household sector in the form of wages, rent, profits and interest. Expenditure on the buying of final goods and services after receiving income has been borne by the household sector. Finally, the firm sector will give the supply of final goods and services to the household sector. Circular flow of income in two sector economy with financial system. Financial system is essential for the working of modern economy. Financial institutions are intermediaries between savers and market. After receiving such investments, financial markets invests this money by lending out to firms and households. Significance of circular flow models: provide knowledge of interdependence among different sectors, give knowledge to the structure of the economy, enable estimation of national income, provide knowledge of injections and leakages from the flow. Leakages and injections to the circular flow of national income. Leakages refer to the withdrawal of money from the circular flow. In short, leakages minimize income flows. they have a detrimental influence on the manufacturing process, or the income injection refer to the incorporation of sales into the circular revenue flow. Injections thus improve the flow of profits. They have a beneficial influence on the output or revenue generating process. Investments, exports, consumption and so forth are examples of injections. Stock and flow variables. The stock is defined as the variables that are evaluated at a time point. For example, stock of raw material with X firm as on 31st December 2019. They are not time dimensional. Flow variables are those variables defined over a period of time. For example, profit made during the year 2019-20. The period of time could be a day, a week, a month, or maybe a year. It is time dimensional. Difference between stock and flow. Stock flow. The factors calculated at a given or a given time frame are referred to as the stock component. The variables that are calculated or described over a period of time are referred to as the flow. It does not have a time dimension as measured over a span of time. It has a time dimension. It is a philosophy that is static. It is a dynamic notion. Examples are population as on 31st March 2020, bank deposits, national wealth, quantity of rice stored in a warehouse. Examples are births during 2019, interest on bank deposit. 3. The basic concepts of national income, domestic / economic territory of the country. Economic territory is the geographical territory administered by a government within which persons, goods and capital circulates freely. Therefore, certain portions of the territorial borders are perceived to be outside the economic territory of a nation whose constitution does not enjoy these liberties. The items described are included in the domestic jurisdiction. Territory inside a country's territorial frontiers. Territorial waters are also used. Ships and aircraft from 2 or more nations owned and controlled by citizens. Fishing, boats, natural gas rigs, oil and floating platforms run in international waters by citizens of a country where they have exclusive operational rights. A nation's overseas embassies, consulates and military establishment. To begin with, India's embassy in China is a part of India's domestic territory. The domestic territory of India does not include a foreign country's embassies, consulates and military institutions. The UK embassy in India, for instance, is a member of UK's domestic territory. International bodies situated within a country's territorial borders such as the UNO, IMF, WHO, etc. Normal residents of a country's regular citizens apply to all persons or entities that usually live in a country for a span of at least 12 months and whose center of economic activity is located in that nation. Both citizens and organizations have regular residents. Here, center of economic interest implies that residents lives within the domestic territory and carries out basic economic activities of earning and spending. Normal residents do not include the following: foreign tourists and visitors who visit a country for the purpose of holidays, medical treatment, study, sports, conferences, etc. Foreign diplomatic personnel, ambassadors and officers of foreign military services. International organizations such as UNO, UNICEF, which are viewed as a regular international city of which they belong. Borders workers live near the international borders. citizenship versus residentship. Citizenship is essentially a legal term focused on the place of birth or authorizing a person to become a citizen according to certain legal requirements. It suggests that citizenship exists when a. any person who is born in India acquires automatic Indian citizenship, b. a person born outside the world applies for citizenship and he or she is permitted to become an Indian citizen by the government of that world. When a citizen lives in the country for a span of at least 12 months, an individual is called a native of a country and often lies in that country as a center of his economic interest. It is said that a person is a citizen of that country and also a resident of another country at the same time. Intermediate goods and final goods. Intermediate goods, both goods planned either for further manufacture or for resale in the same year are referred to as intermediate products. Such goods are purchased during the year by a firm from other firms to produce other goods. They include all the inputs except factor inputs. They are the non-factor inputs like raw materials, electricity, fuels, spare parts, which are completely used up in making up of other goods. In brief, intermediate goods are, for instance, flour, milk, sugar is treated as intermediate goods, because when used for together to make biscuits as final goods. Similarly, residential building is a final product, but bricks, cement, sand, wood, iron used in the construction of building are all intermediate goods, final goods. Those products which are manufactured either for final use or for investment purposes by companies are referred to as final goods. They are finished goods meant for final use. These are neither resold nor undergo any transformation in the process of production. Thus, purchased by the households are final goods as they are meant for final consumption. Difference between intermediate and final goods. Final goods, intermediate goods, goods that are used by businesses either for final use or for investment. Those products which in the same year are used either for further development or for resale. They have a direct demand as they satisfy the needs of a person from directly, as their demand relies directly on the demand for finished products. They have derived demand. These are included in the domestic as well as national income. These are not included in the domestic as well as in the national incomes purchased by the firms. Cotton used by a shipping mill, coal used by a factory for further production are some of the examples of intermediate goods. Consumer goods and producers goods. Consumer goods, these products that specifically fulfill the customer's needs are considered consumer goods. For example, bread, shirt, pen, fan, etc. It can be further classified into three categories. Number 1, durable goods. Such products have a life expectancy of many years or more than 1 year, that is car, refrigerator, mobile phones, etc. Point number 2, semi durable goods. Normally they have a life cycle of 1 year goods. These are single use consumer goods and used only once during their consumption. For example, bread, milk, meat, eggs, etc. Producer goods. The commodities used to further manufacture goods and services are referred to as producer goods. For example, machinery, tools, plant, equipment, etc. They are used commonly for further stages of production. The producer goods may be further classified into number 1 intermediate goods, goods which are either used in the same year for additional manufacturing or for resale. For example, wheat. Point number 2, capital products or services and include the fixed assets like plant and machinery. Distinction between consumption goods and producer goods. Consumption goods, capital goods, these products that specifically meet the demands of customers are considered consumer goods. The products that specifically fulfill the producer's wishes, they show the direct demand, they show the derived demand. Most of the consumer goods show limited lifetime. Generally, capital goods have an average life of more than 1 year. Examples are bread, butter, etc. Examples are machines, fuels, etc. Gross investment, net investment and depreciation. Investment means the additions made to the capacity of producers. Investments can be classified into gross and net investments, and these are discussed below. Gross investment. During a given time frame, gross investment is considered the cumulative contribution of capital goods to the current stock of capital. Gross capital formation is obtained by adding its two components. For example, gross fixed capital formation and change in stock, inventories, net investment during the production process. Some amount of capital stock is used up or consumed. This is called fixed capital consumption or depreciation. By subtracting the amount of depreciation from gross investment, the value of net investment is obtained. Depreciation. Depreciation refers to a reduction in fixed asset valuation due to natural wear and tear or anticipated obsolescence, technical transition, that is often referred to as the existing replacement expense or budget for capital use. Depreciation on fixed asset is charged due to the following reasons: normal wear and tear. Continuous use of fixed assets reduces their capacity to produce and value. Term passes. The valuation of fixed asset often declines over time even though they are not in service. Expected obsolescence, change in technology, loss due to change in new technology or unforeseen obsolescence, natural calamities, thefts, accidents, etc. For capital loss, no provision is made for future, as it is unexpected loss, and also capital loss hampers the production process. Capital loss may occur due to the following reasons: natural calamities like forestry, fires, earthquakes, floods, etc. Unforeseen factor like war, theft, etc. The capital loss will not be financed by the depreciation contingency fund, and the capital loss provision is held separately and referred to as a insurance. Difference between depreciation and capital loss. Depreciation, capital loss. This refers to the decrease in fixed asset value due to expected normal wear, eventual and unexpected obsolescence such as natural disasters, wars, etc. The loss in the valuation of fixed assets was predicted by us. The decrease in value of fixed assets is an unanticipated loss. Depreciation provision is provided by the management of the depreciation reserve fund. Provision for loss of fixed assets value is made by insurance, factor payments and transfer payments. Factor payments rendered in exchange for providing production facilities to a production factor is called factor payment. This is a reward for reimbursement for production factors for productive services provided by them in the manufacturing process, and they are a factor of income for them. The national income includes all aspects transfers which are bilateral or dual sided transfer, for example, rent, interest, salaries and profits. This also suggests that one needs to contribute to the manufacturing chain in order to gain money. Transfer payments, payments obtained without any product or service given in exchange are referred to as payment for transfer. Transfer revenue is a term of receipt contrasted with factor revenue, which is a term of receiving. Alternatively, such fees for which no productive assets are made are referred to as fees for transition. There are one directional or one unilateral charge. A transfer tax is an flood relief, pocket money allowance, etc. are example of transfer. These transfers are earned without contribution to production. It should be noted that such transfers may be receivers' personal benefit, since they receive purchasing power equal to the value of the amount paid, but as they have not been obtained, they may not be considered factor payment, factor benefit or factor transfers. Difference between factor payments and transfer payments. Factor payments, transfer payments, it applies to the revenue obtained in the manufacturing process by the output factor for the rendering factor services. It applies to money earned with domestic and national income. It is not included in either national or domestic revenue. It is an earning concept. It is a receipt concept. It is received by factor of production. It is generally received by households and government. Examples are rent, wages, interest and profits. For example, scholarships, old age pension, etc. Net indirect tax. Net indirect tax refers to the difference between subsidies and indirect taxes. Indirect taxes, for example, custom duty, excise duty, goods and services tax, etc. are such taxation whose tax obligation and responsibility of tax on various individuals. Indirect taxes boost nation. Subsidies. Subsidies are the financial grants offered to the manufacturer by the corporation, government to lower the cost of the goods. For instance, cash subsidies to the producers to promote exports, cash subsidies to the producers to sell commodities at a price fixed by the government, cash subsidies to the producers to encourage labor intensive technology and production to increase employment opportunities in the country. Factor cost versus market prices. Factor expense applies to the input factors for making their production services in the production process. For all factor payments rendered by the producing company, the retail the buyers pay for the commodity. Market price is sum total of factor cost and net indirect taxes. Net factor income from abroad, NFIA, the difference between the sale factor earned by the rest of the world and the sales factor earned by the rest of the world corresponds to this. NFIA equal to factor income received from the rest of the world minus factor income paid to the rest of the world. The income earned in the form of salaries and benefits, rent, interest, dividends and retained profits by the daily residents of a country is a consideration of the revenue received by the rest of the world. And for the rest of the nation, the revenue factor is the sales factor charged to NFIA consists of three primary elements. These are net compensation to employees. It applies to the disparity between revenue from employment earned for less than 1 year by resident workers living or employed abroad and equivalent. Contributions rendered for less than 1 year by non-resident staff serving or hired within the country's domestic regions. Net income from property and entrepreneurship, it refers to the difference between the profits from property and entrepreneurship received by the country's inhabitants and the corresponding payments made to non-residents. Net retained income and non-resident companies residing abroad's retained income. It may be noted that NFIA can be positive, negative or 0. If factor revenue from abroad is higher than factor revenue from abroad, NFIA is positive. NFIA is negative if overseas factor production is smaller than overseas factor sales, although NFIA is 0 if the overseas factor income is equal to the overseas factor income. Recap. Let us recapitulate together what we have done so far. Concept of national income, circular flow of income in two sector model with simple economy and income, stock and flow variables, domestic and economic territory, citizenship versus residentship, intermediate goods and final goods, consumer goods and producer goods, gross investment, net investment and depreciation, factor payments and transfer payments, indirect taxes and subsidies, factor cost versus market prices, net factor income from abroad. That is all for today. Hope you have understood. So, we will meet in the next episode. Till then, take care. Goodbye.
I am Professor Harjeet Kaur Bhatia from Department of Educational Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia. I teach educational technology to MEd students, that is teacher preparation program, which will help students to be a good teacher educator. So I am always on lookout for new techniques which will involve learners and will be of interest to the learners. And this new initiative of Government of India, which is called SWAYAM portal, is available to the students nowadays. It gives students access to the interactive platform, etc. So nowadays, seeing the technology has become important facet in all the activities of the learners. This is something that they should always utilize. I would like all of you to download this SWAYAM app so that you can get access to the material which is developed by the experts, and you can utilize it for your studies. And further, if you want to go for certification, opportunities are available. So we would like everybody to be having access to this kind of portal. Download SWAYAM app today and स्वयं पढ़ें, आगे बढ़ें.
Hello students, I am Dr. Masroor Ahmed Beg, Principal of Zakir Hussain Delhi College, New Delhi. I welcome you all to this National Income episode's concluding part. We had already discussed the basic concepts and terminology related to national income in part A and continue with other relevant aspects in this session. Under this session, I strive to explain the methods of calculating national income along with its aggregates. We are going to discuss the following major topics in the current session: basic aggregates of national income, domestic income and national income, measurement of national income among these wide areas. There are many minor topics which I will try to explain simultaneously. Let us proceed with the basic aggregates of national income. Number 1, basic aggregates of national income. In an economy, various goods and services are generated over a span of 1 year by different productive units. In terms of quantity, certain products and services cannot be added together. These are then represented in money terms. These are called national aggregates. In national revenue, there are several aggregates to calculate the valuation of goods and services in terms of money. Gross domestic product at market price, GDPMP. It refers to the aggregate retail value of all the final goods and services generated over a span of 1 year within a country's domestic territories. Gross in GDPMP signifies that no provision has been made for depreciation, that is, it included goods and services provided by all domestic units, regardless of whether they are provided by residents or non-residents. The GDPMP market price means that it covers the amount of indirect taxes paid and excludes the value of subsidies earned. That is, it indicates that it has included net indirect taxes. In GDPMP, the commodity means that only final goods and services must be used. By making adjustments in GDPMP, we can derive other aggregates. Gross domestic product at factor cost, GDPFC. It refers to the total cash value for a span of 1 year of all the final goods and services generated within a country's domestic territories. GDPFC is equal to GDPMP minus net indirect taxes, net domestic product at market price, NDPMP. It refers to the total selling value over a span of 1 year of all the final goods and services generated within a country's domestic territories. NDPMP is equal to GDPMP minus depreciation, net domestic product at factor cost, NDPFC. This corresponds to the net cash value of all the final goods and services generated for a span of 1 year within a country's domestic territories. NDPFC is equal to GDPMP minus net indirect taxes minus depreciation. Gross national product at market prices, GNPMP. It refers to the total market value of all the final goods and services generated over a span of 1 year by the usual residents of a region. GNPMP is equal to GDPMP plus net factor income from abroad. Gross national product at factor cost, GNPFC. It refers to the total cash value of all the final goods and services generated over a span of 1 year by the usual inhabitants of a region. GNPFC is equal to GNPMP minus net indirect taxes. Net national product at market price, NNPMP. It refers to the net market value over a span of 1 year of all the final goods and services generated by ordinary citizens of a region. NNPMP is equal to GNPMP minus depreciation. Net national product at factor cost, NNPFC. It refers to the net cash value over a span of 1 year of all the final goods and services generated by the usual residents of a region. NNPFC is equal to GNPMP minus net indirect taxes minus depreciation. Comparison between domestic income and national income. Domestic income, national income, it is a territorial concept, since the value of final goods and services produced within the domestic territory of a nation is concerned. It is a national concept that encompasses the significance of the final goods and services produced as a whole in the region. It considers all producers within a country's domestic territories. It considers all the producers who are the country's ordinary citizens. It does not include NFIA, it includes NFIA. Measurement of national income, the most detailed indicator of an economy's output, is called national income. Its estimation is, however, an incredibly complicated process. When the process of production takes place, then the factor incomes are paid to factor of production for their factor services. It means the production spent their income on purchase of goods and services by making consumption expenditure. Thus, production gives rise to income. Income results in expenditure, which in turn generates income again. Similarly, national income of a country can be measured by 3 different methods: value added method, income method, expenditure method. Value added method or product method. Value added calculates the amount of business value provided by the company's own contribution to overall output by each company. Its use avoids the double counting statistical dilemma. The sum of all the added value is considered the added gross value. It is a calculation of all the final output produced minus intermediate consumption. The value of production corresponds to the retail value of all goods and services generated for a span of 1 year. The following points should be considered while calculating value of output. When the entire output is sold in the same year in which it is produced, then it would be taken equal to the sales value, that is, value of output is equal to sales. If the total output produced in a year is not sold out, then unsold output would be treated as a closing stock and added to the sales value to obtain the value of output. It can also be calculated by multiplying quantity produced and selling price. If the value of sales is given, then exports value of the gross revenue. The export value can be added to it. Intermediate consumption corresponds to summation of all inputs and raw material used in the making of product. If the value of intermediate consumption is given, then the value of imports is included separately, as it was already included in it. In short, intermediate goods are those goods whose value is merged with the value of the final goods. Steps and precautions in value added method. The following are the measures used in the value added process of calculating an economy's national income. Step 1, here productive sector, that is agriculture and allied activities, secondary sector, that is manufacturing, construction, etc., tertiary sector, that is services like banking, insurance, etc. Step 2, classified each sector into the 3 different subsectors according to the nature of their activities. Step 3, the deduction from the export value of the value of intermediate consumption, depreciation and net indirect taxes at the cost of the factor gives the value of the net domestic product. Step 4. To achieve the NDP of the whole industry, apply the amount of net domestic product at the factor rate of all generating firms. Step 5. Add NDP at factor cost of all the sectors to get the NDP at FC value of net factor income from abroad and add it with the domestic income to get the national income. Difficulty or the problem of product method. Following are the some of the difficulties faced under value added method. It is impossible to determine if the cash value of products and services is determined at the expense of the supplier, the price of the wholesaler or the price of the retailer. It is not always possible to draw clear cut line of demarcation between the intermediate goods and the final goods. Whether a commodity is an intermediate goods or a final goods be included in a national income or not. Following elements should be used when measuring national revenue by value added process. Imputed rent for owner occupied houses as the property services it generates. Imputed worth of products made for self consumption as they add to the output of the current year. Price of own account production by companies, government and households of fixed assets. Price of the finished products and services when the finished customers are able to use them. Imputed value as these add to the current year of the production of free services generated by general government and private NPO. The value of following item should be excluded. Sales, they are already counted in the national profit of the year in which they were manufactured. However, since the sale was done by a dealer, since he offered productive services, his commission or brokerage could be included. Sales and sales of bonds, securities and debentures, only a capital exchange occurs that does not specifically lead to the movement of goods and services. Income from illegal activities, income generated from all illegal activities are excluded from the national income. The value of intermediate goods and services is now used in the final goods regardless of their value. Services generated for self consumption are not included in the calculation of national income. Income method. The income method calculates next to the key production factor for their active services in the particular financial year. Therefore, as per to income method, national income is calculated by summing up of factor income of all the normal residents of a country earned within or outside the country during a given period of account. Alternatively, to derive national income, all the money that accrues to the forces of production by way of wages, rent, interest and dividends are summed up. Components of national income. Following are the components of national income. Compensation of employees, it refers to the amount paid to employees which the employees gets directly or indirectly from the employer against their productive services. It consists of compensation of employees in terms of cash, kind and contribution by an employer to superannuation programs. Operating surplus, it is the joint reward paid to land, capital and entrepreneurship. Land is rewarded with the amount of rent and loyalty. Interest is paid to capital owners for their capital invested, whereas the entrepreneurs are rewarded with profits. Mixed income, income of the self employed people who are not able to classify their income into rent, interest and profits is termed as mixed income. This is the income basically generated in unorganized sector. Measures included in the estimation of national revenue by form of income. The measures involved in the calculation of national income via the income method are as follows. Step 1, identifying manufacturing industries that use production inputs, that is land, labor, capital and entrepreneurship. Step 2, classification of different forms of factor compensation such as rent, wages, interest, profits and mixed revenue. Step 3, estimation of the amount of factor payment made by each company. Step 4, summary of all domestic factor payments rendered to receive domestic revenue, that is NDP at FC. Step 5, estimating the addition of NFIA to domestic tax to derive national profits. Productive resources are included. It is important to consider all forms of conversion revenue. The selling and purchasing of second hand items was exempt because they are already used in the year of which they are made. Imputed rent of owner occupied homes and the cost of own account growth are included. Sale of shares, bonds and debentures are excluded. Income from illegal activities is excluded as these are taken out by previous investment. Wealth tax and gift tax are exempt. Only the value of income and corporate profits respectively. Expenditure method. The method of spending calculates the final spending of the gross domestic product at the selling price over the accounting period. Usually, annually, alternatively, it calculates the disposal of GDP, that is the disposal of the finished products and services generated in the domestic economy. This approach is often referred to as the approach of usage and expenditure and the method of profits and disposal. The measures involved in the estimation through the spending process of national income are as follows. Number 1, identification of economic divisions that incur final spending such as the household or consumer sector, the corporate or manufacturing sector and the government sector. Point number 2, classification into the following components of final net spending: private final consumption expenditure, B, gross fixed capital formation, C, government final consumption expenditure, D, change in stocks, E, net exports. By summing up all the 5 components, we get GDP at MP. Point number 3, measurement of final spending on the components mentioned. The cumulative total of the final spending on the 5 products referred to above gives us the amount of GDP per MP. We gain NDP at FC by the elimination of depreciation and net indirect taxes from GDP at MP. Point number 4, estimation of global net factor revenue that is applied to NDP at FC. It is important to take the following precautions to measure national income by expenditure method. Expenditure on all intermediate goods and services is ruled out in order to prevent double counting. Intermediate goods and services are those which are sold by one enterprise to another for resale or for further production. Only the expenditure on the purchase of final goods is considered. Government spending on all transfer benefits such as unemployment insurance, scholarship, old age pension, widow pension, etc. is omitted unless the recipient does not have any economic services in return. Expenditure on the procurement of second hand goods is exempt from national income, since this form of expenditure does not apply to the goods actually made. However, all commissions and brokerages on second hand products transactions should be included, since these are provided against the produced factor services. Expenditure on buying new shares or new bonds or old shares or old bonds, etc., is exempt unless there is no charge for newly manufactured products or services. It demonstrates that property is merely moved from one individual to another. Components of expenditure method. Point number 1, private final consumption expenditure, PFCE. The monetary value profit organizations during the accounting period is measured in this section. PFCE equal to household final consumption expenditure plus expenditure of private NPO serving households. Point number 2, investment expenditure, gross capital formation. Investment involves the allocation of a period of time to the physical supply of money. Investment includes equipment building, construction of houses, etc. Investments are further categorized into 4 categories: public investment, business fixed investment, residential construction investment, inventory investment. Point number 3, government procurement of goods and services. It summarizes the spending by governments on goods and services. Transfer payments rendered to households and companies by the government are not included as part of GDP. Net exports, X minus M, the disparity between expenditure on foreign goods and foreign expenditure on domestic goods is seen. The discrepancy between exports and imports is thus referred to as net exports. Recap. Let us recapitulate together what we have done so far. Gross domestic product at market prices, gross domestic product at factor cost, net domestic product at market prices, net domestic product at factor cost, gross national product at market prices, income, product method of measurement of national income, income method of calculation of national income, expenditure method of measurement of national income. That is all for today. Hope you have understood. So, we will meet in the next episode. Till then, take care. Goodbye.
Hello learners, welcome to today's episode. In this lecture, we are going to talk about fundamentals of international marketing. I am Dr. Nidhi Mathur and the subject expert is Dr. Neeti Mathur, teaching in National Law University, Jodhpur, Rajasthan. So let's start with concept of international marketing. Advancement in technology and boundaryless supply of goods and services made the businesses go global. International marketing leads to growth of economy and it is supported by the government. iPhones, MacBook, McDonald's, Disney World are some of the common examples of international marketing and global brands. The concept of international marketing is not new and it existed even at the time of barter system when goods were exchanged for commodities between two different countries. The Indian Industrial Revolution in the year 1991 promoted globalization, privatization and liberalization, which laid a stronger root for international marketing because of simplified licensing policy and promotion of international trade and private players. Before we understand the meaning of international marketing, let us understand the terms end users or consumers and marketing. According to American Marketing Association, marketing is the activity, set of institutions and processes for creating, communicating, delivering and exchanging offerings that have value for customers, clients, partners and society at large. It means that an organization is said to be involved in marketing process if it is creating value, added products or services for the end users like customers, partners in case of business to business organization and society. The end users must be informed or communicated about these products or services and these products or services should be delivered to the end users in time for exchange of money or profits. International marketing is a step ahead of marketing. Here, value added goods or services are provided to the end users residing in another nation. As per the American Marketing Association, international marketing is the multinational process of planning and executing the conception, prices, promotion and distribution of ideal goods and services to create exchanges that satisfy the individuals and organizational objectives. Therefore, international marketing is the process of understanding the needs and wants of end users in other nations and planning the process and promotion of goods and services in other nation to be distributed to end users in other nations for exchange of money or profits. Between the domestic and international marketing. Number 1, the activities covered under marketing process such as promotion, advertising, distribution and selling of value added goods and services to consumers within organizations or seller's own country is known as domestic marketing. Whereas, when the marketing process is extended to consumers in different countries other than the organization or seller's own country is known as international marketing. Here, marketing activities are conducted at the international level. Number 2, the area of catering products or services is small for domestic marketing while international marketing covers marketing as operations are conducted in different countries. It is smaller for domestic marketing as operations are conducted in home country only. Number 3, government influence is lesser in domestic marketing as compared to international marketing. This is because domestic marketer has to look into rules and regulations of own country, but international marketer has to deal with rules and regulations of own country, that is export regulations, as well as regulations of numerous countries the marketer is offering goods and services to. Number 4, In domestic marketing, learning of new marketing concepts or exposure to new technology for marketing, awareness of new marketing concepts depending upon the change in taste and preferences of consumers in different countries, and learning new and updated technology for marketing and management being used in different countries. Number 5. The risk factor and challenges are high in international marketing because of change in external business environment in own country and international business environment. This is because factors which are not in control of the international marketer, such as socio-cultural differences, exchange rates, tax rates, tariffs and marketing cost of the product or service. But the same risk is lesser in domestic marketing. A domestic marketer is aware about the time of crisis, government in home country provides relief packages to domestic marketers to protect them. But this facility is not available to international marketers. Number 7. The amount of capital and investment required for international marketing is very high as compared to domestic marketing. This is because the cost for arranging for production, storage facility is high, and high investment is required for acquiring resources in international marketing as compared to domestic marketing. Number 8. In international marketing, it is difficult to deal with customers of different tastes, habits in case of domestic marketing because of the same culture and habits. Number 9. Different cultural habits in foreign countries involves cost for training or hiring employees, and it required lot of investment for doing research before entering the foreign market for business in international marketing. This cost is negligible in case of domestic marketing because of same culture and language training is not required, and marketing research can be done at a local level. Number 10. The competition is high in international marketing because the marketer has to compete with other marketers of different countries, and local marketers deal with local marketers only. Next is need for international marketing. Let us now understand what drives business house to opt for international marketing, or what is the driving force for entering the foreign markets. Number 1. Expansion of World Trade Organization and establishment of free trade zones such as North American Free Trade Area promotes international business and provides various types of subsidies and tax rebates to encourage businesses to explore foreign market. Number 2. Free market concept to meet the demand of consumers in other countries. Number 3. Advancement in technology and availability of various updated and improved technical tools drives business to start production or to market their product in the foreign land. Number 4. Easy licensing method and quick registration or lesser paperwork makes a country ideal place for foreign marketers to shift base or establish business in the foreign market. Favorable government policy of the foreign land to promote international business to explore its market provides great initiative for business houses to market their products in such countries. Number 5. Availability of resources and cheap labor are the driving force for setting up production unit in the foreign land. Foreign government promotes international marketing because they can charge tax from import or export of goods and services, and the interest earned on foreign direct investment gives boost to the home economy. Next, we will discuss about the types of businesses covered under international marketing. The scope of international marketing is vast. There are 5 different types of businesses that fall under the regime of international marketing. These are imports, exports, contractual agreements, joint ventures, and fully owned manufacturing. Let us understand these types. In the domestic market, a company may engage in import of goods from the foreign country and may supply or market the goods in the domestic market. Import means buying goods from the manufacturing foreign country and selling those goods in the domestic market of one's own country. For example, Honda, BMW, Toyota, etc. are the foreign companies. Their products or cars are imported in India and distributed through domestic marketers. Number 2, exports. Exporting is exact opposite of importing. Here, goods and services are exported to foreign land for better profits and service to vast international market. It is high profit earning activity. The marketer can directly sell in the foreign country or may distribute goods through franchisee, where franchise owner is the local marketer of the foreign market. For example, Reliance Industries exports oil and gas to global market. Hindalco exports aluminium and Tata Motors export cars and automobiles to the global market. They pay tax to the Indian government, which is revenue for the economy. Number 3 is contractual agreements. Once the domestic marketers get acknowledgement in the international market, his or her horizon of selling expands in terms of catering to more opportunities for earning profits and growing business. Foreign marketers find appropriate business partners in the foreign land and enter into the legally binding contract as per the norms of the foreign country. The punishment for breach of contract and legal remedies are mentioned in the contract along with the terms and conditions of agreement. When both the parties agree to the terms and conditions, that contractual agreement is signed and the businesses operate together in the foreign market. Number 4, joint venture. So, while expanding business in the foreign country, marketer may think that the domestic marketer has expertise in a particular area. For example, if manufacturing is the focus, enter into mutually agreed terms and conditions and start a joint venture in the foreign land. For example, Ford Motors manufacture offshore, that is in Mexico, but sells its product in the United States of America. It does so because of the cheaper labor in Mexico. It may either hire workers directly or hire a company that may supply workers to it. It is to be noted that foreign countries do not give 100% control to foreign marketers in order to protect their domestic marketers. The ideal way to do business in such situation is to tie up with the domestic players. For example, the Indian government has approved 100% foreign direct investment in many, and print media etc. requires prior approval of the government for foreign direct investment. In such situations, businesses may divide tasks as per the business process and deliver accordingly. Joint venture is good way of earning revenue for the foreign marketer and a good source of revenue for both domestic and international economy. Number 5, fully owned manufacturing. This is a kind of international marketing mechanism where the foreign marketer gets deeply involved in the foreign market to exercise complete quality control of his or her product. This manufacturing or production takes place in the foreign country, but it is manufacturing rights. In simple terms, rather than going for joint venture, international marketer establishes his or her manufacturing facility in the foreign country. For example, LG Electronics has its own subsidiaries called LG India in India, and the products are manufactured by LG in this facility in India. We have so far understood the meaning, need and forms of international marketing. Let us now understand the pros and cons or advantages and disadvantages of international marketing. Let us first understand the advantages of international marketing. The advantages of international marketing are: number 1, large market size. International marketing gives access to vast network of consumers. Domestic market is limited, but depending upon the growth of business in foreign market. International marketer may cater to one or more countries. Flexibility of forms of business in international marketing provides opportunity of tying up with the domestic marketers. This increases the horizon of selling for the international marketer. Number 2, brand building. When international marketer sells, gains trust and loyalty of international clients by supplying high quality products or services. The brand image of international marketer increases because of positive reviews and word of mouth from marketers and ensure value added products and services to clients. Timely payment of taxes in home country and carrying out business ethically in foreign country also builds brand image and trust. Number 3, stability in business. With improved brand image, international marketer may explore other forms of international marketing like joint venture, etc. The international marketer may expand the product line under his or her brand name depending on the need, taste and preferences of clients in different countries. This business growth ensures stability of business because of increasing number of clientele in foreign market. Quality standard is always maintained by the international marketer and product goes through quality test. Only certified and licensed marketers are allowed to sell in foreign market. This quality assurance builds trust of consumers and they buy more product from international marketer, ensuring the sustainability of international marketers' business. Number 4, increased revenue for marketer and economies. When the market size increases, revenue increases for the international marketer. This revenue acts as retained earnings and the international marketer may use it for product line expansion, market expansion or setting up manufacturing unit in the foreign country while considering the legal aspect and return on investment. Timely payment of taxes and import-export duties increase revenue for home and host economy and thus global economy improves. Number 5, access full potential. The international marketer may have expertise in manufacturing, but the labor cost may be high in home country. In such situation, the international marketer may set up production unit in the foreign country and sell in the foreign country. He or she may hire experts from home country or may do assembling and marketing from the home country. For example, Ford Motors manufacturing in Mexico and marketing and selling in USA and other countries. In this way, full potential of international marketer is exposed. Number 6, increased opportunities. International marketers and contractual agreements open doors for investment and business in foreign country, and marketers from around the world grab this opportunity by providing quality products and services. Number 7, selling in different seasons. A well-researched international market is good for catering products and services which may not be sold in the different season in home country. For example, India offers good market for international automobile manufacturers during Diwali time. Similarly, when winter season is over in India, winter wear can be sold in the country where there is winter during most part of the year. Number 8. Cultural and knowledge exchange. International marketing is based on mutual exchange of culture, brings long-term friendships and global peace. International marketers provide trainings and teach best business practices to interns of foreign country, and thus knowledge is exchanged as updated technology in foreign country can be learnt by the international marketer to promote in home country. Number 9. Healthy competition. International marketing is done ethically and with no discrimination on the basis of gender, age, ethnicity, etc. It provides fair opportunity to international marketer to promote the product in foreign country, and similarly international marketer also ensures no illegal practices or bribery to get the work done in foreign country. Number 10. Increased standard of living. When international marketers provide quality products at affordable price to the foreign consumers, the living standard of foreign consumers increase because of consumption of these products. International marketing has two sides of the coin and it is not free from the disadvantages. Let us discuss some of the disadvantages of international marketing. The disadvantages of international marketing are: number 1, political instability. Political environment greatly affects functioning of the business in international market. If the government that is supportive of imports change, the new government may change the policy for imports, and thus the international marketer may have to face the downfall. In the same way, if the government in home country changes the policy for exports, real relations between the countries turn hostile and there is situation of war, then the international marketer will have to shut the business down. Number 2, market research may go wrong. International marketer must research the foreign market and identify opportunity while comparing the benefits he or she can get from the home country, such as subsidy and grants. This reach must be about analyzing the demands of foreign consumers and supplying the exact product and service. If this research goes wrong, the marketer may end up spoiling the brand image in both home and host country. Number 3, transportation cost. While delivering the result in low profits, which may demotivate the international marketer to continue business. Number 4, training cost. The business process may be different in the foreign country or it may require training of employees. Language is the biggest barrier and staff must be trained to interact in foreign language to communicate with the foreign customers. This training cost may be high for the international marketer. Some countries make it mandatory for international marketer to hire their citizens. In such case, providing training to them will be costly. Number 5, trade barriers. Some countries have very strict licensing policy or are not open for import and export. When they do not open their boundaries for international trade, marketers lose opportunity for catering their products and services in such countries. Number 6, bribery. Some of the underdeveloped countries have no strict laws for bribery, and in order to get the business done, officials in those countries demand bribe from the foreign marketers. If the bribe is not paid, they do not process the international marketers' work. Number 7, slow payment. Some underdeveloped countries do not have better channels to make international payments. So, the international marketers either receives delayed payments or the foreign clients becomes defaulters. Number 8. No recognition or awards. International marketer may not get recognition in home country for doing business ethically, paying taxes on time, and undertaking corporate social responsibility in both home and host country. This leads to low morale of the international marketer. Number 9. Wrong advertising or product selection. International marketer must be very careful while choosing the products they want to sell in the foreign market. If the advertising is not done keeping in mind the cultural sensitivity of the foreign market, it may spoil the brand image of international market. For example, in the beginning of its operations in India, KFC served beef-based products and it had to stop its business for some time. Number 10. Unhealthy working condition. A country may provide good customer base and demand of international marketers' products and services, but may not offer healthy working conditions. For example, some countries are terrorism or natural calamities prone. In such countries, international businesses do not want to offer their services or their staff does not want to stay and work. So, this was about the advantages and disadvantages of international marketing. International marketing is promoted by all countries because it not only boosts home and host economy of business, but also improves the overall relations between the participant countries. Cultural exchange, understanding each other's language, and exchange of technology and expertise promote peace and understanding. Overall global economy improves because countries try to financially help each other by providing investment and employment. Standard of living of individuals improve and global brand recognition boosts morale of international marketers and it promotes healthy environment for entrepreneurship and results in motivation for youth to research and develop products that are of high use to the citizens of different countries. Corporate social responsibility attached to the concept of international marketing motivates international marketers to promote gender equality and education. International marketers come up with innovative ways to combat environmental crisis. International marketers come together to support home or host country when in distress due to natural calamity or recession. International marketing, if done ethically, proves to be the best. So that is all for today. Hope you have understood. So we will meet in the next episode with the second part of international logistics. Till then, take care and goodbye.
Hello dear students, welcome to today's episode. In today's episode, we will discuss the role and scope of production management. In addition to this, we'll also discuss production management, scope of production management, facility location, layout planning and analysis, and types of plant layout. I'm Dr. Arshia Hussain, PhD in Human Resource Management and teaching in the Department of Commerce and Business Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia University, New Delhi. I have my students, he is Abu Bakr and he is Saqib. Both will actively participate in the discussion. So we'll start today's topic with the production management. Now, what is production management? Production management, also known as operations management, is one of the most significant functions of management. Production is a physical relationship between inputs, that is resources, and outputs, that is products. It implies the maximum amount of output that can be produced from a given quantity of inputs. Production refers to the creation of goods and services for the satisfaction of human wants. It is a process where raw material is converted into finished products. It is the process of transforming inputs into outputs. Production management may be defined as the process of planning, organizing, staffing, directing, coordinating, and controlling the functions of production. It is concerned with performance of various managerial functions in relation to production activity. One is production system design and second is production system control. The major decisions relating to the design of production system includes the production methods and processes, job design, physical facilities and their layout and working environment. Production control decision is concerned with the quantity, quality and cost controls, inventory control, maintenance and production standards, and so on. Now we'll start with the scope of production management.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
I have a question, and my question is, what is managerial functions?
Managerial functions are planning, organizing, directing, and controlling. These scope of production management. Production or operations management is one of the most significant functions of management. It is versatile, involving diverse activities and skills. It is an action-oriented area which deals with the conversion of resources into output. Production system has been acknowledged as a potent factor and its contribution to a country's economy is vital. Earlier, the term production management was known by the name of manufacturing management. But over a period of time, it changed into modern operations management. According to the modern concept, production function includes all those activities which create utility for both the individuals and the society. And also, in its broader sense, production is the process of producing something useful with the purpose of satisfying human wants. The product may be a physical good like refrigerators, cars, biscuits, and so on, or it may be a service like insurance, medical, recreational facilities, and so on. Now we'll see functions of a production manager. The functions of a production manager is number one, to produce goods and services as per a specific quantity. And second one is to meet precise schedule of time and date of delivery. The third function is to conform to quality requirements. And fourth one, to perform all production operations at a minimal cost. A production manager also has to perform many other functions like production planning, industrial engineering, purchasing, plant engineering, manufacturing and production control.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
One more question, and my question is, what is the objective of production management?
The objective of production management is to minimize the cost of production and maximize the production, maximizing the output by reducing the cost of the production. That is the main objective of the production management. Clear?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, now we'll see production planning. What is production planning? It is concerned with preparation of long-term programs and short-term production programs. It is concerned with preparing plans in order to determine what will be produced and where, how, when, routing, scheduling and preparation of orders. Routing defines the necessary work operations and their sequence. It is the determination of the path of movement of raw materials through various machines. Scheduling defines the starting and completion time of various production activities. It involves the determination of the priorities and timing of the commencement and completion of various operations. Scheduling is also concerned with keeping a track of manpower, equipment and materials use. The objective of scheduling is to use the resources more efficiently while completing orders by certain dates. Preparation order is the authority to proceed with the production program. It is prepared to set the operations going in various locations. Production orders may be based on the production program or on a customer order. Next, industrial engineering. What is industrial engineering? It is related with the determination of methods and processes of manufacturing activities. It designs tools, fixtures and other accessories necessary for production. It sets the standards of performance on the basis of various scientific techniques such as time study and motion study. Next is purchasing. Purchasing function deals with the buying decisions. It involves buying of materials, equipments and so on. It involves the decisions relating to quantity requirements and frequency of purchases made by the materials department in consultation with the production manager. Next is plant engineering. Plant engineering is concerned with the maintenance of plant and equipment and service including. Now we'll see what is the importance of production management. Production management is important for the following reasons. The first one, production management helps to improve the productivity of an organization, leading to an improvement in an organization health as well as the health of the economy. Second, production management helps in increasing efficiency and effectiveness. If an organization can meet the customer's concerns and priorities by way of pricing, quality, reliability and flexibility, then the organization can be regarded as an effective one. Now, quality level in an organization refers to high performance design with superior features and goods and services having higher durability along with strong repair, and quality reliability is concerned with the consistent quality and on-time delivery. Flexibility refers to both product flexibility and volume flexibility, wherein former product design is changed with changing needs and demands of customers. Volume flexibility, on the other hand, means ability of a firm to increase or decrease the rate of production according to the change in its demand of products and variations in the market. Plant location. A plant is a place where men, materials, money, machinery, etc. are combined together to manufacture products. It occupies an important place in the production process. The objective of minimizing the cost of production can be achieved only when the plant is of the right size and at the right place. The planning as to where to locate the production facilities depends upon the objective of the organization. The organization should properly plan the location of the plant after taking into consideration the availability of all operational facilities. Location is an important element in the design of a production system. Location of production and other facilities is an important managerial decision. It is a long-term decision made by the organization involving heavy commitment of resources for a long time. A poor location can affect the efficiency of the organization. Although an ideal location cannot guarantee success, but it may contribute to the efficient location of a plant is highly relevant in production management and to a business enterprise, because the entire profitability of a business enterprise depends upon a good plant location. So there are many factors which are to be considered. Now we'll see what are those factors and how it is highly relevant. So here I'll continue my discussion. The selection of an ideal location is important because of the following reasons. First, location affects the layout of physical facilities. Second, location has an impact on the efficiency of the distribution of the product or service. The third is location determines the efficiency and cost of production process. So the question that you asked, plant location can increase the cost and the benefits associated with it or the profitability of the enterprise. Now next we'll discuss factors affecting plant location decisions. The important factors which should be considered by the management while deciding the plant location are: first one is nearness to raw materials. While selecting the location for a plant, it should be kept in mind that it is near to the inputs. Nearness to raw materials will decrease the transportation cost of raw materials. Plants which consume raw materials in large volume or when the raw materials is of heavy weight must be located close to the source of raw materials. This is true where the inputs are perishable or fragile industries, for example, sugar industry, fruit canning industry. Next is proximity to markets. Nearness to market is a big advantage in those industries where speedy delivery after production is necessary, as in the case of dairy products. The third one is availability of labor. Availability of labor force is another factor affecting the plant location decision. Plants should be located near to the place where a stable labor force of right kind and at reasonable rates is available. This reduces the labor cost per unit of production. Next point is availability of, yes.
Ma'am, I have a question. If labor is not available, what is the alternate option for organization?
See, if labor is not available for production purpose, the organization can go for capital intensive techniques. In capital intensive technique, machineries can be the option. Is this clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, next is availability of fuel and power. Plants should be located at a place where continuous supply of fuel and power is available in adequate quantity and at reasonable rates. Next is availability of water. Water should be available in adequate quantity and should be clean and pure. Water is used in processing as in case of paper and chemical industries. It is also required for drinking and sanitary purposes. A chemical industry, fertilizer industry and thermal power station should be located at a place where there is abundant supply of water. Next is climatic conditions. Now climatic conditions has a significant effect on the plant location decision. Industries requiring a humid climate may be located near. Plants should be located at a place where transport facilities are easily and readily available. Next is personal factors. Personal preferences of an entrepreneur also plays an important role in the plant location decision. For example, Mr. Ford started manufacturing cars in Detroit because it was his hometown. Next is communication facilities. Plant or unit should be set up in a location where communication facilities are available. It facilitates flow of business information concerning the raw materials, finished goods and position of labor. Next are some other factors. There are other factors also which influences the plant location decision, such as presence of related industries, local shopping centers and so on. Now next we'll discuss is layout planning and analysis. The term layout planning can be applied at various levels of planning. First one is plant location planning. It is concerned with location of a factory or a warehouse or other facility. Second is department location planning. It deals with the location of different departments or sections within a plant or factory. Third is machine location problems. It deals with the location of separate machine tools, desks, offices, and other facilities within each cell or department. Next is detailed planning. Now this is the final stage of a facility planning. It uses CAD tools or detailed engineering drawings of scaled models of the entire floor plans, including details such as the locations of power supplies, cabling for computer networks and phone lines, and so on. Now the next we'll discuss plant layout. Plant layout refers to the physical arrangement of various facilities like equipments, materials, manpower, and so on the factory floor in such a manner so as to achieve the right quantity and quality of output at the minimum possible cost. Plant layout begins with the design of the factory building and goes up to the location and movement of work. All the facilities like equipments, raw materials, machinery, tools, fixtures, workers, etc. are given a proper place. Now we'll see objectives of plant layout. While designing the layout of a new plant or while making changes in the existing plant. However, following are the objectives of the plant layout. Number 1, to ensure efficient use of the cubic space, that is length, width and height. Second one is to minimize cost of production. Third one is to minimize materials handling and transportation. Fourth one is to minimize the movement of the workers. Fifth is to maximize convenience and safety of workers. Sixth is to ensure efficient control over the various processes of production. Now next we'll have a look at advantages of a good layout. A good layout allows easy movement of materials throughout the plant at the desired speed with the lowest cost. Second is a good layout provides efficient utilization of men and machinery by avoiding delays and bottlenecks. Third one is a good layout facilitates economical use of production, storage and service space. Next is a good layout also minimizes material handling cost. Next, a good layout ensures higher safety and improved working conditions for workers. Next advantage is a good layout reduces the installation and maintenance cost due to efficient routing of services. Next is a good layout leads to improvement in the quality of output. A good layout also increases efficiency and provides improved product quality with reduced capital costs. Now we'll see the different types of plant process layout. Third one is fixed position layout and the fourth one is the group layout. Now we'll see each one of these in detail. The first one is product layout. Product layout refers to the system where machines and equipments are arranged in the sequence of the manufacturing operations required for the product. In product layout, the materials move from one workstation to another in a sequence without any backtracking of materials. It is called line layout because machines are arranged in a straight line. This type of layout is preferred for continuous production, which involves a continuous flow of in-process materials towards the finished product stage. Examples of product layout are automobile assembly plants and food processing chains. Under product layout, there is automatic material handling and lesser material handling movements. The second one is there is smooth and uninterrupted operations free from bottlenecks. Third one, it allows continuous flow of work which permits mechanized handling of materials. Next is there is lesser investment in inventory and work in progress. Next is it shortens the manufacturing or processing time. Next is it ensures simple and effective inspection of work and thereby simplifies production control. Next is it ensures optimum use of floor space and there is less congestion of work in the process. Now next we'll see disadvantages of product layout. The first disadvantage is it requires heavy initial capital investment in special purpose machines. Second one, there are heavy overhead charges. Third one, it is difficult to increase production beyond the capacity of the production lines. Next is there is a lesser flexibility of operations as a change in product involves major changes in the layout. Next is as the entire production is the result of the joint efforts of all operations in the line, it is difficult to implement the individual schemes. The next disadvantage, breakdown of one machinery, results in serious work stoppage of entire line of machines. Next we'll discuss is process layout. Process layout is a system where separate departments are established for each specialized operation of production and machines relating to that function are assembled there. For example, all lathe machines are placed in the lathe department. All the drilling machines are kept in the drilling department. All the milling machines in the welding department, and so on. Now, the advantages of process layout. The first advantage of process layout requires lower initial capital investment in machines and equipment because general purpose machines are relatively low cost than the specialized machines. Second is there is high degree of machine utilization as a machine is not tied to a single product. The third is under process layout, better and efficient supervision is possible because of specialization in operation. Fourth is the breakdown of one machine does not interrupt the entire production flow. Next is it allows for greater flexibility and scope for expansion. Next advantage, under process layout, setup and maintenance cost are relatively low. Next is overhead cost are relatively low. Now we'll see disadvantages of process layout. The first disadvantage is there is a high material handling cost since raw material has to move long distances for getting processed to finished goods. Second one is process layout results in higher labor cost because it requires more skilled labor. Third is it requires more frequent inspection resulting in high cost of supervision. Next is production planning and control becomes difficult. Next, it requires more floor space because a separate department is established for each product. Another disadvantage is the inventory investment is usually high and requires greater storage space. Now we'll see another type of layout which is stationary layout, also known as fixed position layout. Stationary layout is a system where the product remains fixed and men, machines and components move to that location. This is also known as fixed position layout. This type of layout is used when the materials being processed are large, very heavy and difficult to move. For example, shipbuilding, locomotive manufacturing, aircraft manufacturing uses a stationary product layout. Now, what are the advantages of a stationary layout? The first advantage of the stationary layout is that this layout of operations can be changed. It is flexible in nature and can absorb any change in product and processes. Second one, the order of operations can be changed on account of unavailability or delay in materials. Third, it requires less floor space because machines and equipment are in moving position and there is no need of fixing them. Next is this type of layout is considered economical as it reduces the cost of labor. Now we'll see disadvantages of a stationary layout. The first disadvantage is it requires higher capital investment as compared to product and process layout. Investment in men, materials and machines is made at a higher cost because of large number of assignments. The second disadvantage is that this type of layout is not suitable for manufacturing small products in large quantities. Now, the last type of layout is group layout. Group layout is a combined form of product layout and process layout. Generally, the three types of layout often do not exist in their original form. Mostly a combination of layout is used. Combination layout uses the advantages of different types of layout. For example, manufacturing of watches, refrigerators and automobiles uses a combination layout. Process layout is used for producing various parts and subcomponents, while for assembling the various components into finished products, a product layout is used. Now, we'll take a look at, yes?
Ma'am, one more question. Can a firm use both the type of layout?
Yes, the firm can use any type of layout or a combination of all the types of the layout. Usually, the firm uses a combination of the layout, which is partially a product layout and a process layout, which is known as your combined layout.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So now we'll take a look. What we discussed in today's episode. In today's episode, we have discussed the production management, the objectives of production management, the different types of layout, plant location, various factors affecting the plant location. So that is all for today. Hope you have understood the concept.
Yes, sir.
So we'll meet in the next episode with a new topic. Till then, take care. Goodbye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, dear students. Welcome to another episode of Financial Management. Today's topic of discussion is valuation of securities. This discussion will also throw light on the techniques used for doing evaluation. I am Dr. Arshia Hussain, PhD in Human Resource Management and teaching in the Department of Commerce and Business Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia University, New Delhi. I have my students. She is Aditi and she is Uneza. Both of them will actively participate in the discussion. So let's begin our discussion with the concept of valuation. Valuation is the process of determining the current or present worth of an asset or a company. In other words, the process that links risk and return to determine the worth of an asset is known as valuation. The discussion will focus on valuation of two financial securities, namely shares, includes both equity and preference shares, and debentures or bonds. Though there are many techniques used for doing evaluation, but we will discuss the most commonly used technique known as the time value technique. The first one is valuation of equity shares. We will first define what equity shares are. Equity shares may be defined as those shares which are not preference shares. They are also called ordinary shares. The capital contributed by equity shareholders represents ownership capital, as equity shareholders collectively own the company. They do not carry any preferential right. They are regarded as cornerstone of the capital structure of a company. They do not carry a fixed rate of dividend. They bear the final risk of a business enterprise. They have a right to participate in the management of a company through the board of directors. Equity shares are generally preferred by those investors who are willing to take risk and are interested to participate in the management of the company. Now we'll see advantages of equity shares. The advantages of issuing equity shares are: first one, equity shares constitute the permanent capital of the company. Second one, equity shares do not impose any burden on the company. Fourth one, equity capital has no maturity date. Fifth one, equity capital serves as a base for further borrowings. Next one, the company runs no risk of magnifying its losses in periods of adversity through trading on equity. Then we'll see disadvantages of equity shares. The disadvantages of issuing equity shares are: first one, the excessive use of equities for raising long-term funds reduces the benefits which are likely to accrue from the policy of trading on equity. Second one, excessive use of equity shares may result in overcapitalization is a market situation where the rate of earnings are not large enough to yield a fair amount of return on the total stocks and bonds that the company has issued. It is also a situation when the company has more of equity and debt in its capital structure. That is the state of overcapitalization. This situation is not a very pleasant situation for the company. Is this clear?
Yes, ma'am.
So next point we'll discuss is a company whose capital structure has too much equity shares may weaken the control of the company, and the promoters may find it difficult to retain the effective control of the company. Next point is equity shares fail to attract those investors who are interested in constant, and equity shares is generally higher than cost of issuing preference shares or debentures. Next, during periods of prosperity, the equity shareholders receive higher rates of dividend, which increases the market value of their shares, leading to unhealthy speculation. Now we'll see valuation of equity shares. The value of equity share is equal to the present value of all future dividend it is expected to provide over an infinite time. Symbolically, where P is equal to value of shares, D is equal to dividend per share expected at the end of each year, KE is equal to required return on share. There are dividend valuation that assumes a constant non-growing dividend stream. Symbolically, P is equal to D1 into sigma 1 upon 1 plus KE to the power T, which is equal to D1 into PVIFA KE till infinity, D1 into 1 upon KE, where D1 is equal to constant dividend per share, KE is required return of investors. The next model is constant growth model, also known as Gordon model. This approach assumes that dividend will grow at a constant rate, which is less than the required rate of return. Symbolically, P is equal to DO into 1 plus G to the power 1 till DO into 1 plus G up till infinity, divided by 1 plus KE to the power 1, 1 plus KE to the power 2 plus up till 1 plus KE to the power infinity, or P is equal to D1 upon KE minus G, where P is equal to value of share KE is equal to required rate. G is equal to growth rate in dividend. The third model is variable growth model. This approach of dividend valuation allows for a change in the dividend growth rate. Symbolically, P is equal to sigma DO into 1 plus G 1 to the power T upon 1 plus KE to the power T plus 1 upon the present value of dividends during initial growth period and the present value of price of share at the end of initial growth period. Preference shares. Preference shares, as the name suggests, are those shares which carry certain preferential rights as to the payment of dividend and in the event of winding up over surplus assets. Basically, they are a part of equity since, like the ordinary shares, they are also risk bearing. The rights of preference shareholders are not normally varied after the shares have been issued. Thus, an issuances enjoyed by the preference shareholders are first as to the payment of dividend and second one is as to the repayment of capital. Now we'll discuss advantages of.
I have a confusion here. Is the company legally bound to pay the regular rates of dividend to the preference shareholders?
No, the company is not legally bound to pay the regular rates of dividend because it is a part of the equity. So preference shareholders, even in case of equity shareholders and in case of preference shareholders, the company is not legally bound to pay the regular rates of dividend. When the company will earn more profits, they will pay to both equity shareholders and preference shareholders. But as the name tells you, the preference will be given to the preference shareholders first. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, continuing the discussion. Advantages of preference shares. Preference shares offers the following advantages. Preference shares are preferred by those investors who want greater fixed income with safety of their investment. Second one, preference shares do not possess a legal obligation to pay preference dividend because dividend on them need not be paid in case of insufficient profits. Next point is the capital raised by issuing preference shares is generally regarded as part of net worth. Hence, it enhances the creditworthiness of the firm, of the company by issuing preference shares. Next one is preference shares do not create any charge over its assets. It enables the company to raise additional long-term funds. Next is the cost of raising funds through preference shares is less as compared to raising funds through equity shares. This is because the rate of dividend on preference shares is generally lower than that of equity shares. Next, we'll discuss disadvantages of preference capital. Preference capital suffers from the following limitations. The first one is the cost of financing preference share is more expensive as compared to issue of debentures. Since the dividend paid to preference shareholders is not preference dividends, but the failure to pay them can adversely affect the image of the firm in the capital market. The next one is preference shareholders acquire voting rights if the company fails to pay preference dividend for a certain period. Next is preference shareholders have a prior claim on the assets and earnings of the firm in comparison to equity shareholders. The next one is the existence of cumulative preference shares may affect the creditworthiness of the company. Now the next topic of discussion
I have a
is
question over the last topic. Ma'am, does equity shareholders and debenture shareholders both have the voting right?
No. Equity shareholders have the voting rights, but preference shareholders have no voting rights. Holders have no rights at all because debenture holders are the creditors of the company. They are paid only the rate of interest, But as far as your voting rights are concerned, they do not have any voting rights, rather they cannot participate in the affairs of the company as well.
Okay.
But with regards to equity shareholders, they can participate in the management of the company because they are the owners of the company. Am I clear to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, continuing the same discussion, kinds of preference shares we'll discuss now. The first one is cumulative and non-cumulative preference shares. Cumulative preference shares are entitled to a fixed dividend, whether there are profits or no profits. Then the dividends are accumulated and paid in a succeeding year out of the profits along with the fixed dividends for that year. As the dividends can be accumulated, they are called cumulative preference shares. Non-cumulative preference shares, on the other hand, are those shares on which the dividend does not accumulate if in any year the dividend is not paid to them. The holders of non-cumulative shares cannot claim arrears of dividend of any year out of the profits of subsequent years. The next classification is participating and non-participating preference shares. In the case of participating preference shares, shareholders receive their fixed dividend in priority distributed profits along with the equity shareholders after a certain fixed percentage is also paid to them. Whereas non-participating preference shares are entitled to only a fixed rate of dividend and do not participate further in the surplus profits of the company. The third classification is convertible and non-convertible preference shares. The holders of convertible preference shares carry a right to convert their shares into equity shares within a specific period of time, whereas non-convertible preference shares do not carry a right of conversion into equity shares. Next classification is redeemable and irredeemable preference shares. Preference shares which can be purchased back by the company are called redeemable preference shares, subject to provision of its articles. The company reserves its right to call back or purchase the preference shares at any time. Irredeemable preference shares are those preference shares which cannot be purchased by the company. Now, the next topic we'll see is valuation of preference shares. Preference shares, like debentures, are usually subject to fixed rate of return or dividend. When maturity of preference shares is not stated, their valuation is similar to perpetual bonds. Symbolically, V is equal to sigma T is equal to 1 dP upon 1 plus Kp to the power T, or dP upon Kp, where V is equal to value of share, dP is equal to growth rate in dividend. The next is debentures. A debenture is a formal acknowledgement of debt issued under the seal of the corporation. It is a kind of a promissory note, for it is a written promise by the borrower to pay the lender a specific amount of money called the principal at a stated time with a stipulated rate of interest. According to section 212 of the Companies Act of 1956, the term debenture includes debenture stock, bonds and any other securities of a company, whether constituting a charge on the assets of the company or not.
Ma'am, does a debenture contains a charge on the assets of the company?
Yes, debenture contains a charge. It may contain a charge on the assets of the company because debenture holders are the creditors. So if debenture holders are not paid the regular rates of interest at any point of time, they can have their interest. They are, because the company is legally bound to pay the regular rates of interest. So yes, they have a charge on the assets of the company. Now, continuing the discussion, A debenture holder, being a creditor, has no voting rights in the company meetings. Debenture provides for the payment of a specified principal sum at a specified date and payment of interest at a specified rate until the principal money is paid. A debenture also contains a charge on the assets of the company. This is the answer to the question. It contains a charge on the assets of the company. Next is features of debentures. Trustee. When a debenture issue is sold to the investing public, a trustee is appointed through a trust deed. The trustee may be a bank or a financial institution or an insurance company. The trustee is assigned with the role of protecting the interest of debenture holder. Security. In India, most debenture issues are secured by mortgages or carry a floating charge on its assets, subject to prior charge created in favor of the company's bankers over the current assets. The company occasionally issue unsecured debentures which does not carry any charge on the assets of the company. One of my students asked this question, whether the debenture has debentures, that there are two types of debentures. One is which has a charge on the assets of the company and which does not has a charge on the assets of the company. Usually it is, in order to have a secured debentures, usually it creates a charge on the assets of the company because of the safety of the returns that the debenture holders are interested into. Next is interest rate. The interest rate on debentures may be fixed interest rate or a floating interest rate or a zero interest rate. Generally, the fixed interest rate debenture issue has been the most popular debenture instrument in India. Maturity and redemption is the next one. Corporate debt may be short-term, medium-term or long-term. Short-term corporate debt of less than 1 year is called commercial paper. Medium-term debenture may have a maturity of 1 year to 5 years. Long-term debentures have a maturity period of 5 to 15 years. For all debentures issues with a maturity period of more than 18 months, a debenture redemption reserve, that is DRR, has to be created. The company should create a DRR equivalent to at least 50% of the amount of issue before redemption commences. Next is call and put feature. Debentures may carry a call and put feature. Call feature provides the issuing company with the option to redeem the debenture at a certain price before the maturity date. Under put feature, the holder has a right to seek redemption at a specified times at predetermined prices. Next is convertibility. Now, the next topic is types of debentures. The debentures are of the following types. Number 1, secured and mortgaged unsecured debentures. Debentures which create some charge on the property of the company are known as secured or mortgaged debentures. The charge may be a fixed charge or a floating charge. Floating charge is created on the general assets of the company and the company is free to deal with the property forming the subject matter of the charge until the said charge gets fixed by some event like the winding up of the company. In case of fixed charge, a specific asset is pledged as security and the company cannot sell these assets. Unsecured debentures are those which do not carry any charge on the assets of the company. They are also known as unsecured or simple debentures. I hope the question that you asked regarding the charge on the assets of the company is clear to you now.
Yes.
The next is bearer debentures and registered debentures. Bearer debentures are payable to bearers. It possesses the characteristics of a negotiable instrument. Like negotiable instruments such as debentures are transferable by mere delivery. A notice of the transfer of such debentures is not required to be given to the company. Consequently, the transfer of a bearer debenture is not required to be registered with the company. Interest on bearer debenture is paid by means of coupons attached to it. In case of registered debenture, a company is required to maintain a register of holders, of its debenture holders. A holder of debentures whose name is placed on the debenture certificate as on the company's register of the holders of debenture is called a registered holder. The debentures payable to such registered holder are known as registered debentures. Such debentures are issued in the name of a particular person who is registered as a debenture holder in the company's register of debenture holders. Such debenture holders can transfer their debentures in the open market in the same way as shares are transferred. The transfer of the registered debentures is required to be registered with the company. The next classification is redeemable and irredeemable debentures of a certain period. A redeemed debenture may be reissued until it is cancelled. On reissuing a redeemed debenture, the person entitled to the debenture will possess the same rights as if the debenture had never been redeemed. Irredeemable debentures, on the other hand, are not repayable during the lifetime of the company. They are also known as perpetual debentures. The next classification is convertible and non-convertible debentures. The holders of convertible debentures have a right to convert their debt into equity or preference shares of the company at a specified rate of exchange, whereas non-convertible debentures are those debentures which contain no clause relating to their conversion into shares. Now, next topic we'll discuss is valuation.
Among all these three shares, which is considered to be the best?
See, all are considered to be the best and all cannot be considered to be the best. Okay, it depends upon the company that how much debt and equity they want in their capital structure. Okay, keeping in mind the availability of the funds, they can issue debentures and equity. As I just explained it to you, that equity means owner's capital. Okay, that means the company is not legally bound to pay them the regular rates of interest. So it is the owner's capital. Regarding the debentures, they are the creditors. The company will get free once they are given, once they are paid, the entire amount of the interest. Okay, so debenture holders are the creditors and equity holders are the for one organization, one particular portfolio could be the best, and for the other organization, the other portfolio could be the best. So it depends upon the needs of the financing needs of the company. Now, next we'll discuss is valuation of bonds or debentures. A bond or debenture is a long-term debt instrument used by the government or a business enterprise to raise a large amount of money. There are three ways for valuation of a bond. The first one is basic bond valuation. The second one is yield to maturity. And the third one is semi-annual interest and bond values. The first one is basic bond valuation. The value of a bond is the present value of the contractual payments its issuer is obliged to make from the beginning till the maturity. Symbolically, B is equal to I sigma T is equal to 1 upon 1 plus KD to the power T plus M into 1 upon 1 plus KD to the power N, where B is equal to value of the bond at T is equal to 0, I is equal to annual interest paid, N is equal to number of years, M is equal to maturity value, KD is equal to required return on the bond. The second one is yield to maturity. It means the rate of return earned on security if it is held till maturity, divided by F plus P divided by 2, where I is equal to annual interest payment, F is equal to par value of bond, P is equal to present value of bond, N is equal to years of maturity. Now let us see one illustration on this. The price per bond of Xeon Limited is rupees 90. The bond has a par value of rupees 100, a coupon rate of 14% and a maturity period of 6 years. What is yield to maturity? Now let's see a solution. YTM is equal to I plus F minus P by N upon F plus P divided by 2, where I is equal to annual interest payment, which is equal to rupees 14, F is equal to par value of bond, which is equal to rupees 100, P is equal to present value of bond, which is equal to rupees 90, N is equal to years of maturity, 6 whole divided by 100 plus 90 divided by 2. Thus we get 14 plus 1.666 divided by 95, which is equal to 15.666 divided by 95, which is equal to 0.1649 or 16.49%. Now the next is semi-annual interest and bond values. The bond valuation formula for a bond paying interest semi-annually is BO is equal to sum, that is 1 to n, I divided by 2, 1 plus I by 2 to the whole power 2n plus F divided by 1 plus I by 2 to the power 2n, where BO is equal to bonds value at time 0, I is equal to annual interest payments, I is equal to discount rate, N is equal to number of years to maturity, and F is equal to par value. So that's all for today. We'll have a look at what we have discussed in today's topic. In today's topic, we have discussed the concept of valuation of securities, characteristics of different securities, that is equity shares, preference shares and debentures. Equity shares are also called ordinary shares. Equity shares may be defined as those which are not preference shares. Preference shareholders carry preferential rights as to the payment of dividend and repayment of capital. Whenever a company goes into liquidation, preference shares are classified into cumulative and non-cumulative preference shares, participating and non-participating preference shares. A debenture is a formal acknowledgement of a debt issued under the seal of the corporation. This is with regards to the debenture that we have discussed. Debentures are of the following types: secured and unsecured debentures, bearer and registered debentures, convertible and non-convertible debentures, redeemable and irredeemable debentures. So we have discussed all this in today's topic. Hope you have understood what we have discussed today.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, both of you, and we'll discuss another topic in the next episode. Till then, goodbye. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to today's session on normal distribution. I am Dr. Maruf Ahmed Mir, PhD in Financial Markets and MBA in Finance and Accounts from AMU Aligarh. And at present, I am associated with Asian Business School, Noida as Associate Professor in the area of Finance and Accounts. Dear students, let's start with understanding the concept of normal distribution. Continuous random variable. So far, we have been concerned with the discrete probability distributions. In this section, we shall turn to case in which the variable can take on any value within a given range and in which the probability distribution is continuous. Normal distribution, also known as the Gaussian distribution, is a probability distribution that is symmetric about the mean, showing that the data near the mean are more frequent in occurrence than the data far from the mean. In graph form, normal distribution will appear as a bell curve. One more way of defining the normal distribution is that it is a continuous probability distribution that is symmetrically around its mean. Most of the observations cluster around the central peak, and the probability extreme values in both tails of the distribution are similarly unlikely. While the normal distribution is symmetric, not all symmetric distributions are normal. For example, the students T, Cauchy and the logic distributions are symmetric. A very important continuous probability distribution is the normal distribution. Several mathematicians were instrumental in its development, including the 18th century mathematician, astronomer Carl Gauss. In honor of his work, the normal probability distribution is often called the Gaussian distribution. There are two basic reasons why the normal distribution occupies such a prominent place in the statistics. First, it has some properties that make it applicable to a greater many situations in which it is necessary to make inferences by taking samples. We will find that the normal distribution is a useful sampling distribution. Second, the normal distribution comes close to fitting the actual observed frequency distribution of many phenomena, including the human characteristics like weight, height, and IQ, outputs from physical processes, dimensions, and yields, and other measures of the interest to managers in both the public and private sectors. Characteristics of the normal probability distribution. Look for a moment at the figure on the screen. This diagram suggests several important features of a normal probability distribution. It is unimodal. It has the bell shape that we described earlier. Number two, the mean of a normal distributed population lies at the center of its normal curve. Number three, because of the symmetry of the normal probability distribution, the median and the mode of the distribution are also at the center. Thus, for a normal curve, the mean, median, and mode are the same value. Number four, the two tails of the normal probability distribution extend indefinitely and never touch the horizontal axis. Graphically, of course, this is impossible to show. Most real-life populations do not extend forever in both directions. But for such populations, the normal distribution is a convenient curves. To define a particular normal probability distribution, we need only two parameters, the mean denoted by mu and the standard deviation sigma, areas under the normal curve. No matter what the value of mu and sigma are for a normal probability distribution, the total area under the normal curve is 1. So that we may think of areas under the curve as probabilities. Mathematically, it is true that number 1, approximately 68% of all the values in a normal distribution population lie within plus minus 1 standard deviation from the mean. Number 2, approximately 95.5% of all the values Approximately 99.7% of all the values in a normal distribution population lie within plus minus 3 standard deviations from the mean. These three statements are shown graphically in the figure. Figure shows three different ways of measuring the area under the normal curve. However, very few of the applications we shall make of the normal probability distribution involve intervals of exactly 1, 2 or 3 standard deviation, plus and minus, from the mean. What should we do about all other cases? Fortunately, we can refer to statistical tables constructed for precisely these situations. They indicate the portions of the area under the normal curve that are contained within any number of different tables for every possible nominal curve. Instead, we can use a table of the standard normal probability distribution, a normal distribution with mu equal to 0 and sigma equal to 1 to find the area under any normal curve. With this table, we can determine the area or probability that the normal distribution random variable will lie within certain distances from the mean. These distances are defined in terms of standard deviations. We can better understand the concept of standard normal probability distribution by examining specific relationship of standard deviation to the normal curve. Look at the figure. Here we have illustrated two normal probability distributions, each with a different mean and a different standard deviation. Both area A and area B, the shaded, because both these areas are defined as being the area between the mean and one standard deviation to the right of the mean. All intervals containing the same number of standard deviations from the mean will contain the same proportion of the total area under the curve for any normal probability distribution. This makes possible the use of only one standard normal probability distribution table. Let's now try to understand how to find the percentage of the total area under the curve. Let's find out what proportion of the total area under the curve is represented by colored area in the figure. In previous figure, we saw that an interval of one standard deviation plus and minus from the mean contained about 68% of the total area under the curve. In figure, however, plus, not plus and minus. This area must be half of 68% or 34% for both distributions. One more example, we reinforce our point. Look at the two normal probability distributions in figure. Each of these has a different mean and a different standard deviation. The colored area under both curves, however, contains the same proportion of the total area under the curve. Why? Because both colored areas fall within two standard deviations, plus and minus, from the mean. Two standard deviations, plus and minus, from the mean include the same proportion of the total area under any normal probability distribution. Using the standard normal probability distribution table. Normal distribution table shows the area under. Notice in this table the location of the columns labeled. The value for is derived from the formula where x is value of the random variable with which we are concerned. Mu is mean of the distribution of this random variable. Sigma is standard deviation of this distribution. And z is the number of standard deviations from x to the mean of this distribution. Why do we use z rather than the number of standard deviations? Normally, distributed random variables take on many different units of measure: dollar, inches, parts per million, pounds, time. Because we shall use one table. Table 1 in the appendix, we talk in terms of standard deviations. Which normal probability distribution table is organized in terms of standard units or z value. It gives the value for only half of the area under the normal curve, beginning with 0.0 at the mean. Because the normal probability distribution is symmetric, return to the previous figure to review this point, the values true for one half of the curve are true for the other. We can use this one table for problem solving both sides of the normal curve. Working a few examples will help us to feel comfortable with the table. Skewness and kurtosis. Real life data rarely, if ever, follow a perfect normal distribution. The skewness and kurtosis coefficients measure how different a given distribution is from a normal distribution. The skewness measures the symmetry of the distribution. The normal distribution is 0 or negative skewness, then the left tail of the distribution is longer than the right tail. Positive skewness implies that the right tail of the distribution is longer than the left tail. Types of skewness. Positive skewed or right skewed. In statistics, a positively skewed distribution is a sort of distribution where, unlike symmetrically distributed data where all measures of the central tendency, mean, median and mode equal each other, with positively skewed data, the measures are dispersing, which means positively skewed distribution. Distribution is a type of distribution where the mean, median and mode mean of the data is greater than the median, a large number of data pushed on the right hand side. In other words, the results are bent towards the lower side. The mean will be more than the median, as the median is the middle value and mode is always the highest value. The extreme positive skewness is not desirable for distribution, as a high level of skewness can cause misleading results. The data transformation tools are helping to make the skewed data closer to the normal distribution. For positively skewed distribution, the famous transformation is the log transformation. The log transformation proposes the calculations of the natural logarithm for each value of the data set. Negative skewed or left skewed. A negative skewed distribution is the straight reverse of the positive skewed, where more values or plots on the right side of the graph and the tail of the distribution is spreading on the left side. In negatively skewed, the mean of the data is less than the median, a large number of data pushed on the left side. Negatively skewed distribution is a type of distribution where the mean, median and mode of the distribution are negative rather than positive or zero. The kurtosis statistic measures the thickness of the tail ends of a distribution in relation to the tail of the normal distribution. Distributions with a large kurtosis exhibit tail data exceeding the tail of the normal distribution. For example, 5 or more standard deviations from the mean. Distributions with low kurtosis exhibit tail data that is generally less extreme than the tails of the normal distribution, neither fat nor thin tails. Therefore, if an observed distribution has a kurtosis greater than 3, the distribution is said to have heavy tails when compared to the normal distribution. If the distribution has a kurtosis of less than 3, it is said to have thin tails when compared to the normal distribution. Excess kurtosis. Excess kurtosis is used in statistics and probability theory to compare the kurtosis coefficient with the normal distribution. Excess kurtosis can be positive, leptokurtic distribution, negative, platokurtic distribution, or near to zero, mesokurtic distribution. Since normal distributions have a kurtosis of 3, excess kurtosis is calculated by subtracting kurtosis by 3. So, excess kurtosis will be kurtosis minus 3. Types of excess kurtosis. Leptokurtic or heavy-tailed distribution. Kurtosis more than normal, kurtosis less than normal distribution. Leptokurtic means kurtosis more than 3. Leptokurtic is heavy, very long and shiny tail, which means there are more chances of outliers. Positive value of kurtosis indicates that distribution is peaked and possesses thick tails. An extreme positive kurtosis indicates a distribution where more of the numbers are located in the tails of the distribution instead of around the mean. Platykurtic kurtosis has less than 3. Platykurtic having a lower tail and stretched around the center tails means most of the data points are present in high proximity with mean. A platykurtic distribution is flatter, less peaked when compared with the normal distribution. Mesokurtic, meaning kurtosis equal to 3. Mesokurtic is the same as the normal distribution, which means kurtosis is medium peaked height. How normal distribution is used in finance. The assumption of a normal distribution is applied to asset prices as well as the price action. Traders may plot price points over time to fit recent price actions into a normal distribution. The further price action moves from the mean, in this case, the more likelihood that an asset is over or undervalued. Traders can use the standard deviation to suggest potential trades. This type of trading is generally done on very short time frames, as large time scale makes it much harder to pick entry and exit points. Similarly, many statistical theories attempt to model asset prices under the assumption that they follow a normal distribution. In reality, price distributions tend to have fat tails and therefore have kurtosis greater than 3. Such assets have had price movements greater than 3 standard deviations beyond the mean, more than would be expected under the assumption of a normal distribution. Even if an asset has went through a long period where it fits a normal distribution, there is no guarantee that the past performance truly informs the future prospects. Shortcomings of the normal probability distribution. Earlier in this section, we noted that tails of the normal distribution approach but never touch the horizontal axis. This implies that there is some probability, although it may be very small, that a random variable can take on enormous values. It is possible for right-hand tail of a normal curve to assign a minute probability of a person's weighing 2000 pounds of 3 standard deviations to the right of the mean, and would have a probability that begin with 250 zeros to the right of the decimal point. We do not lose much accuracy by ignoring values far out in the tails. But in the exchange of the convenience of using this theoretical model, we must accept the fact that it can assign impossible empirical values. Choosing the correct probability distribution. Students, if we plan to use a probability to describe a situation, we must be careful to choose the right one. We need to be certain that we are not using the Poisson probability distribution when it is binomial that more nearly describes the number of trials is fixed before the experiment begins, and each trial is independent and can result in only 2 mutually outcomes: success, failure, either yes or no. Like the binomial, the Poisson distribution applies when each trial is independent. But although the probability is a Poisson distribution approaches 0 after the first few values, the number of possible values is infinite. The results are not limited to 2 mutually exclusive outcomes. Under some conditions, the Poisson distribution can be used as an approximation of the binomial, but not always. All the assumptions that form the basis of a distribution must be met if our use of that distribution is to produce meaningful results, even though the normal probability distribution is the distributions. In the topics to come, we shall study 3 additional continuous distributions: students T distribution and F. Each of these is of interest to decision makers who solve problems using statistics. That is all for today. Hope you had understood. So we will meet in the next episode with a new topic. Till then, take care. Goodbye.
I am Dr. Arshad Ikram Ahmed, working as Assistant Professor in Department of Educational Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia. SWAM is a useful platform provided by MOOC, and it can be utilized fruitfully by the people belonging to the all walk of life. SWAM not only provides a great resource for the treasure of knowledge for those who are associated with educational institutions, but also for those who are taking care of different activities in different walks of life. For women who is associated with household activities, for small shopkeepers, for every people, SWAYAM provides a beautiful resource, And I think once this resource is fruitfully utilized by the people, people will definitely be more enlightened, and it will definitely improve the social health of the country. As a teacher, I always recommend my students to have an access to SWAYAM, to get themselves enlightened with the knowledge that will definitely create a new sensibility, the sensibility which is essentially needed for being a good scholar. I would recommend SWAYAM for all those who are the ardent readers of
नमस्कार, मैं मोनालिसा चौधरी आज आपको जनसंपर्क और उसके विभिन्न पहलुओं पर चर्चा करूंगी। इस मॉड्यूल में हम आपको बताएंगे कि जनसंपर्क क्या है, जनसंपर्क की परिभाषाएं, जनसंपर्क की प्रकृति, भारत में जनसंपर्क का संक्षिप्त, साथ में ये भी बताएंगे कि जनसंपर्क के माध्यम कौन कौन से हैं। जनसंपर्क एक व्यवसाय या सेवा है, जनसंपर्क एवं जनसंचार में क्या अंतर है, एवं विकासशील देशों में जनसंपर्क का कैसे विकास हुआ। जनसंपर्क क्या है? संचार प्रत्येक सामाजिक प्राणी की मूलभूत आवश्यकता है, जिसके जरिए वो परस्पर भावों, विचारों, जानकारियों और ज्ञान का आदान प्रदान करता है। एक मनुष्य से दूसरे मनुष्य के बीच संपर्क सेतु का काम करता है। संचार और जनसंपर्क इसी संचार प्रक्रिया का निरंतर बनाए रखने की परिष्कृत कला है। जनसंपर्क एक ऐसी विधा है जो हमारे रोजमर्रा के जीवन से भी जुड़ी है। दरअसल जैसे ही आप सामाजिक होते हैं, जाने अनजाने जनसंपर्क के दायरे में आ ही जाते हैं। अमूमन प्रत्येक व्यक्ति दिन की शुरुआत से ही जनसंपर्क आरंभ कर देता है। हमने स्वतंत्रता प्राप्ति के बाद भारतवर्ष में लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था में इस देश की सार्वभौम प्रभुसत्ता जनता में ही निहित की है, और इसी कारण प्रत्येक सार्वजनिक संगठन का दायित्व है कि जन सामान्य को अपने संगठन की गतिविधियों से अवगत कराएं। जन सामान्य का विश्वास जीतने के लिए भी यह आवश्यक है कि उन्हें संगठन विशेष की उपलब्धियों से अवगत कराया जाए, कमियों के कारण बताए जाएं और इन कमियों को दूर करने के लिए किए सहयोग संगठन को प्रदान करें, उसको समझ सके और उस संगठन विशेष की कमियों के कारण उत्पन्न होने वाली असुविधाओं को सहन करने की मानसिकता बना सके। अब जानते हैं जनसंपर्क की परिभाषाएं। विभिन्न विद्वानों ने जनसंपर्क को अपने अपने ढंग से परिभाषित किया है, इसलिए इसे समझने के लिए पहले उसके संदर्भ को देखना आवश्यक है। पत्रकारिता के नजरिए से जनसंपर्क संपर्क बनाने की कला है। सामाजिक परिप्रेक्ष्य में जनसंपर्क का उद्देश्य है व्यक्ति, समुदाय और समाज में परस्पर एकीकरण। व्यावसायिक रूप से प्रचार का परिमार्जित, परिष्कृत, सुसंस्कृत रूप ही जनसंपर्क कहलाता है। वहीं अगर राजनैतिक संदर्भ में जनसंपर्क को समझना हो तो जनमत का अभियंत्रण अथवा इंजीनियरिंग ही जनसंपर्क है। जनसंपर्क की कुछ प्रमुख परिभाषाएं निम्न हैं। वेबस्टर की न्यू इंटरनेशनल डिक्शनरी के अनुसार कोई उद्योग, यूनियन, कॉरपोरेशन, व्यवसाय, सरकार या अन्य संस्था जब अपने ग्राहक को, कर्मचारियों, हिस्सेदारों या जन साधारण के लाभ हेतु स्वस्थ और उत्पादक संबंध स्थापित करने या उन्हें साभार बनाने के लिए प्रयत्न करें, जिनसे वे अपने आप को समाज के अनुकूल बना सकें अथवा अपना उद्देश्य समाज पर व्यक्त कर सके, उसके अमेरिका में जनसंपर्क के जनक कहे जाने वाले एडवर्ड एल बर्नेस के अनुसार जनसंपर्क का उद्देश्य है व्यक्ति, समुदाय और समाज में परस्पर एकीकरण, व्यक्ति और समाज में समायोजन करने का और जन भावनाओं को मुखरित करने का एक मुख्य साधन जनसंपर्क है। हमारी जीवन प्रणाली प्रतिस्पर्धा प्रधान है। इसमें अपना अस्तित्व बनाए रखने के लिए जनसंपर्क आवश्यक है। तीसरी परिभाषा, ब्रिटिश इंस्टीट्यूट्स ऑफ पब्लिक रिलेशंस ने अपने प्रकाशन गाइड टू पब्लिक रिलेशंस में सार्वभौमिक कहा है कि जनसंपर्क उस सुविचारित और का विश्वास जीतने और बनाए रखने के लिए करते हैं। तात्पर्य यह है कि जनसंपर्क विभिन्न सामाजिक विज्ञानों का मिश्रण है जो हमें व्यक्ति और समूह की प्रतिक्रिया का ज्ञान कराता है। जनसंपर्क ऐसी प्रबंध व्यवस्था का कार्य है जो जनता के दृष्टिकोण का मूल्यांकन करता है, नीतियों को चिन्हित करता है और व्यक्ति अथवा संगठन द्वारा अपनाई जाने वाली प्रक्रिया को भी चिन्हित कराता है जिसमें जनहित निहित हो। देश का केवल कथनी के आधार पर प्रचार किए जाने से यथोचित लाभ नहीं मिल जाता, बल्कि उस कार्यक्रम की, उस संदेश की वास्तविक रूप। जनसंपर्क लोकतांत्रिक राज्य व्यवस्था में एक ऐसी प्रबुद्ध एवं सशक्त इकाई है जो सत्ता पक्ष एवं जनता पक्ष के मध्य तालमेल स्थापित करके किसी भी नीति या कार्यक्रम को प्रचारित, प्रसारित तथा प्रशस्त करती है। अब हम जानेंगे जनसंपर्क की प्रकृति। अक्सर ही प्रश्न उठता है कि जनसंपर्क कला है या विज्ञान। इस संबंध में दो प्रकार की विचारधाराएं मिलती हैं। कुछ विद्वान जनसंपर्क को एक विज्ञान के रूप में देखते हैं, जबकि कुछ विचारक इसे एक कला ही मानते हैं। विज्ञान मानने वालों का कहना है कि भौतिक शास्त्र, रसायन शास्त्र, गणित आदि की तरह से जनसंपर्क भी एक निश्चित प्रकार की जानकारी देता है, इसलिए ये विज्ञान है। जिस प्रकार गणित में 2 का योग एक निश्चित संख्या 4 होता है, उसी प्रकार जनसंपर्क भी वर्ग विशेष को निश्चित प्रकार की जानकारी देकर पूर्व निर्धारित परिणाम प्राप्त करने की क्षमता रखता है। इसीलिए यह अर्थशास्त्र या राजनीति शास्त्र के समान ही विज्ञान है। परंतु जो विचारक जनसंपर्क को कला के रूप में मान्यता देते हैं, उनका मानना है कि चूंकि जनसंपर्क मूर्त उपकरण एवं साधन जैसे अखबार, रेडियो, दूरदर्शन, प्रचारात्मक साहित्य, सोशल मीडिया आदि के माध्यम से विषय विशेष के संबंध में एकदम प्रामाणिक एवं तथ्यात्मक ज्ञान के द्वारा समुदाय विशेष की अमूर्त। अधिकांश विद्वान जनसंपर्क को कला एवं विज्ञान का समन्वित रूप मानते हैं। जनता के समक्ष जो प्रचार सामग्री प्रस्तुत की जानी होती है या जो संदेश प्रसारित करना होता है, उस सामग्री को तैयार करने में वैचारिक सहज ज्ञान एवं व्यवहारिक बुद्धि का होना आवश्यक है। इसके अतिरिक्त जन समुदाय को अपनी बात आसानी से समझाने वो प्रभावित करने के लिए भी व्यावसायिक ज्ञान की परम आवश्यकता होती है। दूसरी तरफ जनता को दिए जाने वाले संदेश की अभिव्यक्ति जिन माध्यमों के द्वारा की जाती है, उसके लिए माध्यम की तकनीकी ज्ञान भी आवश्यक है, जो विज्ञान के ही उपकरण हैं। इसलिए जनसंपर्क कला एवं विज्ञान दोनों हैं। इन दोनों रूपों को अलग करके नहीं देखा जा सकता और न ऐसा करना व्यवहारिक ही है। जनसंपर्क एवं जनसंचार। जनसंचार यानी मास कम्युनिकेशन। इस क्षेत्र में जनसंपर्क अपेक्षाकृत एक नई विधा है, लेकिन नई विधा होते हुए भी जनसंपर्क का कार्य और क्षेत्र इतना व्यापक हो गया है कि जनसंचार और जनसंपर्क पर्यायवाची सा प्रतीत होने लगे हैं। इसमें भी संदेह नहीं कि जनसंचार के जो माध्यम हैं, उन सब का प्रयोग जनसंपर्क के लिए किया जाता है, किंतु ये सब होते हुए भी जनसंचार और जनसंपर्क के उद्देश्यों में भिन्नता के कारण ये दोनों अलग हैं। जनसंचार का उद्देश्य किसी भी सूचना एवं विचार को जन समुदाय तक पहुंचाकर पूरा हो जाता है, किंतु जनसंपर्क के अंतर्गत यही काम एक विशेष उद्देश्य से किया जाता है और वह है जनमत को प्रभावित करना और अपने अनुकूल बनाना। सामान्य अर्थ में किसी एक व्यक्ति का दूसरे व्यक्ति अथवा व्यक्तियों के साथ संपर्क करना जनसंपर्क कहा जाता है। मानव जीवन में संभवतः भोजन पानी के बाद सर्वाधिक आवश्यक वस्तु जनसंपर्क है। ये कहना अनियुक्ति नहीं होगा कि मानव संस्कृति और सभ्यता आज जिस विकसित रूप में है, उसमें सामाजिक संपर्क का महत्वपूर्ण योगदान है। जनसंपर्क की चर्चा जब जनसंचार की एक विधा के रूप में की जाती है, तो वो सामान्य शब्दार्थ की परिधि से ऊपर एक भिन्न परिकल्पना को प्रस्तुत करता है। जनसंपर्क एक ऐसा सुनियोजित कार्य है जिसके द्वारा प्रशासन, प्रबंधक वर्ग अथवा किसी भी संगठन का संचालक वर्ग जनमत को प्रभावित करने और इसे अपने अनुकूल बनाए रखने के लिए उपलब्ध विभिन्न संचार माध्यम से जनता को अपनी रीति नीति से अवगत कराता है तथा अपनी रीति नीति के बारे में प्रतिक्रिया का पता कराता है। इस प्रकार जनसंपर्क प्रशासन अथवा प्रबंधक वर्ग की बात जनता तक और जनता की बात प्रशासन अथवा प्रबंधक वर्ग तक पहुंचाने की प्रक्रिया है। अब जानते हैं कि जनसंपर्क का उद्भव एवं विकास कैसे हुआ। महामुनि नारद जनसंपर्क के प्रथम इतिहास पुरुष कहे जा सकते हैं। आपको विदित ही है कि नारद मुनि ब्रह्मांड के तीनों लोकों में अनवरत रूप से विचरण करते रहते थे। ये तीनों लोकों की खोज खबर से देवताओं को अवगत कराते तथा देवताओं के संदेश तथा अपने उपदेश तीनों लोकों में फैलाते रहते हैं। महाभारत काल में श्री कृष्ण का गीता एक उपदेश एवं तत्पश्चात गीता की सर्वव्यापकता भी जनसंपर्क का ही परिणाम है। इसी प्रकार बौद्ध, महावीर एवं ईसा के देश भ्रमण एवं उपदेश, चीनी यात्रियों के यात्रा विवरण, राजाओं को अपनी प्रजा के प्रति सेवा भावना, धर्मगुरुओं के अपने धर्मावलंबियों को उपदेश, सम्राट अशोक के शिलालेख आदि समाज के एक वर्ग का दूसरे वर्ग के साथ दैनिक संपर्क जनसंपर्क के ही अंग कहे जा सकते हैं। मनुष्य का जीवन जनसंपर्क के बिना अधूरा ही कहा जाएगा। इसलिए जनसंपर्क का उदय तो मानव जीवन के प्रारंभ से ही माना जाना चाहिए। भारत में जनसंपर्क कब से शुरू हुआ, इसका एक संक्षिप्त इतिहास। भारतीय संस्कृति में वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की अवधारणा सदियों पुरानी है। इसलिए यहाँ कुटुंब में रहने के लिए परस्पर संबंधों के महत्व का हमेशा ही प्राथमिकता मिली है। पौराणिक काल से ही लोक व्यवहार और लोक मत हमारे समाज का अभिन्न अंग रहे हैं। इसी संदर्भ में देखें तो नारद मुनि न केवल पहले पत्रकार थे बल्कि मूलतः एक जनसंपर्क अधिकारी थे जो पूर्ण रूपेण संबंध सहेजने की कला में पारंगत थे। कालांतर में कई शासकों द्वारा बनाए गए मंदिर, धर्मशालाएं व अन्य ऐतिहासिक इमारतों, यज्ञों जैसे अश्वमेध आदि के पीछे उनकी सांस्कृतिक धार्मिक अभिव्यक्ति के अलावा अपना शक्ति प्रदर्शन व जनता के बीच छवि बनाए रखना ही मुख्य कारण था। आरंभिक सभ्यताओं में भी शासक की प्रशंसा में काव्य रचे जाते थे और गायक भी अपने गायन से शासकों के शौर्य का वर्णन कर उन्हें प्रचारित करने में काम करते थे ताकि लोकमत उनके पक्ष में बना रहे। कई राजा अपने राजकाज की व्यवस्था को परखने और जनता के मन को बांचने के लिए प्रजा के बीच भेष बदल कर जाते थे। महात्मा बुद्ध और आदि शंकराचार्य जैसे धार्मिक विद्वानों ने भी अपने अपने सिद्धांतों के प्रचार प्रसार के लिए कई स्थानों का भ्रमण किया। जगह जगह घूमकर जन समुदाय की भाषा में भाषण दिए और उनसे संपर्क स्थापित किया। जनसंपर्क का सबसे संगठित प्रयास अशोक के काल में देखने को मिला। अशोक और उसके सहयोगियों ने बौद्ध धर्म को प्रसारित करने के लिए मौखिक व्याख्यानों के अलावा स्थापत्य कला का भी भरपूर प्रयोग किया। बौद्ध स्तूपों, स्तंभों, शिलालेखों के बड़े स्तर पर निर्माण करवाया। अशोक ने जगह जगह बौद्ध की मूर्तियां एवं बौद्ध के लिखित उपदेशों के माध्यम से बौद्ध धर्म की विचारधारा को परिलक्षित करवाया। ब्रिटिश भारत में जनसंपर्क की शुरुआत के पीछे व्यवहारिक कारण निहित थे। देश में ग्रेट इंडियन पेनिनसुलर GIP रेलवे सेवा शुरू करने का मुख्य मकसद दूर दराज के इलाकों से कच्चे माल को लाना और फिर उसका निर्यात करना था कि रेलवे की आय तभी हो पाएगी जब अधिकाधिक प्रचार अभियान चलाया और भारत के भीतर सिनेमा के माध्यम से अपना जनसंपर्क किया। रेलवे बोर्ड ने इसके लिए बाकायदा पब्लिसिटी ब्यूरो खोलकर लंदन और न्यूयॉर्क में भी अखबारों में विज्ञापन के जरिए खासा प्रचार किया। पहले विश्व युद्ध 1914 से 1918 अपने वास्तविक अर्थों से जनसंपर्क का उदय इसी काल में माना जाना चाहिए। इंग्लैंड ने अपना पक्ष भारतीय जनता को समझाने व समर्थन हासिल करने के लिए जनसंपर्क का सहारा लिया, जिसके जरिए प्रेस के माध्यम से जनता को सूचित किया जा सके। टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया के तत्कालीन संपादक स्टैनल रीड की अध्यक्षता में सेंट्रल पब्लिसिटी बोर्ड की स्थापना की गई, जिसके सदस्यों के तौर पर आर्मी और विदेश मंत्री पब्लिसिटी बोर्ड को उसके तहत लाया गया। दूसरे विश्व युद्ध 1939 से 1945 के दौरान भी सरकार को जनता में युद्ध संबंधी सूचना प्रसारित करने की आवश्यकता महसूस हुई। ऐसे में डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन एंड ब्रॉडकास्टिंग के जरिए जनता के बीच सूचना देने और लोकमत बनाए रखने के लिए निरंतर प्रयास किए गए। आजाद भारत में जनता में राष्ट्रीयता की भावना बनाए रखना बेहद आवश्यक हो गया था। देश विभाजन की विकट स्थिति देख चुका था भारत, इसलिए भारत सरकार के सामने देश की एकता, अखंडता बनाए रखने की चुनौती सामने रहा था। ऐसे में लोकमत महत्वपूर्ण हो गया और जनता से संपर्क बनाए रखने के लिए जनसंपर्क का महत्व बढ़ता गया। नई औद्योगिक नीति 1991 लागू होने के बाद औद्योगिकरण को पंख मिले और देश में कई देशी विदेशी कंपनियों ने अपने पांव जमाए। नई चुनौतियां एवं जनसंपर्क। स्वतंत्रता के पश्चात भारतवर्ष में जनसंपर्क को भी एक महत्वपूर्ण स्थान प्राप्त हो चुका है। भारत में ये एकदम नया व्यवसाय है। इस क्षेत्र में अनगिनत स्वर्णिम अवसर नव आगंतुकों के लिए खुले पड़े हैं। आवश्यकता तो केवल उच्च व्यवसाय, अध्ययन एवं अनुसंधान जी औद्योगिक घरानों, व्यावसायिक प्रतिष्ठानों, यातायात उद्योगों, सुरक्षा विभागों तथा सरकारी विभागों में आज जनसंपर्क अनुभाग होना आवश्यक समझा जाता है। व्यापार वाणिज्य संघ, राजनैतिक दल, शैक्षिक संस्थाएं, विश्वविद्यालय, चिकित्सा संस्थान तथा लोक कल्याण के कार्यों में लगी हुई संस्थाएं भी जनसंपर्क के उपयोग को स्वीकारने लगी हैं। आज़ादी के बाद जनसंपर्क का दायरा व्यापक से व्यापकतर होता जा रहा है। आज सारा शासन तंत्र जनोन्मुख है तथा सरकार को हर 5 वर्ष में वोट मांगने हेतु जनता के बीच जाना ही होता है। तब यह आवश्यक है कि सरकार जनता को नियमित रूप से ये समझाएं कि सरकार की नीतियों, निर्णयों कल्याण की मंजिल तक पहुंचाने वाला है तथा कोई अप्रिय कदम क्यों आवश्यक है, वो भविष्य में उससे क्या लाभ संभावित है। आज विश्व में सभी क्षेत्रों में, विज्ञान एवं तकनीकी क्षेत्र में क्रांतिकारी परिवर्तन हो रहा है। जनसंपर्क का क्षेत्र भी इससे अछूता नहीं है। कंप्यूटर क्रांति ने सभी क्षेत्रों में अपना जाल फैला दिया है। आजकल हर अखबार कंप्यूटर स्क्रीन पर कंपोज होता है, विज्ञापन अखबारों तक उपग्रह के जरिए पहुंचता है तथा सभी अखबारों की रंगीन छपाई होती है। इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कैमरों का उपयोग से संचार जगत में क्रांति सी आ गई है। संचार साधनों की गति असीमित हो गई है। टेलीफोन सेवा में भी क्रांति आई है। टेलीफोन पर बात करते समय एक दूसरे के फोटो भी आमने सामने देखे जा सकते हैं। मोबाइल टेलीफोन सुविधा अब आम है। सिटीजन जर्नलिज्म अपने शिखर पर है। ऐसे में आम जनता की आवाज बुलंद हुई है, जिस कारण जनसंपर्क के कार्य को और भी तटस्थता एवं तत्परता से करने की आवश्यकता है। पहले की भांति प्रतिष्ठान के किसी भी अधिकारी को जनसंपर्क का कार्य सौंपना अब इतिहास बन चुका है। नए चुनौतियों से भरे जनसंपर्क कार्य को अब कोई उत्कृष्ट, प्रशिक्षित एवं प्रबुद्ध व्यक्ति ही कर सकता है। तात्पर्य यह है कि जनसंपर्क क्षेत्र में क्रांतिकारी परिवर्तन हो रहे हैं। अब बात करते हैं प्रचार एवं प्रोपोगंडा की। जनसंचार की तुलना अगर रथ से की जाए तो जनसंपर्क का स्थान सारथी का होगा। द्वारा निर्देशन अपरिहार्य है। जनसंचार का यदि विभिन्न माध्यमों, मौखिक एवं मुद्रित शब्द, दृश्य श्रव्य साधन, प्रचार सामग्री, चलचित्र, रेडियो, दूरदर्शन आदि सभी इलेक्ट्रॉनिक उपकरणों की संरचना और उनके प्रयोग का विज्ञान मान लिया जाए तो जनसंपर्क उस कला को कहेंगे जिसकी सहायता में जनसंचार के माध्यमों का इस्तेमाल करके पब्लिसिटी या प्रचार के लक्ष्यों में अधिक से अधिक सफलता प्राप्त की जा सकती है। जनसंचार के घेरे में सूचना, प्रचार या पब्लिसिटी के सभी साधन आ जाते हैं, लेकिन उनका प्रभाव उत्पादक और सुनियोजित प्रयोग करना कई परिस्थितियों में अत्यंत जटिल, दुरूह, दुर्बोध और नाजुक काम होता है, जिसे वही लोग कर सकते। ऐसे लोग प्रायः कलाकार ही होते हैं, क्योंकि नैसर्गिक प्रतिभा ही मूलतः कलात्मक सृजन की जननी होती है। कहा जा सकता है कि जनसंपर्क एक आर्ट है जिसकी साधन के लिए जनसंचार साधन उपलब्ध कराता है। जनसंपर्क में तकनीकी और ठोस जानकारी तो अपेक्षित है ही, किंतु इस क्षेत्र में सफलता उसे ही मिलती है जो कलात्मक क्षमता और बुद्धि, विवेक और पहलकदमी के गुणों से मालामाल हो। जनसंचार को जनसंपर्क का निर्देशन या इसके द्वारा तालमेल की सहायता मिलने से ही विभिन्न माध्यमों से जो भी प्रचार या पब्लिसिटी की जाएगी उसमें समस्वरता या एक रूपता रहेगी तथा प्रचार में प्रचार हानिकारक सिद्ध हो सकता है। सफल प्रोपोगंडा का रहस्य। जनसंपर्ककर्ता को उसका अनुभव यह बात सिखा देगा कि जब दो परस्पर विरोधी दल या विचारधाराएं जनता का समर्थन प्राप्त करने के लिए कोई मत संग्रह या चुनाव अभियान चला रही हो तो सफलता प्रायः उसी दल को मिलती है जो अपने अभियान को इस तरह चलाता है कि अपने कट्टर विरोधियों या पक्के समर्थकों पर अपना प्रचार केंद्रित करके अपने संसाधनों को व्यर्थ नहीं जाने देता, क्योंकि इसका प्रभाव कुछ नहीं होगा। जिद्दी विरोधी तो विरोधी ही रहेंगे और पक्के समर्थक अपने पक्ष का साथ कभी नहीं छोड़ेंगे। इसलिए वो अपना सारा ध्यान उन लोगों के वोट बटोरने पर लगा देता है जो तटस्थ होते हैं या जिन्होंने अभी कुछ फैसला या उधर वोट देना हार जीत में निर्णायक सिद्ध होता है। बात बिल्कुल वैसी ही है जैसे किसी अदालत में वादी और प्रतिवादी दोनों पक्षों के वकील अपनी अपनी बात को सच्ची कहते हैं, लेकिन फैसला उसी पक्ष के हक में होता है जिसे न्यायाधीश सच्ची मानता है। जनसंपर्ककर्ता एक प्रकार का वकील होता है जो लोकमत की कचहरी में अपने पक्ष का मुकदमा लेकर पेश होता है। प्रेस जनसंपर्क के आधार। जनसंपर्ककर्ता संगठन या संस्थान जो जानकारी या महत्वपूर्ण समाचार से संबंधित प्रेस को प्रस्तुत करे वही सत्य और आंकड़ों पर आधारित हो। प्रेस को किसी बात के बारे में संदेह हो तो उसका निवारण त्वरित करना चाहिए। अगर ऐसा न किया गया, संपर्ककर्ता को मस्तिष्क में समाचार का मूल्य और महत्व को स्पष्ट रखना चाहिए। जनसंपर्ककर्ता इस बात का पूरी तरह ध्यान रखे कि प्रेस यानी कि समाचार पत्र, रेडियो, टीवी और अन्य समाचार समितियां अपने अपने माध्यम के अनुसार समाचार देती हैं। अतः इनकी आवश्यकताओं को ध्यान में रखते हुए और समाचार के तकनीकी को अपनाएं। जब प्रेस संगठन या शासन की असफलताओं पर प्रश्न पूछें तो हिचकिचाने के स्थान पर प्रेस को उत्तर सही प्रकाश में दीजिए, जिससे प्रेस का विश्वास प्राप्त कर सकें। असफलताओं पर सत्य प्रकाश भी जनमत को अनुकूल बनाने में मदद कर सकता है देता है। विज्ञप्ति प्रेस तैयार की जाती है। उस सूचना से संबंधित जितनी शंकाएं या अतिरिक्त जानकारियां चाहिए वो भी प्राप्त किया जाता है। तब वो प्रेस विज्ञप्ति हैंडआउट तैयार करता है। विज्ञप्ति बनाते समय निम्नलिखित तथ्यों पर ध्यान रखना अपेक्षित है। पहला, सरलता। प्रेस विज्ञप्ति साधारण जनता को खबर के रूप में दी जाती है, अतः उसकी भाषा सरल, सहज और बोलचाल वाली हो। सारगर्भित हो, यानी कि अखबार के सीमित स्थान एवं इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया के सीमित अवधि को ध्यान में रखते हुए सारगर्भित छोटे छोटे वाक्यों में सूचनात्मक वाक्य प्रभावी ढंग से प्रस्तुत करना चाहिए।
Hello and welcome to today's episode on part 5 of Understanding the Customer and Competition, Building Lasting Customer Relationships. My name is Rayan Zahoor and the subject expert is Dr. Arshia Hussain, PhD in Human Resource Management and teaching in the Department of Commerce and Business Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. Introduction. In part 4, we discussed value chain and value delivery network. We also discussed the role of total quality in marketing along with the concept of TQM. In today's episode, we will analyze. However, it is not enough. Organizations gain a competitive edge only when they are able to satisfy the needs of their customers better than their competitors. Therefore, it is important for marketers to design strategies that not only please their customers but also consider the strategies of their competitors. Competitor analysis. The first step for an organization in the process of gaining a competitive advantage over its competitors is competitor analysis. This is a method of identifying, assessing and then selecting key competitors. In order to develop effective competitive marketing strategies, an organization needs to find out everything it can about the key competitors it has identified. It must measure its own products, prices, marketing channels and promotions against its key competitors on an ongoing basis. By doing this, an organization is able to find out areas that could be of potential advantage and disadvantage. A competitor analysis involves identifying and assessing competitors and then assessing the objectives, strategies, strengths and weaknesses of these customers. The reaction patterns of the competitors are assessed as well. Once this has been established, the organization needs to select which competitors it is going to attack and which ones it's going to stay away from. Identifying competitors. An organization can define its competitors as other organizations selling similar products and services to the same customers at similar prices. For example, Thumbs Up might look at Pepsi as its competitor, but not Kingfisher. Maruti Suzuki might look at Hyundai as its major competitor, but not Tesla. However, an organization's actual customers fall in a much wider range. The organization could define its competitors as all companies making the same product or the class of product. Maruti Suzuki could see all automobile manufacturers as its competitors. A broader view could make all organizations making products that fulfill the same needs as its competitors. Organizations manufacturing trucks or motorcycles or bicycles. An even broader view would see all organizations competing for their customers' money that he could have spent on buying their products as their competitors. Maruti Suzuki would view all organizations selling consumer durables or expensive art or vacations abroad, etc. as their competitors. Organizations must avoid what is known as competitor myopia. It is more likely that an organization will be making efforts to compete with their former competitors who are not very active now than their current competitors. For example, the detergent brand Surf could be spending all its energies in competing with Ariel. However, it could face threats from research being done towards developing an ultrasonic machine that would wash clothes without using any detergent. This would be a much greater threat than any other detergent manufacturing company. Assessing competitors. Once an organization has identified its main competitors, it makes an attempt to understand the vision and strategies of each one of them. It wants to understand its strengths and weaknesses and also the way in which each of them will react to the actions that the organization might take. Each competitor has several objectives. The organization would want to understand stability, cash flow, growth in its market share, technological or service leadership, or any other objective. An organization must also monitor its competitors' objectives for different segments. If they find out that the competitor plans to enter a segment that they currently serve, then they would be in a position to prepare and manage the situation better. When the strategies of two organizations resemble each other, they compete with each other more. Competitors in most industries can be sorted into different groups based on the strategies they follow. Sometimes important insights can be observed after identifying strategic groups. For example, if an organization becomes a member of one such group, these are the different dimensions that determine a strategic group in their industry. They need to know about the product quality, product mix, features of the products, pricing policy, sales force strategy, customer service, distribution coverage, advertising, and sales promotion campaigns for each of its competitors. It must also study the details of each competitor's manufacturing, their R&D, their financial, purchasing, and all other strategies. Organizations generally get information about their competitors through secondary research, personal experiences, and the grapevine. Primary marketing research is another good source of gathering information. Through this information, they assess the strengths and weaknesses of their competitors. Benchmarking has also become an important method for increasing their competitiveness. Organizations compare their products and processes with their competitors or leading firms in different industries. This helps them in identifying areas to improve the quality and performance of their products and services. Finally, the organization wants to understand how the competitor will act in a certain situation or react to the actions like a new product introduction or promotional increases and price cuts of their existing products. The strengths and weaknesses as well as objectives and strategies of their competitors help them in assessing their actions and reactions. Additionally, every competitor has a specific belief system and an internal culture that guides them in doing business. Marketers need a deep understanding and reactions. Identifying competitors to target and to avoid. Once an organization has identified its key competitors, it must decide which ones it is going to compete against most aggressively. The organization can focus on one out of several different categories of competitors. Most of the times, companies prefer to target their weakest competitors. The upside is that it can be done using fewer resources and takes less time. But the downside is that the organization gains very little. Organizations should compete against strong competitor weaknesses too, and getting ahead of them often results in greater returns. Most organizations compete with each other who resemble them the most. At the same time, they do not want to completely destroy a close competitor. The reason behind this is that if a competitor is destroyed, they will either merge with another large organization or they will sell their operations to them. This would result in a much bigger competitor and will pose as a much greater threat and could prove disastrous for themselves. In such cases, success in beating a close competitor brings in a tougher competitor. An organization needs competitors and benefits from them. Competitors could help in increasing the total demand. They could share some of the costs of developing the market and the product, and could also help in legitimizing new technologies and innovations. They could serve segments that are not that attractive and lead to differentiation of products. They also lower the risk of antitrust and improve their negotiation powers against labor or regulators. However, it is important that organizations do not look at all their competitors as beneficial. In his book, Competitive Advantage: Creating and Sustaining Superior Performance, Michael Porter writes that in an industry, some competitors are well behaved and some are disruptive. Well behaved competitors play fair and follow the rules that have generally been accepted by the industry. Disruptive competitors break those rules. They take higher risks and try to buy market share instead of earning it. They shake up and destabilize the industry through continuous deep discounting and wild promotional programs. Well-behaved organizations sometimes try to shape the industry in a way that it consists of only well-behaved competitors. Competitive strategies. Once an organization has identified and evaluated its key competitors, they must design competitive marketing strategies which are broad in nature and will help in gaining competitive advantage by providing better customer value. They need to decide which broad strategies would be best for a particular competitor or their own different departments or products. Any single strategy could not best in their current position in the industry. What is best for them based on their objectives and on the opportunities and resources they have. Different strategies could be required within an organization for different products or different businesses. Let us now look at the broad competitive marketing strategies that an organization could use. Basic competitive strategies. Michael Porter put forward 4 basic strategies for competitive positioning that companies could use. 3 out of them are winning strategies and 1 of them is a losing one. The 3 winning strategies are overall cost leadership. In this strategy, an organization works hard to attain the lowest than competitors and gain a large market share. Differentiation. Using this strategy, an organization focuses on creating a product line and marketing program that is highly differentiated. This helps them in presenting themselves as the class leader in the industry. A lot of customers would want to own products from a brand like this. Focus. When an organization uses this strategy, it directs most of its efforts to serve a few market segments instead of catering to the whole market. Organizations that follow one of these strategies in a clear manner are likely to be successful. Organizations that want to follow one of these strategies but not very clear about it perform the worst. They attempt to be good at all 3. Competitive positions. Companies that compete in a specific target market have different objectives and resources at a given point of time. Some companies are large while some of them are small. Some of them have a lot of resources while others struggle for funds. Some have established themselves over a period of time and some are new. For some, a fast growth in market share is important while some are looking for long-term profits. Due to these differences, the companies hold different competitive positions in that target market. We will now look at different competitive strategies based on a challenger, a follower, or niche marketer. Every industry consists of a market leader, the company that has the largest market share, market challengers, several companies that are in the run-up position and are trying hard to increase their market share, market followers. These are companies that are also in the run-up position, but want to maintain status quo and not change things in the industry too much. Niche marketer. These are companies that cater to small segments instead of the entire market. Market leader strategies. The company that has the largest market share is acknowledged as the market leader and generally leads the market in activities like price change campaigns. The leader could be admired or respected or not, but other companies accept its dominance. The market leader must stay alert constantly as other companies keep trying to challenge its strengths or take advantage of its weaknesses. To remain at the top position, companies could adopt the following actions: find ways to expand the total market,